So damn, they don't want to let me play my own song. Hold up. Trying to play my song, they trying to tell me to purchase it. We're tripping. Just 1 second. Daughter in the background blow drying her hair. Let me see. Hold up. See if I can play this song.
When it was Kemet, Black Egypt, it was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture. Like and subscribe. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if it's war when it just said Jessaru got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. My Sakim T got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I could kick you till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianki, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down the Nile through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic pharaoh way and marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that though, they had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt. And how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flowed. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name mean. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first known in Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. 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 Yeah. What up? How y'all doing? I'm up. I was about to go rock crawling with my favorite RC truck. Then I decided, man, I ain't driving no hour to play with no RC car. But I'll drive 6 hours to play with an RC car. I'm one of those hobbyists. How y'all doing this morning? We're going to listen to something different. We're going to play that God Killer. Now, this is funny because this is how the conscious community will inspire you. At the time when I wrote this was like when I was writing lyrics. At the time when I wrote this, I'm chilling deep in the conscious community. I'm in Rock Squad Up. But on the hip hop scene, Eminem is jacking my name, Rap God. If you go on Instagram, all you got to do is go on Twitter, type the Rap God hashtag, and go to the beginning when it first got put on Twitter. You're going to see your man Smash right there. Yeah, I've been to the Rosicrucian Egyptian Museum in San Jose. I've been there. So this song, I said, forget, I ain't about to sit here and fight for no rap god. There's plenty of rap gods. I got inspired by my brother Anka said, I'm going to hit him with the God Killer. Because I ain't know nothing about that. So that switched up to being the antithesis or the nemesis of a rap god.
God killer. But for all my hip hop, yeah, I used to do tours. I don't want to tour as much at this point in my life, but I still would go out when the money's lucrative. And shout out to everybody else in the chat. Let's listen to that God Killer joint one time. Some lyrics in this piece. See if you can find them.
I squad up, Madjai archers in the building, please believe. Oh shit. If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. Queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, and black top pottery jaws. 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rapper try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? Yes, man.
You can download it for free off SoundCloud. Just type in casual God Killer.
Polite to say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic. E5 divination, channel the mystic. Audio visionary, let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance, inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out.
God killer, the God killer.
Woo! Golly.
God killer.
If you enjoy bars, boy, damn.
That's who it is. God killer. The God killer.
That boy said no trend line resistance.
God killer. The God killer.
The parabolic breakout.
The God killer.
I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake outs. Golly. We chilling this morning. I ain't even tripping. I ain't really on no hip hop vibe though. I mean, you know I am, but.
Hurry to a store near you and amplify your snacking by.
I just been kicking back, man. Trying to get my crawler, trying to get my little rig right. Peace on the first break. I need another 6 hours. Well, you know, sometimes when we streaming, we could go on, have a whole marathon. It depends on how much participation we get from you guys. You know what I'm saying? When everybody kick in, it'd be a cool stream. That was a cool one, though. I used to be putting all these crazy little songs up. We about to listen to the Bible battles. We about to listen to the Bible battles. We can listen to hotep style too. See, all right, so just so you know, all these little songs is on the Hieroglyphic SoundCloud. You could just download them for free. At this point, I reached the point where I took my music up out of my capitalism and I just started using it for art. And I toss jewels around for people who really, really enjoy that type of shit, because digging in the crates used to be something we could do before the information age. Like you used to go find something you thought was really hot, but everybody didn't know about it. That used to be the whole thing back in the day. Before we get it in, before I open up the chat, I'm just gonna chill and play some of them biblical battles. But before that, I'm gonna bump this hotep style. Now, really, hotep style was a response to people. So this is how it works in the subculture of Black America. There can be a positive movement, and those against the positive movement understand Black culture to an extent. They might not be being analytical, but they understand first the way you demonize things in the subcultures of Black America is to create hip little pejoratives, hip negative statements towards the movement in order to make it look weak or corny. And so one of the things they took with people, they took hotep and tried to make it negative. This just is a common thing. You'll see this happen over and over again. It's not like, you feel what I'm saying? It's not like it just happened with hotep. But if you'll look through how things transpire in the Black community, and you'll notice when something got a positive spin, they have to find a way to make it negative somehow to the popular people. It normally happens with slang and so the movement against Black people studying Egypt was to take the term hotep, which means peace, and to turn it into a pejorative to say, oh, they some hoteps. You feel me? Oh, and so notice that there was a whole wave going through Twitter and going through everything. It seemed like it was almost sponsored. Tell the truth. Well, you heard a heck of people talking about, oh, they hoteps. Oh, the hoteps do this. Oh, the hoteps do that. But the hoteps, now if you want to be funny, there probably is a few hoteps out here. You know what I'm saying? But in actuality, the hoteps are simply people who were studying Egypt, Black Americans who were studying Egypt. So instead of just trying to address it on some scholastic, I play the same game. First of all, the people doing that weak magic, they don't got strong magic. They just got a little bit. They don't got they not orators in the Black community to where, you see what I'm saying? Being an orator is still a thing. It's been one since time immemorial amongst African people. And all you got to do is take that, and really it just takes a man to oppose what they're doing from, if you're talking about the simple perspectives of subcultures and how people receive things, you just kind of got to be cooler than the negative people that's putting the negativity out there. You ain't going to really get no response trying to be like, look, he's talking bad about me. You just got to go harder than them. And so the way I do it, I just said, okay, I'm going to make a song called Hotep Style. That ain't what you think Hotep Style is. Effective or not to however you view things, it tends to work. And that the nonsense will die out when men step up and say, shut that nonsense up. Y'all on some BS. And so I just was on my bars. But really on this, I just was rapping to the DOC, saying some battle raps, right? That the battle raps sound better when I'm not even saying them to a beat. But let's just listen to my response to everybody talking about, look at the hoteps, the hoteps, the hoteps. It was called Hotep Style, if they let me hear it. Let's see. Why they ain't let me hear it? What's the matter with SoundCloud? They want me to do something special?
I'm Zoe. I own Muck Brass, which is an upcycling
I ain't
homewares
do
business.
that. They can't play no advertisements. They tripping. They say in the show, dear white people, hotep is used as a pejorative. I told you, they do that on purpose, and so that's really a move. Ultimately, that's a move against Black Americans studying Egypt. But we just have to learn how propaganda and all this stuff works. So this was my contribution. Just chilling, though.
How you bout to ride? You do not carry arms. You niggas Disney, Six Flags, Dairy Farm. Might ride for fun, but you not gon' do shit. All you hear is skull crushing acoustics from my Q-stick. Thermal scope hit him in dark. I let a few spit. The HK put him in park for amusement. First round lift him up, got him Ferris Wheeling. Second round laid him down. Now he carouseling. You fake Lord, I'm the best of all times. And the boat drag niggas like wakeboarding or parasailing. And parasailing nefarious felons. Various chariots and carriers into the Aquarius era. I set traps, I should go check now. Used to be backpack, hoes call us hotep now. We blowing hoes zips cause we getting more checks now. African rum, jeweled up, slapping the drum. The dashiki match the Rolex now. So from now on, you can call that hotep style. Bitch, ever see me chasing a bag? I got duffel dough. I live off trees like how truffles grow. Full string marionette, it be a puppet show. At your wet and try marionette, I let a couple go straight down the aisle. Suppressor with the muzzle on. Now you can't suppress her or put a muzzle on the bitch. Hey, don't confuse me for the mother dudes. I still reflect light like the mirrors that Hubble used. Crazy wavy, I'm on some other shit. You test me, I'm one particle in a double slit. The results say I gotta be deceived. Then it's aquatic audio until you're nautically fatigued. Smash atoms in the radio waves to see who sounds priceless. Time's relative, we have different noun slice. For pound wise is witty with sound devices. I paint audible circles around the night. Beef for how you acting where the biscuits at. My butler a carved your chest, brisket flat. We only beef it cause your cuts his ass. That's a rump. Back in the day we would've kicked that ass. That's a Trump quote. Get your ass kicked at your party like a drunk. You on the bottom, then we picking up jewels. That's a sunk boat. Smoked oak, evergreen, and pine wood. We forklift money like sheets of plywood. Warehouse real, few mil in assets. Been 25 years, y'all ain't fucking with cash yet.
That's cool. I'll be listening back to shit like,
Boy, you touchable.
But what's this? See I'm trying to stop it. The funny part, I'll be listening to stuff like I be knowing when my raps is better than the beat, but you can't hear it. And all that scheme right there, it was like a amusement park scheme. I said this before, but when you hear it, it's crazy. Because it was really like, how you about to ride? You do not carry arms. I wrote this shit out for niggas. You niggas Disney, Six Flags, Knott's Berry Farms. You might ride for fun, but you're not gonna do shit. All you hear is skull crushing acoustics from my Q-stick. Thermal scope, hit in the dark. I let a few spit. HK, put him in park for amusement. The first round lift him up. Now he Ferris Wheeling. Wait a minute. The second round laid him down. Now he carouseling. That should be funny. You fake Lord, I'm the best of all times, and the boat drag niggas like wakeboarding or parasailing. The boat, the best of all times, drag. Okay. That's just that old stuff, though, but that'd be cool to listen to. I'm chilling this morning. I'm going to open up a chat, and we're going to just kick it. But I was on some old vibes, sharing some vibes with y'all. If you want to go get all them unreleased vibes, you could go to the Hieroglyphics SoundCloud and hear all that unreleased stuff. You know what I'm saying? Chilling. Before we proceed, we're going to play some biblical battles. Shout out to my Hebrews who be coming in with contention. So you let your creativity merge, right? And I'll be listening to too many, I listen to the audio Bible. Y'all ever listen to an audio book of the Bible from a really great reader? And they go in and they be like trying to make it sound all Shakespearean or even older or whatever. Well, that style is a dope ass style to me. If you a young rapper, you need to get on that style. Ain't nobody came with that style. But I'll be playing with it though. And I wrote this little series of biblical battles. All right. If you got imagination like that, just open up your mind and let your imagination rock. So it takes place in the areas of Kemet and the Levant. But we're in the Levant at this time period, right? And it is Elijah, the son of... See, I went really far into my imagination with this and wrote out a whole thing on some Dr. Phil Valentine type hype. Phil Valentine, a good ass writer, man. It's just creative writing. So I'm gonna play it. It ain't none of this stuff is like mixed or mastered or made for that. It's just made to capture my creativity. Then later, let's get it. I'm gonna open up a Zoom. Let's just chill, get some chat on. Probably talk about some paper or some history, whatever y'all want to talk about. Oh.
Welcome to Harmless Center.
The story of an incredible man. The Prince of Floab summons the greatest poets of the land to see who could withstand the vicious vernacular of its clan. For none could withstand the prince planned to use his clan to capture and demand a handsome ransom for Elijah, the great rhyme deviser. Now Elijah was wiser than the Prince of Floab, and in the eyes of rap god, Elijah was an advisor to the people of Gaia who desired a higher affiliation. He was adorned with the appellation Elijah Rap God. Now when the king got word of what his son had done, he sent messengers to run fetch the prince to talk sense to him. Well, the king had known of an Elijah from before, the son of Amor, Rashakimbo, the rhyme warrior. He told his son, the prince, that such had been attempted before. His people were met with a great poetic force endorsed by the sorcerer Elijah. He warned that warring with Floabite poems was futile, and that if his son, the prince, commenced, the Floabite people were neutral.
See, that's that craziness. Elijah the rhyme deviser, the son of Rashakimbo the Moor. They scared of him. But check it out, it's mad creativity, listen.
Now Balak, the king of the Floabites, was vexed. He then sacrificed 3 of the city's firstborn MCs to the god Ra, the original god of rap. But Ra did not hearken unto him. Spies had returned unto the prince with word that Elijah was en route to Floab. And the prince hurried to decipher who was the best in the cipher in attempts to save the life of his wife and offspring. The first MC was Agonilius, the son of Marshall. The second MC was Phineas, the son of the king of Pygon. The third MC was a foreigner in the land of Floab, the chief poet of Heracleon, Ponspidius. And as Elijah reached the gates, Ponspidius took up his parable and said,
I'm rapping with you, you sacrificial, lot of attack, hit you, come back and get you, my black spit, accurate by the astrolabe, what a casualties
and then the first MC of Floab, Agonilius, took up his parable and said,
Agonilius the bastard, back about the killers, had a bag of riddles, the battle had a madam, a little bit 30 cattle, I rattle up the earth for people, the people of Gaia will get touched first, I'm able.
And then Phineas of Pygon took up his parable and say,
I'm in this life, if you try to spit it with Phineas, plenty of tried, many have died. The relentlessness of my synthesis and convention quick. I'm Phineas of Pygon and I ain't nothing to fuck with.
And Elijah dismounts his horse. He grabbed the horn of an antelope and began this parable.
Which one of you wanna do something to honor the God of the Father Elijah? I slaughter a lot of you out of the love of the heavenly Father, the eyes up. Who watching? Who watching? Whoever the cleverest lyricist better appear and revere the rap God. Behold, they was looking for the last great rhymer, but on them poems the guys spit fire and brimstone. We cold, my people hang their heads and your spitters on the city wall. Blood dripping off my gold scimitar in your city center. That's where the witty spitter prophesies in the brown wool cloak of a monk. All you see is the eye of cosmos to open it up. Unlimited pain for those who can't remember my name. I'm rap God, the true and living. I wrote the sacred scrolls of making flows and gave humans rhythm to make music with them. Doom blooms assuming the numerous tombs I silt up or built up. I fill up the wells with heads and let the blood of the dead run through underground rivers till you're standing there and wondered how vicious will God be. Pay tribute, 30 barrels of ink. The pharaoh's archers, arrows, disappear or make your river stink.
And as Elijah the walls of Floab began to fall, the trumpet sounded as the heavenly angel of rap divinity of the church of rap God, everlasting Elijah rap God, did as he said. He took the heads of the three MCs, Agonilius, the son of Marshall, Phineas, the son of the king of Pygon, and the third, the foreigner, the chief poet of Heracleon, Pontus Phidias, and he placed them in the wells. And the prince of Floab, he too was slain by the sword. His head remains on the spear of Elijah. And this is the story of Elijah rap God.
I need to get somebody to animate this. It'll be looking like have on cloaks and shit. Oh, it'll be off the hook. That's imagination. I mean, that's all I can contribute, you know what I'm saying? Like stuff I could think of. I know that ain't everybody's cup of tea, but that's mine though. That's produced by DJ Epic. Just some old chill though. I ain't on it though like that. Just for sharing that stuff. You know, really, I can see that scene. I can see a whole scene for that. Like, I can see it just looking like Dusty, a cartoon, man. I need to start learning how to make cartoons. You know what I'm saying? What's up with y'all in the chat? Oh, I see some good fire. Shout out to y'all. Elijah can give Seymour Jones a run for his money. Oh, Freemore Jones against Elijah, the rhyme divisor? Oh, that's crossing two of my mental worlds. I don't know how that happened. Honestly, I think Freemore Jones will win, bro. Freemore Jones is the man. Somebody said this hard. I appreciate you, Black Diamond. Let the creativity flow. It'll reach its level. Word up, James. Well, that's all we be looking off. And so way back as a teen, I used to spit Bible verses. Yeah, to me too. That's what I'm saying. To me too. That was my rendition of biblical oration, or being a biblical orator, even though I was just drawing on some complete imagination. If I opened up the audio book of the Bible and I got one of those really good readers, man, they be busting, bro. You know they be busting. So what I used to do, just like you said, Gideon, I would open like the Bible or some book like that, and I would read the verses, but where they wasn't rhyming, I'd just throw in a rhyme. It's like in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the man and the blah, blah, blah. Then I'll just throw in, for what's that worth? You know what I'm saying? And then I'll just keep on reading it and just bust and just try to make it run. But that's some old stuff. We just chilling. I'm probably going to have a long show. So allow me just to chill. There was that second book of Elijah. Because Elijah had switched up his style, right? After he killed, he really was busting on them fools.
Father Father Elijah. I slaughter a lot of you out of the love of the heavenly Father. The eyes of me is a fire, and I ain't nothing to find with.
So them three, when he pulled up to the gates of, I think he was in Shechem or somewhere. It was like 3 MCs, Agonilius, Phineas, and another 3 MCs. And we heard them spit. They was all right. But he really smashed them. And so imagine having to say, okay, I got to write 3 raps where people agree that the first dude was okay, second dude okay, third dude, but the last dude actually is the best. But everybody might not agree that, but
And Elijah dismounts his horse. He grabbed the horn of an antelope and began this parable.
Which one of you wanna do something to honor the God of the Father Elijah? I slaughter a lot of you out of the love of the heavenly Father. The eyes of who watching, whoever the cleverest lyricist better appear and revere the rap God. Behold, they was looking for the last great rhymer, but on them palms the guys spit fire and brimstone. We cold, my people.
damn, that boy was going in on them. My people hang the head of your spitters on the city walls. Blood dripping from my gold scimitar in the city center. I forgot what he said. He was going in, though.
Who hang the heads of your spitters on the city wall. Blood dripping off my gold scimitar in your city center. That's where the witty spitter prophesies in the brown wool cloak of a monk. All you see is the outer cosmos to open it up. Unlimited pain for those who can't remember my name. I'm rap God, the true and living. I wrote the sacred scrolls of making flows and gave humans rhythm to make music with.
We got to step our game up, man. Where the animators at, man? I'm totally into intellectual property. I'm totally into sharing everything I know about it. We still got a DAO running right now to help people with their own intellectual property. You can find out about that at hieroglyphics.com, where you can fund your projects. You know what I'm saying? As long as you're willing to commit a little bit of piece of the intellectual property back to the collective so that it build and grow. You know what I'm saying? God, my man Tri-State, golly. Tri-State is just one of the illest. You feel me? Oh, no. See, they probably gonna, if I start, I hope they don't get on my side. Tri-State, Lyric Jones, West Side Gun. Put out by Hieroglyphics. Come on now. This dude be busting. This West Side.
My sounds, scams, and gold grounds. Hunt out rounds, my styles fly out. Cash out, my niggas milk cows.
You know we get around, boy.
I ghost ride, niggas call me pen pal. Hands down, I'm slime with the pen sal.
Oh no, that's Huss.
Black reptile, you niggas call me Huss Kill Bill. Clapping everything, make the gun windmill. Bitch open the puss, grab out the hills. I used to give her cream pies and squeezing the jibs. We used to play house like kids. You niggas know my lifestyle's gliss. Chill with the envy.
Y'all don't know nothing about that, man.
My niggas get it tenfold. West Side Gun, Tri-State, that's my kinfold. Caught a shot of your lymph nodes.
You admiring the threads, yo, it's tailor-made. Custom, fly shit, niggas stay paid. Even the rhymes to the way we murder every stage. Custom, everybody trying to do the same. Classic from the sport cars and gold chains.
That's that contribution to hip hop, boy. We stay putting out the fly shit, man.
That's how we rock
Fuck
everything. That be the label.
Come on, let's go.
Flash the Uzi, my rap's a movie. Match the jewelry, the leather in the Lambo is Louis. The fabric of my character's rich. I'm a paperback author on some high-end shit, laws of power. Send out orders for last showers, my chefs are sour. When you tamper with the chowder, the taste is vintage. Don Trump and his apprentice couldn't mimic the flavors that I sprinkled in the image. Black Kango, tailor-made jumpers, I was Django. The chains hanging off my neck dangle. Slang dookie, rope lingo. Thick shoelace, the 4-finger ring, Elohim Stilo. The son of Malcolm, tribe of Shabazz, I'm like a falcon. Fly when I hunt for the cash, you know the outcome. X all the enemies out. Throw a heat-seeking stray and let Siri reroute. That's what
Yeah, I be loving that fly shit, boy. That's that new hip-hop, man. That's my man Tri-State, Huss Kingpin, Lyric Jones, and West Side Gun. What's up with y'all, though, man? What we doing? In the chat, who we beating up? They be coming with the suit on this. I'm putting something together for they migrations didn't affect the population of Kemet. I have a whole presentation for y'all on that. How they be on the migrations didn't affect nothing. They crazy. But yeah, Fremore Jones will beat Elijah the Rhyme Deviser if they ever met up. Fremore Jones got a voodoo and stuff. Elijah the Rhyme Deviser, really his power is just busting. He's like an orator. But Fremore Jones, what? I know y'all ain't on it like that, but I am. Let me see what'll happen if I type Fremore Jones. Is anything gonna pop up? No, you gotta type Tally Ho, huh? All right. I'm tripping. I'm chilling down. But all of this is just fun. And ways to teach people. So in California, in 1844, before California was actually, I think it was 1848, when the United States got California. But in 1844, there was a brother that I often talk about named William Alexander Leidesdorff. All right. Now, right here, look, they're going to be like, I don't doing nothing about pictures. I'm just going to read it. William Alexander Leidesdorff was one of the earliest biracial black U.S. citizens of California and one of the founders of the city that became San Francisco. Leidesdorff. You can say his name however, but I'm just talking. Hey, look. Brothers like this, I like to look up to. Multifaceted brothers like this throughout history that did things while they were living. This brother was so hard. Now you see it say 1848, he died coincidentally. Because that's when America came and smashed on his land. And, I ain't going in with no conspiracy theories, but he died in that same year. But they say a highly successful, enterprising businessman. He was of West Indian immigrant, of African, Cuban, possibly Carib, Danish, Swedish, and Jewish ancestry. Feel me? He got to California in 1841. He got to California in 1841. By 1844, he owned 35,000 acres and more. Not 3,500. 35,000 acres. Now, we know about 1849, just the gold rush. We know about the San Francisco 49ers. But what we didn't know is that they was rushing to a black man's land. That's what we didn't know. Let me start this again. Let me read this again. He migrated to Alta California in 1841. before the San Francisco 49ers. Then under Mexican rule, settling in Yerba Buena. You know what that is? That's Frisco. How many people was there when he got there? Now San Francisco, a village of about 30 Mexican and European families. So he got to Frisco when there was 30 families there. And balled out of control. He balled so out of control on their heads that by time, again, in 4 years, he owned 35,000 acres of California. And he had the biggest house in San Francisco. So much so when America took California, and they had the first governor's ball in San Francisco. Guess whose house that was at? It's at a black man's house. Now, look, he became a Mexican citizen in 1844, and he received a land grant from the Mexican government, 8 Spanish leagues, or 35,500 acres. 500,000 acres. South of the American River, known as Rancho Rio de los Americanos. So all of this Frisco, all of this Cali was really all black, because I showed y'all what this led to. I did the research about, see, Negro Hill couldn't have been a thing if it wasn't for him. He owned Negro Hill. I had to do the research because they told lies, and we got enough research methodology to get through the lies. You can readily find the lies on the internet. But it comes down to this. The Mexican government gave the land to a black man, William Alexander Leidesdorff. It's so funny that they say he was supposed of all these ancestries, even Jewish, but when John Folsom went to go find his mama to get Swindler out of his land after he died, he went to the Caribbean and found her. So I don't know. I'm just saying he didn't go to Israel or no place Danish or Swedish. He went to, and that's documented. So when we talking about this history, I teach it creatively. And I teach it with my own, letting out my own creative will and power. But he got that land grant. Let's click on that land that he got. Rancho Rio de los Americanos. Too bad they ain't just showing, I thought they would show us a map of how big the area was. He served as the U.S. Vice Consul to Mexico at the Port of San Francisco beginning in 1845. Leidesdorff was president of the San Francisco School Board. I forgot to throw that in, man. Dang, I forgot to throw that in. He put the first school in Frisco. They telling you he was the president of the school board because he was the president because he founded it. Y'all didn't know all of this? So the funny part, people be like, well, let's say he's biracial. Well, biracial really wasn't a thing back then. They was on one drop. Even if he looked as white as he supposedly looked right here, which he probably didn't. You know how they lighten everybody in the pictures. But one drop was what they was on in the 1800s. This is why he find himself out west in the unfrontier times. And if you want me to prove it, you go look at what we find on his land. So when I tell you that, if you think about all of that Tahoe area, after they raised the Indians up out of there or what have you, that was all black area. Not going as far up maybe as Tahoe, but El Dorado County was all owned by him. So we find historical places inside of El Dorado County, which would have been Rancho Rio de los Americanos, part of it. Places like Negro Hill, the Negro Bar. If I type Negro Bar Folsom, it's going to take us to a campsite where it's talking about the Black Miners Bar, okay? This is the state of California telling you this. They telling you, look, we took this land basically from the black people, right, who was mining for gold, and we filled it up with water, and it's a lake now. California State, where is Black Miners Bar? The Black Miners Bar is just that. But notice that the Black Miners Bar is the Black Miners Bar. It's different from what? The Negro Bar. Folsom, California. Here now, Folsom. Here's Negro Bar, Black Miners Bar Group. But no, this is a different one. It's still in Folsom. Notice that, because it was John Folsom who swindled the land from Leidesdorff after he died. I mean, you know, from his inheritance. So but that ain't what we're looking for. We're looking for actual Negro Bar inside of Folsom Lake. Negro Bar, and now they want to rename it. Plan to be renamed. Whatever. Well, that all leads back to Leidesdorff. But if I type a different location, Negro Hill, California, we're taken to the same area. But then they try to lie and tell you that this is Mormon Island, that Mormons first mined on Negro Hill. But I just showed you who owned it. Drake dad, William Alexander Leidesdorff. Shout out to my man in the chat who said that. So Negro Hill, now the funny part is if you really do the research on Negro Hill, in the 60s, the U.S. government really had tombstones that said Nigger Hill, buried on Nigger Hill. Now, right here, if you see Negro Hill is under Folsom Lake. You see that? And so, again, Folsom Lake is on the old Rancho Rio de los Americanos. So that's where Fremore Jones came in. So I got this I got this audio bed to a movie that I've been working on for about 13 years now. It's called Saucy. But I remember when Bill Cosby did Fat Albert. In the middle of Fat Albert, another cartoon used to come on. Y'all remember that? It was called The Brown Hornet. So they used to be doing the cartoon, and then the Brown Hornet would come on, and everybody in the cartoon would stop and go run to watch the Brown Hornet. So I said, I'm going to bring that back. I'm going to do it based on some knowledge, though. And I'm everybody in my movie Saucy, they're going to be doing what they're doing. Then they're going to stop and go watch Tally Ho. Tally Ho is the horse. It's not really a magical horse, but Tally Ho is the horse of Fremore Jones. Fremore Jones is in 1844 trying to make his way out west to William Alexander Leidesdorff land. So when y'all be watching these movies and stuff, and y'all be hearing that it like the Scorpion King, and then you find out there was really a Scorpion King in Egypt, then they do the Lion King, and you find out there was really a Lion King. Rue. We not saying it went down like they say it went down in the movie. Same like I'm not saying that it went down the way that it's going down in Tally Ho. Because it wasn't no person named Fremore Jones. But I'm putting him into history in my imagination as a black cowboy he knew voodoo. He trying to make his way out west to the Leidesdorff land. And ultimately, he going to try to, after Leidesdorff die, I haven't thought this through, but it's going through my imagination right now. So what's going to happen probably, after Leidesdorff die, he going to try to stop John Folsom from swindling the land, Negro Bar and Negro Hill from black people and giving it. I mean, that's just what it's going to do. So that's just what it is, though. And I don't know nothing about the Folsom prison, but it's funny you brought that up. It's probably like similar to, they be like, yeah, we're going to do this and then we're going to lock them up over here. But that was just an expression of it. So I'm going to play it. Now that you know the backdrop, right? But Fremore Jones is gangster, though. And the reason why they watch the show, the reason why they stop in the middle of my movie Saucy, the reason why they stop to go watch it is because the way Fremore Jones handled people on his way out west during the time of slavery. So we about to listen to Tally Ho. It's only 5 minutes.
This is a story of a black cowboy in 1844. Tally ho, tally ho. Some things were done for talent, some things you'll never know. Tally ho, tally ho. He fights for justice and freedom everywhere he goes. Tally ho,
sure
tally ho.
Your kind round
hey there, white boy, you don't want this stuff. Tally ho, tally ho. Whoa there, Tally. There's some crackers in the background track. Well, not too far now, Tally. I'm down, man. Yeah, well, I hear some Mormons paying in gold up in the Negro bar. We're gonna see if we can't tend to that. Well, come on, girl. Oh, what's this we got here? Seems we call ourselves one of them whipper crackers.
Come on, Mr. Marsh.
It kind of looked like he didn't took a liking to beating on indigenous men.
Okay, Mr. Marsh.
Say there, cracker.
Mr. Marsh, look out.
Well, it looks like we got ourselves a horse-riding nigger, boy.
Is that right?
What you doing around
Get
these
him, man.
That was one fast draw.
Like that.
You killed my master. What's the matter with you?
No, shut your
You
slave
don't get
ass
me
up.
killed.
Come on, hop in the coach.
I was likely to say use a sent by the good Lord.
Keep it low.
I just never seen a Negro use a gun like
There's
that.
more crackers around here, and all that talking could get us sought out. You need to learn how to shut the fuck up.
Why, I should surely like to know how a Negro gets all these guns in this nice...
You know what? Slave niggas is dead weight. I ain't come this far to get stopped by no one whipping cracker, no bootlicking Negro. Same devilish white boys intend to spread they slave trade out west. And if so, they're gonna have to see free more Jones. Free more Jones. Free more Jones. Oh, let me go stop by this road.
All right, so I already know my imagination ain't what you seeing, but I just seen the whole scene. He was riding through the woods, and then he seen the slave owner whipping the slave, and they got into it. And then the slave master was like, "Look like we got ourselves." Yeah, I'm doing all the voiceover. The slave master was like, "Look like we got ourselves a cowboy nigga or something like that." And they got into their draw, and Fremore Jones was like, "Pow!" And he quick drawed on him. Did y'all see that? Because it's audio, and that's the challenge when trying to make audio beds, to get people to see the same thing, you know. And so that's what happened. So now he tried to help the slave dude, but dude was too much of a bootlicker, so he had to drop dude too. And his statement was, "Slave Negroes is dead weight." Now that's something people gonna be thinking about when they watch it. But let me know. Oh, I got hella beds like this, Khalil. Let's talk. And I often play these from time to time just to get anybody who's interested in contributing to just building something that could really be something. But honestly, watch how. Did y'all see what I was seeing? If you even came out with it just audio version like that, word up. All right, so let's see how that went down again. People say, yeah, they seen it. Somebody say black olives. We're going to talk about the black olives in a minute, because every time they say somebody's skin tone was olive, y'all be leaving the black olives out. One of the most common olives, and ain't nobody skin green. So we're going to talk about it.
They go stop by this ragged ass saloon. See if I can.
My bad. I'm glad that y'all said that y'all seen that. But now that he done dropped the slave and the slave master, he said his ultimate mission is stop. This is 1844. So he said his ultimate mission is stopping slavery from moving out west. His goal is to make it. I don't know where he's at in my head right now. He probably in Arizona or something. But his goal is to stop slavery from moving out west. Notice slavery never moved to the Western nations for different reasons. Oregon had their reasons because they just didn't even want no black people around, period. and it was different reasons on the West Coast. But in my imagination, he's going to be half of the reason, because every time they keep trying to come out, he's just going to be murdering them fools. So, and we're going to be using our creative imagination. And so his trick is, he knows some African voodoo and stuff, but he don't always whip it out. But let's see what happened.
Come this far to get stopped by no one whipping cracker, no bootlicking Negro. Same devilish white boys intend to spread they slave trade out west. And if so, they're gonna have to see free more Jones. Free more Jones. Free more Jones. Oh, let me go stop by this ragged ass saloon. See if I can find this.
See, some of that audio low, I will remix it. He said, "Oh, let me go stop by this raggedy ass saloon and see if I can't get some info or something." But hold on though, y'all. You know how fun this is? Let me show you what this is doing. You open up your DAW, right? I didn't even write none of this. I just was being creative. So you open up your DAW and you lay out, you start interacting with yourself, with the voices, with just various different tracks. But think about this. Every sound that you hear is me going to YouTube, grabbing footsteps. So I say footsteps in the saloon. And I'll grab the audio of footsteps in the saloon and lie it under where it needs to be in order to give our brains the image that what I'm trying to get you to think happening is happening. I didn't bring no water up here. Damn, I'm tripping. And so keep in mind that can be done a lot better. And when you hear all these sounds, it's just me trying to give you the impression of what I'm saying is going on. So you hear the saloon doors open up. I went to YouTube and was like, saloon doors. I listened through a group of saloon doors and was like, them the best ones. Dropped the MP3 file into my editor and put it under the bed as I was just making this whole thing up at once. But let's talk about it.
About this regular ass saloon. See if I can't find this one.
Howdy, Bart. Black guy in town.
Hey, Bill, look at this guy.
Howdy.
Hey there.
What you drinking, traveler?
I'll have a whiskey.
One whiskey for the free black guy. Sitting at the front counter.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Cough, cough.
Yeah, tell him Fremore Jones. I shouldn't have no problem around these parts.
All right, so I thought he was walking up to the bar and the bartender was trying to tip him off to the white people that is a free black dude who just walked up into the bar. I'm only in my own head, and so I don't know if that's being relayed to you, but it seems kind of obvious. Let's see.
Counter.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Look, like he walk up, look.
What you drinking, traveler?
I'll have a whiskey.
One whiskey for the free black guy. Sitting at the front counter.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Cough, cough.
Yeah, tell him Fremore Jones. I shouldn't have no problem around these parts.
Fremore
Now
Jones.
check it out. I've got word that Mormons been mining gold up on the Leidesdorff land.
Now he said he got word that Mormons been mining gold on the Leidesdorff land. We just went through the history of that, but I didn't go into much detail. But what happens is Mormons start coming up on Leidesdorff land mining gold, bruh. And it turned out to be a big ass beef, and it came out to be a big ass shootout. I did all the history. Fat shootout on Leidesdorff land between some white people, black people. Obviously, they did the same thing. White girl came out, said some black dudes was looking at her. The white boys come back with hella guns, but the black people was ready. So people was getting shot all up. They don't even got this as nothing in history. This happened in El Dorado, California. But in my imagination, don't let Fremore Jones get there. Oh, it's going to go down. Watch this. Anyway. So he trying to peep the scene.
Problem around these parts. Now check it out. I've got word that Mormons been mining gold up on the Leidesdorff land.
Yeah?
What you know about that?
Few Mormons have rolled through here.
Is that so?
There's a couple out back.
Well, who's that Negro girl over there slapping on them piano keys?
That fine lady may be Annie Mae Bell. She happens to be the lead Vasqueros at Ranchos Rio de los Americanos.
Rio de los Americanos, huh? Now that's music to my ears.
All right, look. Now I had to do my research. She happens to be the lead Vasqueros at Ranchos Rio de los Americanos. You can't just be writing no BS script. So the lead Vasqueros was like the chief lady, if I'm not mistaken. Something close to that. On the ranch. And so he just like, who that Negro girl slapping on them keys? She the lead. She so he like music to my ears.
Los Americanos, huh? Now that's music to my ears. Shit, I was supposed to arrive 3 sundown from now. Say, white boy.
What may I do you for?
Take these few coins, go on and run over there and scoot to the Negro girl, give her a drink. Tell us from Fremore Jones.
Whiskey on Fremore Jones.
Let me go back here and holler at these Mormons in the back. See what they want to do.
No, I'm telling you guys, I seen it from my own.
All right, so yeah, y'all know while he was at the bar, he told him it was some Mormons chilling in the back. He went and told her to go buy a drink for the Negro girl on the piano keys. Let's see how this go down.
Mormons in the back. See what they want to do.
No, I'm telling you guys, I seen it from my own. Well, Fremore Jones.
Fremore Jones?
Well, if we get our hands on him, partner, I'm telling you, he won't be free no more.
See, what's all this bullshit you heaping around, Mormon? I got word some Fremore Jones. And I got word some of your kind have been running up on Negro bar mining gold.
Well, it don't seem quite that tough for you running up on 3 unarmed Mormons over someone mining up in Negro bar. Yeah, nigga, we happen to be that.
Hey. Yeah, what, motherfucker? Yeah. What?
That's how you wanna play? You'll see more of us.
What I won't do is see more of your bitch ass.
Oh my! Mr. Jones, you just shot a priest.
You're lucky I don't kill kids.
Oh no!
Bitch ass crackers. Let me roll me a smoke. Just lay your bitch ass there and die.
Mr. Fremore Jones, you better freeze. I'm the sheriff.
Will Fremore Jones make it to Ranchos Rio de los Americanos before the white boys catch him? Tune into our page this week to follow the adventures of Tally-Ho.
Y'all know this hella funny. Tally-Ho. I even had to make the theme song. Look, some things you lose for freedom, some things you never know.
Sure not
Alright.
your kind round these
white boy. You don't want this smoke.
We just chilling. Shout out for tuning in to Madjai in the Mornings, where we try to aspire us to at least use our creativity, man. You know what I'm saying? If that's all you got, you can have a whole world of it. You can never stop thinking of things. You know what I'm saying? Since I was young, I dedicated myself to this. I was like, oh, I could think of stuff and contribute to the world by the things that I'm thinking. All right, cool. So yeah, they after the sheriff, after Fremore Jones. We might get back to another episode later in the show. But it was something we was talking about. It was that shootout that people didn't know about. It transpired in El Dorado County. Between, maybe they'll talk about it on here. Look. Oh, they're going to talk about it. That's how it works. The area of Negro Hill was first mined by Mormons. We just proved how that was not true. In 1848. How was that true when it was owned by William Alexander Leidesdorff? But look how this went down. Oh, they mean first mined by Mormons in that time. It was a thriving mining camp across the South Fork of the American River from Mormon Island. In 1849, an African-American named Kelsey from Massachusetts and a Methodist minister, along with another African-American miners, rediscovered the diggings. See how they write that? Together, that contradicts everything we know about Leidesdorff owning all of this land and getting it from the Mexicans. It's just American history, basically. But together, these men established a community, African-American, white, Chinese, Spanish, Mexican, and Portuguese miners. A community of. All right. Spaniards and Mexicans occupied the ground on the south side of the hill. Now notice they all own Leidesdorff land. So they all paying back to Leidesdorff. Thanks for saying that was fire. Shout out to you. And it's going to inspire me to get more creative and to make more contributions. But all entrenched with the knowledge, so deeply entrenched with the knowledge. Like, I'll write a cartoon where they doing the metal netter for real, bro. And people will be like, holy crap, they really in that cartoon, that one dude that's raw in the cartoon. I started a movie about that too, but I didn't have no support. And so I'll be getting like on to the next project. So it goes... I started a movie about where it looked like it's a hood movie, it's a drug dealing movie, but actually they move in knowledge and information. And every shootout, like all the shootouts ain't even shootouts. It'd be like they pull up and they still in a book and stuff instead of they be like, who got that book? Anyway, it got all the elements of a hood movie, but the only contraband is knowledge and information, basically. But I'll show you some of that too. It says the white miners flocked there to a town of Negro Hill. The town of Negro Hill. Now this is funny. Their own everything they say is contradicted by their own statements. Look, the area Negro Hill was first mined by Mormons, right? But it was called Negro Hill. Maybe the niggas was there just twiddling their thumbs and hitting backflips and dancing. But they didn't ever discover mining until these white miners got there in 1849. As white miners flocked the area, the town of Negro Hill developed, reaching a population of 1,200 in 1853. That's after Leidesdorff had died. For a time, Negro Hill was one of the most culturally and ethnically diverse. Let's hear about the war I said. It wasn't really no war, but this shootout I was talking about. Let's see if they talk about it. They probably won't. Well, it was the same theme that you hear across America where a woman says some black people was looking at her, some whatever. And there you go. Mobs came through, but the black people happened to be armed. And so that's what that was. Crazy, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. And so it is men like this that are worthy of our respect, acknowledgement. We ain't got to really like hella trip off like, ooh, no, but like you own 35,000 acres. You know what? He was the first person to ever run a steamship on the Delta. I'll go jet skiing on the Delta and white people will be trying to kick you off the Delta. It ain't me. This is just the world I live in. I could tell y'all about it. It's actually true. Some people be cool. Some people will try to like knock you off your kayak in a big ass boat, laughing and shit. Throw a wave at you. But it might not be racial. It might just be like jerk shit. But the first person to ever operate a steam vessel on the California Delta was William Alexander Leidesdorff. You feel me? We didn't know that. If we look at how much of his land that the American River, how much of his land the American River ran through, we can see why, and we can see how he actually was boating from Frisco all the way up into the Delta. Way back then. Unless you think he took a horse. But the knowledge is he was actually the first to operate a steamship on the Delta. Let's see if they say that. Our ship captain. What? Let me see. So yeah, he was down. Look, the Negro Seaman Act. Man, brothers used to get it in. William Alexander Leidesdorff was thought the last black ship captain in Louisiana after strict enforcement of the Negro Seamen's Act began in the port of New Orleans. We didn't even know this, huh? He traveled to New York to become the master of the schooners. All right? To become the master of the schooner Juliana Ann that sailed from New York to Frisco. Bruh, this dude was putting hands on people. Seriously though? He was like, I could do that. A lot of us would be scared to do that. You know what I'm saying? He traveled to New York to become the master of the schooner Juliana Ann that sailed from New York to Frisco, bruh. He is a boss. Like in this time period, dude, 1848, 1841. Now, it was a part of Mexico when he did this. It says to Yerba Buena, later San Francisco. In Alta, California, then part of Mexico in 1841. His route was via Panama, St. Croix, Brazil, Chile, the Sandwich Islands, Hawaii, Sitka, Alaska, and on to California through the Pacific Current of the age of the sail. Y'all know how to do that? I don't even know. That seemed like you got lost. But I'm just saying, how you hit all that? Now I said he was the first for the steamship, so here we go. On arriving in Yerba Buena, leaders, now they got him looking more black. You see how they want to do that? Because when they take them pictures off, you're going to say, oh, okay, I can see that look like a brother right there. Not because this is copper, because we're not tainted by the coloring of the portrait from the top. And you know how they want to make it look. How he wanted to probably make it look. He was biracial. But look, on arriving in Yerba Buena, Leidesdorff, right? Leidesdorff, yeah. Jr. began to rebuild his business, the Village Cove. So it's all about entrepreneurship. If you in the 1840s and you got that well understood, my brothers need to have that understood right now. The Village Cove then only had 30 European Mexican families. So it did not take long for the ambitious man to make an impact. He launched the first steamboat to operate on San Francisco Bay and the Sacramento River. Sacramento River leads to the Delta. But I did say the Delta. They say before reaching the Sacramento San Joaquin River Delta. How about on the American River? Sacramento River. And the American River, which was his. A lot of it, great portion of it ran through his land. But my point, he is what? He launched the first steamboat to operate on San Francisco Bay. He had a 37-footer back then. It was a 37-foot long and purchased in Alaska. It's hard to get a 37-footer right now. But that's not a big boat. But I'm saying, you know, most of us ain't getting 37-footers. He built a city hotel, y'all. So the first hotel in Frisco was built by who? A black man. Just say that. We're going to play a music pause real quick. Hold on, because I want to run downstairs and get some water. But they wasn't even letting me listen to that music, so I'm going to open up the Zoom. Let's talk about some brothers who did some stuff that can inspire us to do some stuff. First, I need to always open up so people can share their screen. Yeah, I was going to go ride up to Knight's Ferry and go rock crawling, dog. I'll be doing some. Like today, I'm going to go to this development that's undeveloped and play with some RC cars. But it's real. It's real, whatever. I don't even need to say nothing. But I'm like, really, it'd be so scientific, it'd be crazy. I'll be over there trying to, like today I gotta take this car apart and put some more weight in the rear tires. But whatever, let me see. Let me try to share this. That's undeveloped. Excuse me. Share the Zoom link. We just chilling. We could talk about anything. Don't feel restricted to what I was talking about. Kind of was like talking about the merge between history and intellectual property and trying to make it useful in all regards when we learn things. I normally incorporate it as creative content. But I just shared the Zoom. What I'm going to do is see if I could go white crown. Matter of fact, I'll be right back.
Upper age boy, got that white crown, upper age boy. Babylonian bars, you can really spit it, get it, dagger on me. That harpoon, it ain't for abalone. Phoenician pieces made of Nubian gold. Antediluvian scrolls hit the Dubian poles. And if you wanna debate that, you'll get truly exposed. I'm like the king of Axum, Axon. Bring the maxims of Patar back to action. I actually swing my axe, so Y-axis 32 degrees west on the Y-axis. Try and catch us. Christianity was stole from Kemet, lying bastards. Compare the book of Psalms to Amenope. Sometimes when rhyming, I'm just like a shaman, okay?
Some sound alright, but then they act silly. By conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. By conquering my crown, and that's really very silly.
I'm a star charting Bantu boy with my bow and arrow. I raise a king in my gnome if I don't know the pharaoh. Explosive and lethal in your dreams like Joseph the Hebrew. And no sending evil jet and neck bent. Here to ward that off, I'm not a sage burner. Right. Scroll learner, the page turner.
I used to talk about a black pirate. A black pirate who rode with Blackbeard. That sounds pseudo? Y'all know about Blackbeard the pirate? Blackbeard the pirate, his crew was half black. See, y'all gonna mess up the fact that they called him Blackbeard. That was about his beard. It don't have nothing to do with his homies. So who was, this is gonna get crazy to y'all. Who was Blackbeard's right-hand man? Somebody say it in the chat. Blackbeard the pirate is a real thing to America. Matter of fact, the U.S. Navy had a lot to do with forming around Blackbeard and them, because first he was fighting the British and all these other people, or whoever it was. But y'all, I want to know if y'all know any of that history. Blackbeard the pirate crew, and I seen his crew manifest. Blackbeard the pirate crew was all black. See, this is what happened. It was white pirates and black pirates, and it was interracial bands of pirates. But Black Caesar was supposed, not Black Caesar, Blackbeard was supposed to be the baddest pirate off the coast, the East Coast. And no one could run up on North Carolina, an island off of North Carolina, Ocracoke or something, Ocracoke, something like Ocracoke. Yeah, Black Caesar. Black Caesar was the only one. When these black pirates ran up on the island, it was all good. I'm talking about some naval history, U.S. naval history. Hold up. And a person known as Blackbeard the pirate. Black Caesar was a black pirate who wind up hooking up with Blackbeard. And the reason being is because, like I said, nobody was hard enough to run up on the island except Black Caesar and his crew. So Black Caesar and his crew penetrated Roanoke, Ocracoke, whatever the island is in North Carolina. I ain't mixing no history. I know this shit right. You just now learning about it. So be quiet and listen, Mr. M. Because no matter what subject I'm talking about, you raise a contention. So I'm not feeding trolls today. Just kick back and listen. And then I'll put all the stuff. Yeah, I'll put all the stuff on the screen after I tell you it off the top. All right. So Black Caesar was a pirate, a black pirate from Africa, supposedly. He got a glorious tale of his history. I don't know that there was a white beard, but you can look up Blackbeard at any source. I'll put him right in here. But before I tell y'all the way we showing this, I want y'all to hear it, the way I remember it. When Black Caesar, because what's the name stole a boat. Blackbeard had stole one of the best boats that the British had. And so when Black Caesar and them pulled up on him, he allowed them to be half of his crew. So Black Caesar and them left their boats and hopped on with Blackbeard. Now, if y'all don't know none of this, I don't know what's going on. Oops, I said Bard. They talking about, they go Black Caesar right there. So before I even talk about Blackbeard, notice when I click Blackbeard the pirate, Black Caesar, who I'm telling y'all about, was the West African pirate. Somebody be like, tell me a short they say what you saying. Then just shut up and listen sometimes. That's Black Caesar, who we're going to talk about in a minute. A West African pirate who operated during the golden age of piracy. He served upon Queen Anne's revenge of Edward Teach, who is Blackbeard. Golly. Like trolling the school, and you can troll to learn, but it kind of just like mess it up sometimes. Do you see what they saying? But I wasn't even talking about Black Caesar yet. We talking about Blackbeard. He stole that boat, that Queen Anne's revenge. You feel me? And had a half black crew. Now, his half black crew was because he picked up the West Africans. But the West African pirates was holding down. I hope y'all know that, right? So don't be scared to learn how to swim. That started with racism in the 60s and shit. Not letting black people go to the swimming pool. Had to go to the free-flowing river and drown and shit. That ain't historic, bruh. Now look, I just killed the troll with that one little excerpt, but we wasn't talking about Black Caesar yet. That's the African pirate. We talking about Blackbeard. So people be messing it up because why? Because since his name is Blackbeard, I hope they wasn't trying to say he was black. They stooped. They messed it up. He had a black beard. But we don't question whether his beard was black. But his homie, the number one, the chief lieutenant on his boat was Black Caesar. And in the last final fight, when they finally got caught, Black Caesar was still the hardest. Either Black Caesar was trying to blow up the whole boat, like we ain't going out like that, or something, but we could read it from the sources. They're going to say exactly the same thing. But Edward Thatch is him in history, known as Blackbeard. He was the English pirate who operated around the West Indies and in the eastern coast of the Britain's North American colonies. All right? That's America. Little was known about his early life, but he may have been a sailor or privateer ship during Queen Anne's War before settling in the Bahama Islands in the new province. So when they talk about all these pirates of the Caribbean, they don't mention how many of them. I mean, Black Caesar and them, these dudes stayed away from Black Caesar and them. Put it this way. Not even the British military could make it onto his island. But Black Caesar and them came up on the island like what it do. I don't know if they fought their way on, but let's just keep on reading. The Queen's Anne before settling in the Bahama, whose crew Teach joined around 1716. Horngold placed him in the command of a sloop that he had captured, and the two engaged in numerous acts of piracy. Their numbers are boosted, blah, 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 blah. Let's get down to where he start getting in with Black Caesar. Now, Teach captured the French slave ship. There you go. So now this is white people capturing slave ships, letting the slaves go free and employing them in the crew. That happened too. You can see, because all you got to do is read the manifest of the boat. They got that still. I've seen it for myself. Oh, here's the island. Ocracoke. Okay, Ocracoke. This is the island that Blackbeard commandeered and took, and the U.S. Navy couldn't even run up on it. But he took a French slave ship known as the La Concorde and renamed her Queen Anne's Revenge, equipped it with 40 guns, and crewed her with over 300 men. You feel me? What was that going on? He ain't really like no pirate, bruh. That's just his name in history. But he really right now, they'd be probably saying a revolutionary or something. But Edward Teach captured the French slave ship. Don't even think Black Caesar and them didn't have no part in that, bro. That's all they doing. Them brothers is on the water like you think you got some captives. Oh my gosh. So they say actually the fanciful story of Black Caesar is that he was captured as a slave. And then freed himself somehow and became a pirate. Like they should have movies on that. Well, look, I'm gonna have to write some creative stuff. Ooh, Black Caesar. Oh, I can't wait to do that. In my imagination, just lay out the audio. I need some pirate music. I'm gonna find pirate music. West African pirate music. So maybe it'll just be West African music. Yeah. That's going to inspire the whole script. But as we learn, Queen Anne's Revenge was equipped with 40 guns and he crewed it with 300 men. He became the renowned pirate. His nickname derived from his thick black beard and fearsome appearance. So there's no claims that Blackbeard was black. His crew was half black, partially because he captured slave ships. This ain't the only one, but this was the big one that became a threat because it was a 40-gun ship, 20 guns on each side, I guess. You know? Now look, this is when he started funking with the governor, Lieutenant Robert Maynard, right here. And you feel me? And look, however, he was soon back at sea where he attracted Allen, the governor of Virginia, Alex Spotwood. Spotwood arranged for a party of soldiers and sailors to capture him on 22nd of November, 1718, following a ferocious battle. Teach and several of his crew were killed by a small force of sailors led by Robert Maynard. Now, if you go into that story, you start to learn about Black Caesar. But if we snap back and just read the page on Black Caesar, we can start learning. These dudes was hard. Like, I mean, these dudes was hard. Let's go to Black Caesar. Now look, for the 19th century, Haitian pirate, sometimes known as Black Caesar too, so this is what I need you to know. We got to see Henry Caesar. So what am I saying? First, that black people was naval and a force in the Navy. Not the Navy, but in naval operations. Marine, maritime operations. During the time when they was trying to get all the slavery popping, Caesar, later known as Black Caesar. Somebody be like, read. Dude, this ain't one of them shows, bruh. Bro, that's the other Black Caesar. We're going to read on him too. But it's funny because they took Black Caesar and put him in the black exploitation flicks as some type of popo or something. But this is history. So later known as Black Caesar, 1718, was a West African pirate who operated during the golden age of piracy. Now, this is what I said. He served aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge of Edward Teach Blackbeard and one of the surviving members of the crew following What did I say? He was hard. He was trying to, I think he got hung though. But when everybody got shot up, he had like ran to the back, tried to like either blow up the whole boat, and they caught him and maybe hung him. But let's hear what they say. He served aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge, which was Blackbeard's of Edward Teach, Blackbeard, and was one of the surviving members of the crew following Blackbeard's death at the hands of Lieutenant Robert Maynard. You feel me? Myths around his life. That he was African royalty. You see this on the screen? That he was African royalty and terrorized the Florida Keys for years before joining Blackbeard. Let's see. This is messing me up. My mouse is just tripping. It says that he was African royalty and terrorized the Florida Keys for years before joining Blackbeard, have been intermixed with legends and fictional accounts as well as other pirates. Okay? Now let's listen to the legend. But he exists. And he was him. But let's listen to the legend of him. Black Caesar, according to traditional accounts, was a prominent African tribal war chieftain. Come on, man. Do I have to bring out all the bombs? I should get some more support than I'll be getting. But I love my supporters, don't get it twisted. But I just be like, damn, I don't be watching people's shows and be getting the bombs like this. Black Caesar, according to traditional accounts, was a prominent African tribal war chieftain, widely known for his huge size, immense strength, and keen intelligence. He evaded capture from many different slave traders. This is his legend. For many different slave traders. Caesar was finally captured when he and 20 of his warriors were lured onto a ship by slave traders. Y'all know this story, right? About the shiny objects. Do you know that story that you hear about luring them on with the shiny objects actually come from Black Caesar? All right. Look, Caesar was finally captured when he and 20 of his warriors were lured onto a ship by a slave trader, showing him a watch. The trader promised to show him and his warriors more objects, which were too heavy and too numerous to bring on shore. Do y'all see that? So you can't say it's of my creation. Some things we just don't be knowing about. It's not, I don't get a benefit that you don't know these things. But when you be like, show me somebody who say that in all capitals. Like, it's even cool if it wasn't in all capitals. But when you say it in all caps, it's like, dude, you tripping. This is, I don't pride myself in making nothing up but my own creations. Like, I ain't trying to make up history. If they came aboard his ship. So it says, heavy items are too numerous to bring on the ship if they came aboard his ship. He enticed them to stay with food, musical instruments, silk scarves, and jewels. However, I need to read slower because some people don't be tripping. I don't like to go into no. We got to break it down. If they came aboard the ship, he enticed them to stay with food, musical instruments, silk scarves, and jewels. Okay? However, he had his men raise anchor and slowly sail away. When Caesar discovered what was happening, he and his men attempted to charge their captors, but were driven back by the well-armed sailors using swords and pistols. Although it took a considerable length of time for him and his warriors to accept their captivity, he was eventually befriended by a sailor who was the only man Black Caesar would accept food and water from. He gives sources to this legend. As they neared the coast of Florida, the sudden appearance of a hurricane threatened to destroy the ship off of the Florida reefs. You ain't heard this story? This is a dope story. Recognizing the ship's imminent destruction. They telling it, but you could hear it longer. Maybe you should go read this book. I don't know if I read it out of 20 Florida Pirates, but this tale is a little longer. They're truncating it for a wiki. But yeah, they come across a storm in the Florida reefs. Recognizing that the ship's imminent destruction, the sailors snuck below decks and freed Caesar. The one sailor who was feeding Caesar in this legendary story that should possibly be a movie snuck below deck and freed him because the boat was about to go under. So he like, at least y'all don't need to go under, tie it all up. Look, the two then forced the captain and the crew into a corner, most likely at gunpoint, and boarded one of the longboats. These are what we blatantly or whatever disdainfully call a banana boat. Boarded on one of the longboats with ammunitions and other supplies. The wind and waves pushed them to shore where they waited out the storm, apparently the only survivors of the doomed ship. You see? So now, the other dude who survived with Black Caesar in this legend was supposedly, see, a legend is a fanciful tale that all people didn't witness, but some people gave a verbal account of, and it becomes legend. It could just be, it ain't myth. Myth is different than legend, that you got a true account of it from somebody. Like the legend of somebody means they did great things that all people couldn't witness. But anyway, that could be a lot of just making that up in here. You know what I'm saying? But the wind and the waves pushed them to shore where they wait. But he lived though. But he was a real human. The wind and the waves pushed them to shore where they waited out the storm, apparently the only survivors of the doomed ship. They soon began using the lifeboat to lure passing ships which stopped to give them assistance. While posing as shipwrecked sailors, they would sail out. They said they would sail out to vessels offering to take them aboard. Once they were close to the vessels, they brought out their guns and demanded supplies and ammunition, threatening to sink the ship if they refused. He and the sailor continued this ploy for a number of years. He and the sailor continued this ploy for a number of years and amassed a sizable amount of treasure, which was buried in Elliot's Key. Now, if you hear about, yeah, he was real. He was real, but this is his legend, bro. He was real. He died on American records. He got killed by the U.S. government. Like this is just a legend of him. So we ain't saying if we can trust nobody legend, but this is how they told it. It says he and the sailors continued his ploy for a number of years and amassed a sizable amount of treasure, which was buried in Elliot's Key. Now, when we talk about the treasure in Elliot's Key, we could go in on that for a long time. Yeah, so let's talk about it, because Gillian said piracy at best. And in these days and ages, I would possibly agree. But in the time period, the majority of the ships sailing across from they were criminal ships. The name of ship sailing from Africa to the Americas that wasn't a criminal ship. In the sense of the British government, they were criminals. America was founded by criminals of Britain and stuff. And in the sense of slavery, these people deserve everything they got. If these people, I didn't say every ship that they commandeered was a slave ship, but they also were known for commandeering slave ships. This is how they amassed their crew, because it was only supposedly 2 of them. But we'll hear how they say that. It says, however, he and the sailor had a falling out over a young woman. Ain't that what be happening? The mate had brought back from one of the ships they looted. Fighting over her, Caesar killed his longtime friend in a duel and took the woman for his own. You hear that? Yeah, I think most people on the water, again, this is just my assertion, but in the 1800s, most everybody on the water was a criminal. The 1700s, it wasn't too many vessels traveling from, because they would either be, you could say, oh, well, the slave ships wasn't criminal because that shit was sanctioned. But that would be an immoral view. So I would just say that, yeah, I'm not, these are pirates. We're looking at pirates. You know what I'm saying? So just to be clear, people just coming into the video, we're looking at pirates. Like, we ain't looking at nobody who been put down in history as freedom fighters or nothing. But we should be fair to the nature of what was happening in the world around them, especially for a black African king. I wouldn't be able to label him as a pirate like that because of what was happening. They was trying to take them as slaves. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. It said he began taking on more pirates over time and soon was able to attack ships on the open sea. So where did these people come from? Because they say he was taking on more pirates. You see what I'm saying? But if it was just him and one dude and then he killed the dude, how is he taking on more pirates? It must either be more people like-minded like him doing the same thing, they joined it up, but that ain't well explained in his legend. He and his crew were often able to avoid capture avoid capture. I want y'all to notice something. This avoid capture really ain't even talking about capture by police. This avoid capture is capturing being taken into slavery. You see what I'm saying? And so, in theory, it means both for a black crew of pirates at this time period. And so, that word pirate is limiting when we look at everything that they was fighting against. But it says he and his crew were often able to avoid capture by running into Caesar's Creek. So did you know Caesar's Creek in America, wherever that's at, someplace like North Carolina or something? Or maybe Florida? Yeah. Caesar's Creek and other inlets in between Elliott and Old Rhodes Key. That's somewhere in Florida, like. And onto the mangroves. So Caesar's Creek is named that because of Black Caesar. But they ain't gonna call it Black Caesar's Creek. They just call it Caesar's Creek. And so, I mean, you can read about they're going to talk about the so-called harem that he had on the island and all of this pirate type stuff. But here it goes. The myth surrounding the Black Caesar's time in Florida Keys cannot be verified by period sources, all right? Elements of the legend surrounding Black Caesar can be traced to literary inventions such as a play, Blackbeard and the Captive Princess, and Black Caesar's novel Clan. So they say some of these things are fanciful, but that doesn't write him out of history. So now we're not looking at his legend anymore. We're looking at his service with Blackbeard, which is actual history, as we're going to draw it from the general history of pirates. What can be known for certain is that Caesar served aboard Blackbeard's flagship. So that could be known for certain. Queen Anne's Revenge was a slave ship that they stole. So what some people can pit Blackbeard into some type of a rebel type of a thing if they wanted to. Be like, oh, Blackbeard was fighting the man and he was freeing the slaves. He did. Now let's read this from the 1724 record. I told y'all, man, when I said I seen the records, I just wasn't saying no pseudo stuff. But this ain't it. There's even one where you can see the actual page, the primary. But look, it says, he was still with Blackbeard in 1718. This is Black Caesar. He was still with Blackbeard in 1718 when the pirates were cornered by Lieutenant Maynard. The general history of the pirates in 1724. Now look at this. This is what they don't want you to read. Oh yeah, this is beating the Abos up. The Abos is stupid. Because we was running around black and white people fighting the oppression together. Let's read this. This is a document from 1784. Teach had little or no hope of escaping, and therefore he had posed a resolute fellow, a Negro whom he had bred up with a like match. I told you he was going to blow up the ship. That's what the primary said, bruh. Now, cats be acting like I don't never make shit up. Let me show you. This is what the primary say. The general history of pirates. Teach, who is Blackbeard, had little or no hope of escaping, and therefore had posted a resolute fellow, a Negro, whom he had bred up. No, he think he bred him up, but that was Black Caesar. With a lighted match in the powder room. So you got a lit match in the powder room. What you about to do? You about to blow the boat. With commands to blow up when he should give him orders. It didn't say blow it up. It said with commands to blow up when he should give him orders. They just be writing like that. I don't know. Which was as soon as the lieutenant and his men could have entered. So they was going to blow up the ship. And it said, though that so he might have destroyed his conquerors. And when the Negro found how it went with Blackbeard, he could hardly be persuaded from the rash action by two prisoners that were then in hold of the sloop. He could hardly be persuaded. So when he found out that this is what I'm trying to say. This is what he's trying to say. When he found out that they killed Blackbeard upstairs on the boat, he could hardly be persuaded from the rash action. The rash action was blowing up the boat by two prisoners that were in the hold of the sloop. So it was two prisoners. It was two prisoners who would not let him blow up the boat. But that's from the primary. That's not from the legend. And they say Negro, Negro. So that's just something they don't teach. Now look, he got hung. Watch this. Taken prisoner by Virginian colonial authorities, Caesar, whom the general history refers to only as Caesar, not Black Caesar, was tried for piracy, but was acquitted. Interesting. Watch when he get hung, though. He got acquitted? I thought he got hung. Let's see. Later historians and writers equated the Negro who tried to blow up the vessel with Caesar, but there were at least 6 black pirates aboard the ship. I told y'all. But there were at least 6 black pirates aboard the ship, and the one breaded up by Blackbeard was not identified at the trial. So it could have been him, but it was hella black pirates on the ship. It was more than 6. So it was 6 like people who was like bosses. But the crew was made up of a lot of people they called Negro too. The crew was the people who rowed the boat down at the bottom or steamed the boat and man the guns. And out of the 300 men, if you go do it, a lot of them was Negro. But they all got paid the same wage, and we'll see that if you look at the manifest. So I'm well beyond proving that Black Caesar was a real person and was a Negro pirate. But it sounds like it's coming up out of pseudo-ship, huh? Now watch this in popular culture. And the Black Caesar character appeared in the 2000 miniseries Blackbeard, The Terror of the Sea, and the 2006 film Blackbeard, the episode. So they putting him in the movies. And that's that. Somebody hit that link. Just get a cool. It's only been 2 hours. Hit the link. We got some hours we could do. I'm probably about to. So let me show you my corny activity. Because somebody been talking to me about they want to, I said get your children into RC cars as a nice, cool pastime. And somebody asked for some, I could go to my basement and show some stuff, but somebody asked for some cars that'd be good. Now, let's talk about mental health. Let's talk about science, mental health, hobby, and recreation. Hobby and recreation is good for mental health. Do we agree in the chat? Hobby and recreation allows, thanks for hitting the link. Hobby and recreation allows us to take our minds off sometimes things that we don't really need to be thinking about all the time. And so I encourage, no matter what it is, I encourage all my brothers and sisters and like-minded peers to keep a hobby. And you know what I'm saying? Because it's good for mental stability. What's up, Stu Peas? What's up with that good guy?
What's up? Good information on Blackbeard and the Queen and Revenge and ship. So when people telling you that there were no slave ships, that ship fought in the war in France first, and then it was used as a slave ship, and then it was used as a pirate ship. The Beavers' ships only have one purpose, and then it was sunk. These ships were made of wood. So when people tell you where are the slave ships, they continue to be used as other things. But it's good to see, you know, in Jamaica we have always known about black pirate because they are Port Royal. So talking about black pirates is not new in Jamaica. Because Port Royal is one of those cities where pirates control.
Well, our moderate history in America and our lack of being like down with the water, you know, everybody's scared to go swimming. All of this comes from slavery and discrimination and Jim Crow, not letting black people go to the public swimming pools and stuff. And so then they developed this myth about black people not knowing how to swim and blah, blah, blah. That's actually the product. When they say the white man created the nigga so that they can laugh at it. Well, that's a good example of it. You know what I'm saying? Not letting people learn how to swim so you can say that black people can't swim, but they actually don't have access to water in order to learn how. But in the history of things, when it comes to, being naval and maritime and all of that stuff, we got a great history. You can't be a pirate if you can't swim.
No, but you said something earlier. Most of these pirates, when they were recaptured in the black pirates, weren't put back into slavery, you know. They were hung.
So I'm talking about when captured by authorities. Yeah, that's a good point that you made. They were hung.
They have to hang them. They have to hang them.
Yeah,
Think about it.
Yep.
A sailor is a technical person. He can chart the stars. He knows what the world looks like. You put a sailor on your plantation. He knows which way is north, which way is south, which way is east, which way is west, where the nearest town is, where the nearest lake is. He can swim. He'll be a troublemaker. You don't want him on your plantation. That Negro has to die. That's a resource. You can't give slaves that kind of resource. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a very good point. And when let's say they did have a clash with some other pirates that were normally, if they had a rebellious contention, obviously those people would die, but then they would join in with other pirates if they submit. Like, say you got a crew of 30 and you losing 30, and then y'all run up on some other pirates and y'all lose, and they just knock you down, me down as the leader, and then I still like 38 other people. They might knock off the strongest of them who's still fighting, but eventually people gonna raise their arms and surrender and join the opposite force. You know what I'm saying? That's just, think about a maritime naval battle. That's your only option. Or are you going to either get on the other people's boat, or are they going to sink your boat? You know what I'm saying? And so that's probably how some naval crews became so big, because one maritime leader at was better than the other, and he would lead his crew to conquer the other crew, knock off the captain. But in the case of what Black Caesar and Blackbeard, they never supposedly fought. There was an island called Ocracoke that Blackbeard wouldn't, no one could, and we could do the history of this island too, Ocracoke Island, where no one supposedly could approach it. But when Black Caesar and his people came, for some reason, they made way onto the island. I'm not saying they fought their way on. I'm not saying they was hella bad, but you know, they eventually made friends with Blackbeard. They left their boats and hopped on his boat. So what that tell you? You feel me?
No, because another thing too, piracy was about money. And a ship like the Queen Anne. The Queen Anne was a very fast ship. And she had about 40 guns. Right? So therefore she was a fast, well-armed ship. And they were raking, a lot of money was being made. Because pirates were the first communists, you know. That's a lot of people don't know. Pirates were communists, meaning that when the bounty had to be shared, and it had to be shared in such a way that everybody is satisfied. If that bounty, that money what they get from robbing the next ship, is not shared properly, people are going to die. People are going to die. So piracy was about the money also.
You know what? In these documents, and even the documents I mentioned earlier with William Alexander Leidesdorff, why they no Indian stuff mentioned in none of that? I just tripping off that. Like, these is saying Negro bar, Negro land, like this is what it was. Where the Indian pirates was at? You see what I'm saying? They wasn't on that. I don't know. So a lot of that stuff is fanciful how they getting that in.
Yeah. I would say that is a dagger too for the Abos, because they actually found pieces of the Queen's Queen Anne's Revenge on the coast of Virginia.
Because they always be saying them boats didn't exist, huh?
Yeah, and the thing is, the boats it wasn't nobody that ever like, there wasn't no people that actually building like slave ship. They just use regular cargo ships they use for anything else.
Yeah.
Or converted a ship, you know what I'm saying, with a little bit more space, but they were just ships they was using to bring in sheep, cows, and all other type of shit anyway.
Yeah. And so I'm saying we got this history where they talk about the Maroons, right? And we got this history of these people who supposedly occupied Florida, who was Black Indians, right? But then we got this history of West Africans coming into the area and holding down and knocking everything down to where nobody could run up on them. For instance, like we talk about Caesar's Creek. If we look up Caesar's Creek, I'm about to share the screen, because these are things that we can find on modern Caribbean cruises, but they ain't gonna tell you the history behind it. So
Hey, Smash, you hip? I don't know if you talked about this already, but are you hip to Sir Isaac Drake, the pirate. He was a pirate, and he was a pirate to the Spanish, but he was a pirate. Well, he was looked at as a buccaneer to the British. But he was he used like he teamed up with some African Maroons who were like ex they were brought in through slavery but got ran away, and they started their own little tribal kingdom in Panama. And they was beefing the Maroons. They was beefing with the Spanish. So Sir Isaac Drake used that as his advantage to go against, because Britain was beefing with the Spanish too at that time. So he teamed up with these particular Maroons in Panama to go against the Spanish.
Interesting.
You can look it up. You can look on Wiki too. Let's look up Sir Isaac Drake.
See, they ain't even gonna let us see Caesar's Creek in the Florida Keys, but or maybe it's I gotta find this Caesar's Creek. Hold on, real quick.
Henry Morgan, Sir Drake. Most famous pirates were originally British soldiers. They were soldiers or sailors before they went into piracy.
You see this screen?
I said his name wrong. It's Sir Francis Drake, not I. It's Sir Francis Drake.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about him too. You see this screen right here? Black Caesar's Rock. Why they ain't telling us that? So first of all, they gonna call it Caesar's Rock if you ever hear anybody talk about it. But when you go in on the detail, they giving you the game. Black Caesar's Rock. But look at this. It's a small island north of the upper Florida Keys. It's literally called that after this black pirate. In Biscayne National Park, it is in Miami-Dade County, Florida, after a black pirate. It says, not an Indian, no disrespect. But I'm just saying, it is located in the southern Biscayne Bay, just north of the old road Keys, and Totten Key, just southeast. So it shows us right here, Caesar's Rock, right here, all right? But let's get the history. It says the island is named after Black Caesar, a pirate. Monroe, writing in the Common Story 1930, states Caesar's Rock is a small island in about the middle of the creek, was reputed with the dwelling place in the shipyard of the pirate. So he was holding all that Florida Keys. I keep telling y'all. So this is what happened. When we came to the West Coast, we looked and seen it wasn't no pseudo ship, because we used sources to show that all of this, the 49ers and all that stuff, the gold rush happened on black land, basically. We can prove that with documentation. And then we come to the Florida Keys, one of the biggest travel locations, and we can find out that not only Caesar's Key, not only Elliot's Key, but Caesar's Rock, Caesar's Creek, and a lot of these places over there are named after a black pirate. And so now if we think about our recent struggle between black people saying they're Indians and stuff, if the Maroons was getting it in down here, how somebody rolled up in from West Africa in 1718 times and get the whole shit named after him? You see what I'm saying? Because that don't really make sense historically. That probably mean that the people who really was naming shit, the white people, looked at who was the most prominent in that area, and they gave shit names how we normally do. So you know what I'm saying? And this was a West African that they named it after, Black Caesar.
Hey, Smash, it's two Black Caesars, right?
Yeah, they were saying that in the document, and I never clicked on the second one. But
it's another one. He from Haiti. His name Henry Caesar.
Exactly. Go ahead. Tell us about him.
He actually was he was a pirate and a revolutionary, because he kind of liberated slaves.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And so I'm just saying, it's funny how we went from coast to coast on this hidden black history. And on my creative juke, I'm gonna write some creative stuff about this Caesar stuff, because you could get hella creative with that. You could write all kind of stories, what happened on the pirate ship, storms. Oh, it's gonna go down.
Matter of fact, if you ever played the video game Assassin's Creed Black Sails, they actually got a character on there that's idolized after him.
That's interesting. Now, this is the FloridaRambler.com, something I never viewed before, But they're saying here, if I could get the ads off the screen, legend of Black Caesar haunts the Florida Keys. This was written last year, so at the end of the year, something cool to look at. They say the legend has it that an Elliott Key was once the home of a notorious pirate that preyed on passing ships. Black Caesar, the story goes, used the island and other hiding places in southern Florida to conduct raids on villages or attack unsuspecting ships. It says, while the life, this is just a Florida website or whatever, while the life of the 19th century pirate has the making of a box office hit, like I said, it makes for a difficult biography. As fantastic as it is, the legend of Florida's most renowned black pirate largely depends on who is telling the tale. Yeah, we know, we went over that, but we still see that they even talking about it over there. So I'm not going to expound too much on that, but it's stuff that it's cool to know, man. This shit cool to know. I don't know if I got me some water. I need some water. Starting to get hot out here.
And they said the other Black Caesar, he actually teamed up. According to the legend, he actually teamed up with Bookman Dada in St. Louis for the Haitian Revolution.
Now that's interesting. Now, in this day and age, piracy ain't a thing no more because we got complete dominance over the Navy with our surveillance, with the U.S., surveillance and everything we got, and with all our technology.
In the Caribbean,
No, but
really big.
Say what? I mean, even I seen some little pirates try to run up on a boat, and them dudes just pulled out so much heat that you can see that pirate boat turn around so fast.
No. Look, pirates never always get the ship they go after. It's the same thing. They use smaller vessels, yes, but piracy is still a big deal.
Yeah, it is. But I'm thinking about, I was talking about with the U.S. Piracy is a big deal in certain areas of the world. True, I'm not giving that up. But again, the U.S. has no threat of piracy, bro.
No, not in American waters. Not in the untruth. If we go close down to Panama and Guyana, you have small scale piracy that attract private ships and yachts.
So you know what? I'm gonna write a movie about some jet ski pirates, domestic jet ski pirates. It's gonna be hella good. You know how clean a movie that is? Like some domestic jet ski pirates, like they be pulling up on people kicking it. We puffy on the boat, and they just pull up off the jet skis.
Yeah.
But they inside of they in on lakes. It got to be well orchestrated. That's a cool movie.
Yeah, that's possible because they pull up on boats that with 150 horsepower motors. Because most ships cannot carry guns. You know that, right?
But no. I mean, where that's at? You could carry a gun on a lot of boats, but you might be right. But
once your boat going into international water, you can't carry guns.
What?
Yeah, trust me.
Damn.
What? Once your boat going on international water, you cannot carry guns.
Oh yeah, especially like on a cruise ship or something like that.
We can't carry a gun, but the people on the cruise ship got guns, B. I hope you don't think they don't got heat. I got a whole video. Look, it's a video where they running up on a regular ass cruise ship, bro. And the crew went and got the straps, bro. You can see it on YouTube.
Trust me. Can't carry guns.
All right, well, the crew might got some laws where they got some. They not targets, bro.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure some type of security on there,
Sometimes
bro.
Sometimes what they do is that before they go into a country, especially in areas that are volatile, they hire private security who comes on the ship for that portion of the voyage. And before it reaches to that country water, a boat pulls alongside it, and the private security leave. Think about it. Because the laws of every country are different. And if you enter my waters with a gun, it's illegal.
All right.
Check it up. Just type it in. Can do ships carry guns? No.
So let me show y'all. I was talking about holding down and having hobbies and stuff for mental stability. I know that ain't the type of stuff we be talking about, but I like to encourage people. You know, you never know what path some people listening is on. And one thing I do is I'm a hobbyist anyway, but I was talking about the RC cars and the RC rock crawling and getting our kids into that and even some of that stuff. And so really somebody who was hitting me off with some questions. I'm not about to go on a big ass detour, but some people was hitting me off with some questions about that type of stuff, and I just was gonna give a little bit of information.
Yeah, give them information.
Yeah, one of the things is that being an outdoorsman and then being able to, I mean, I don't know, everybody don't like that stuff, but being able to control things by remote and to learn the technology of how to do so. Like I got so much stuff that you could just make out of remote once you learn how servos and all these things work and auxiliaries. It becomes useful, but when I was just talking about just chilling and kicking back, like here they got the FPV, which is the first person view adventure, to where you could actually do a lot of first person viewing for some of this RC stuff. I ain't gonna go into it too deep, but have any of y'all got any history in dealing with RC and stuff?
Years ago, when I was a little boy, I had a good friend, Peter Beach. He was into the planes, so we used to go flying planes.
Well, I got a video where I actually on my put together this drone I had, and it was just a culmination of all kind of dealing with these toys for hella long. Right now, I'm dealing with the rock crawlers and trying to be able to build one that can handle some of the steeper hills than other people, basically. So it's this type of, it be just that little type of stuff, but not to go too far in on it.
Good morning.
Some of the things I would recommend to some people that was talking about it are like low. They got some low level ones. Some of the best ones I got only cost like 100 bones, and they were made by Red Cat Gen 8s and Gen 7. So this ain't like zoom around. Let me see. Gen 8. This ain't like zoom around or bashing. This is like some slow. The slower they go, the better, because the goal is to be able to crawl, get your vehicle up steeper hills than other people can get their vehicles up. And so I've been spending time working on my rigs and stuff, having hella fun. But you know, it is what it is. That's just with some other activity. Somebody asked, do I like to camp? I'm an outdoorsman completely. So I camp a lot. Like, you know, I haven't been camping a lot this year. I only took my RV out once this summer. I mean, it ain't summer yet, but I only took out my RV once. But normally I was set up for 2 or 3 weeks. So the crawler I bought was a really cheap one because of the type of work I like to do. You want to buy something that's capable and then spend your own time, you know what I'm saying, making it better than anybody that you run up on. And so at these rock crawler events, it's about 30 people with their vehicles out there trying to see who could get to the top of the hill for a particular prize. It's cool, kick back. I'll also be doing the speed cars and stuff, you know what I'm saying? But not to, like I said, we could do a small segment on that, but bashing is fun too. And especially for the youth. This is what it teaches a young person. They're going to break it. You want them to break it. You want them to bash it till they break it, but you want to make sure when they break it, you start to install the process of how to repair things into the youth. You see what I'm saying? And so as soon as they break it, you got your first point to start teaching them without making it seem like you're teaching them the science and mechanics behind how cars work. You know what I'm saying? So then when you look at what they broke, you broke this. We need this. And just showing them. And once they repair it like once or twice, I'm trying to tell you, once they repair it once or twice, that's why I be fixing stuff around my house to this day. I mean, well, I had a father who used to make me fix stuff, but now I can just fix stuff. Like the motor went out on one of the motors on my couch went out the other day. And when I flipped it over, it wasn't nothing but an RC motor, bro. It just had heavier torque, enough torque to move a human around. And then I looked at it, and they put a RC motor on these sliders so that it moved. It was spiral sliders so that it could move smoothly. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I just fixed the couch. Not like you wouldn't fix the couch, nobody else wouldn't. But I was referring back to what I learned with RC cars. You see what I'm saying? And that's a good point of reference for young men to start at.
Look, technology is not something that we should be afraid of. And
Hey, Smash.
What up with it?
I was gonna do Friday. I don't know how your schedule is, but I was gonna do a show. I was gonna do a finish. I'm trying to finish up the show. I didn't get to finish last time because Pan African James kind of interrupted me. He asked a lot of questions, but I ain't mind it though. He cool brother. But I was gonna try to finish up this show I was doing on the ancient demographics of Sudan and Nubia, and I really like, you know what I'm saying, if you could be part, you know what I'm saying, part of that conversation.
Text me. I'll send you my line if you ain't got it already. And
I got your line,
yeah,
bro.
Yeah, just text me, and make sure I don't forget, like when you going live.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I love to see that. And somebody say in the chat, mudding seems dope. So now, have y'all seen what they doing with the ATVs and the 4-wheelers?
Yeah, I mean, big
putting the big tires on them and doing the mudding. Seeing who can make it through a deep ass mud puddle. So I'm just talking about some other recreational subcultures that's going on in America. Like don't sleep that I'm just showing y'all what I'm doing. But if I could show you, if I could go to certain groups, believe it or not, there's all kind of groups of Black people, white people, people ain't even tripping off stupid shit like race, getting together and going out and doing recreational things that people ain't even knowing about. Like that shit cracking. And so at this age, I mean, I've been more on that because you can't really like make one of your homies or people you know start doing your hobby. You got to find other people that's into that. There's like a hobby shop. My partner own it is in Modesto. And I spent hella time in there trying to see what my next little creation gonna be. I got some automated defense systems that I already got worked out, like guns that can shoot automatically. That's probably illegal, but I mean, you know, that's not easy. That's not hard to do once you start to learn the science of this type of stuff. I'm not saying an automatic gun. I'm saying like a defense system. For instance, let's talk about something less harsh. Like you could take a drone and connect it to your Ring cameras and stuff and use the intelligent tracking on the drone and set the drone up to if you put the launch pad on the roof of your house and keep it powered by some solar source, have it wired to your Ring camera. Obviously, if anybody comes set off your Ring camera, the drone could take off and use intelligent tracking. It will follow that object for up to 30 minutes or if 20, maybe 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And or you could just make the drone go get the picture of the license plates. But it could do all of this on intelligent technology that's already, I mean, I got a drone that got all that technology on it. No one has just wired it up. So if you look at the Ukraine war, all of the ways that they drop bombs from DJI drones, this is everything I'm talking about. All they do is attach another auxiliary servo onto the drone with a forward and a back. It gives you a release. And so now you fly the drone to where they want to do it and they hit the servo button and you can watch them doing this on YouTube. And so I have no means to that extent, but if you see how people we can't be impervious to shit too and just twiddling our thumbs and not knowing that there's just all kind of different applications to the technology around us. You know, I don't got no use for that, but it's the same thing that is drone delivery.
I need to cut you because you bring up something that I need to ask somebody about. All right? You bring up something that I need to ask somebody about. I'm serious about this. Who is going to pay for the Ukraine war.
We paying for it a lot.
Right?
We sending them a lot of weapons that they blowing up, and so we paying for a lot of it, but I don't know who's paying for it ultimately.
Will Ukraine pay back that money? Because so far it's gone over $100 billion. Right? You mean they can give white people money to fight against themselves, but they can't send black people to school?
Yeah, that could definitely do that. That's how they be doing it. They'll send more money to Israel for nothing. They'll send $1 billion to Israel just on general principle every year. And then still we have problems inside of America. Somebody said in the chat, I haven't been to Anza Borrego Desert. Someone said they built their son's first computer with him. Now he got a degree in cybersecurity. That's another route. Building computers is an easy route to set your youth on a path to some type of scientific knowledge. Because when I built my first gaming computer, I turned into a different type of person when it comes to being in the computer, dealing with computers. I learned all of the components and began to, I learned how shock would just fry everything. And I put this little wristband around my wrist and attached it to my door or whatever. And I learned how to put together a computer. You might wanna press mute, Stupides.
Wine. The wine.
Hold on, I got him. Hold on.
Yeah.
What you was about to say something, Gala? I just muted you, Stupides. You was giving your whole order to the conscious community. But
my bad. That must have been just my work. I'm at work, so it must be my background noise. My bad.
Oh, okay. So one of my projects I'm doing now, I'm just talking, chilling. We chilling. Anybody could bring up what they talking about.
I want to say what's dope in my job. We make these electrical breakers, and we just got some new shit in. We finna be building some shit for NASA.
Oh, you make electrical breakers?
Yeah, like big energy breakers, like electrical boxes and stuff.
And y'all, that's some dopeness. And you about to be able to help put it together? Or are you on the put together side, the design side, or how do you get to witness it?
I'm a mechanical assembler, and some of the stuff that we finna build is for NASA. So that's pretty dope.
Yeah, that's hella dope. You know what? They had an old NASA launch base. I live kind of in Central California right now. And they got, I'm like an hour from Oakland. They got like an old launch base that NASA had that was like one of them. It wasn't secret, but nobody knew about it. It was in the middle of Crow's Landing, California. If you looked at it in your Google, you'll see Crow's Landing, California, NASA launch base. And they had a launch facility in the middle of Cali that nobody ever knew about. But now they be doing drifting and drag racing. So when I was a little younger, I was into real life. I mean, I'm still in the real life speed on the water, but I'm not in the real life speed on concrete. And because of a few things, because you could risk other people's lives. And I feel like I had a few moments where I was being really foolish, where I just got lucky. You know what I'm saying? So I stopped like street racing and stopped building real cars and stuff and got it into simulated racing. The last thing I tried to build was a Cuddy. I just let go like a year or two ago. You know what I'm saying?
I be seeing them drag racing. They got a show about drag racing and building engines and all that. And that stuff used to be illegal, but they got shows about that now. There's money into that.
Yeah, and it's I kind of like the practical everyday application of science and being able to get some results. Like going to a racetrack of people with RC cars and everybody got the same specs, but you know something about how to tilt your tires a little bit, the camber or the caster, which will make your tires stand up straight when you hitting the turn. And then my car ain't spinning out while everybody else's car is spinning out. So in my actual everyday life, I get a thrill from that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's how, because that's really a practical application of knowledge that can manifest just for a fruitless reward, but it's still some confirmation that research and stuff works. You know what I mean?
So what I'm doing
Go
right
ahead.
now, but I got to do an electrical job right now, and the Gliva State for it's something like antifreeze for this business that controls like 40 department stores, and we got to make sure the stuff cools down these blowers. Well, that's the whole thing right now. Like I'm
Antifreeze
doing all
that cool down. What type of blowers?
these big blowers in this warehouse that I'm at right now.
Y'all
So right
developing
now,
it?
nah, I'm just making. I do the wiring. I'm just making sure that they have power, so these stores don't shut down.
That's dope. So what was you about to say? You was about to say something else. My bad.
Smash.
What up?
Like you got cut off. Why you telling the people them don't fast? Tell them the truth. If you want to throw away your money, make a slow car.
Oh man, I stopped that. It costs heck of money. I had one of the man. I ain't just being pretentious. I had one of the fastest cars in Oakland in the '90s, though. You can ask people who know. I used to build cars. I lost that hype because you gotta break hella laws and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but how much money you spend? I remember.
no, I didn't
getting
spend
a-
much. I mean, the most I probably put in my first car, I got it to be one of the fastest cars in Oakland for about $15,000 because we and my father built that car together on some type of bonding relationship type stuff. You feel me? So we would be doing his old Mississippi tricks, and he'd be and it'd be working. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I remember when I was making a Honda Civic class, and I got a K20 block and a K19 or K18 head, and then the turbocharge it, and then the suspension, and then it's like you're playing one of those games. Every step, everything, the higher up you go, the performance, the more money.
Well,
More money.
yeah, you're right. It's a money pit, but some hobbies I don't count my money with my hobbies because this is for my personal. You got if it's for me, it got great value. So I never like I got so many RC cars. If I counted the money, I regret it. So I can't count the money because it's for me, for so that I can say a solid person and feel cool. You like, you know what I'm saying? Whatever make you feel cool, don't look at the money, bro. That's me.
At
That's
least, it's
just
not,
my advice.
at least it's not a gun hobby. When I just came into to Florida, I fell in love with guns and going to the range. I bought a AK-47. I bought a AR. I bought a Brunelli shotgun. I bought a Glock 19. I bought a 1911. I bought I started putting scopes and braces and all kind of bullshit.
Man, I had every gun you just mentioned. I probably took to a pawn shop. You feel me? I'm keeping a buck because you can't sell guns, but they can sell them for you. So
Yeah.
now, taking an AK to the range is expensive because you're not gonna be accurate and you're gonna shoot hella ammo. You feel me? I used to be being a marksman is I got a title of a marksman under my belt. I mean, I call myself that. I can shoot small groups. I spent so much time at the range that I started only taking pellet guns and BB guns, and then they would laugh at me, but then they would see my accuracy was what I was focused on. And so what just like you talking about how it became expensive, if you spend a lot of time at the range, man, you be spending $50 or $100 a day on just ammo. You know what I'm saying?
If you go to shoot the AR and the AK on the same day.
They say they can barely hear you. They say you sound horrible, actually. So
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you.
If you go to shoot the AK and the AR on the same day, and you're shooting 200 rounds each, which is not a lot of rounds. 200 rounds is like 10 magazines. If you load 20 rounds a magazine.
That's a lot of money.
You're shooting $500 easy.
Yep. That's a lot of money.
And I'm not talking all day either. You know? I'm talking within 2-3 hours. If you trigger
So me and my daughters practice with lasers now. I don't even practice with I could probably go to the range and I'm confident in my skills, but I again to save money, they have if you go to your marksman shop, you'll see they sell this laser Glock where it only shoots a laser and they got these laser targets, but it's not the kiddie one, the actual military accurate one to let you know if you're hitting the target or not. We sit around the living room with that thing. My daughter could shoot. My youngest daughter, she be hitting the target, and so I'm like, cool. You know what I'm saying? Now, obviously, I gotta take her because the explosion is different, but
Yeah.
you know,
Trust me.
but what we was talking about hobbies. If we talking about marksmanship and like, I don't got no use for like no ghetto gun use, but you know, like I'm a marksman, and so I like to hit the target that's hella far away. That's hella fun. And so when I wanted to do more recycling, I got into archery because you just go pull your arrow out and start over instead of buying more and more ammo. But you're still getting the thrill of hitting the target that's really far away. That's my only thrill. It's not like I don't want to kill nothing. I don't want to hunt. I went hunting and I was sad. I was like, this hella stupid. You know what I'm saying? After killing some shit that just was alive before I went hunting. And so I'm like, now I gotta eat this dumbass stuff. This is dumb. That don't go with my culture. And so I like hitting the target, but I ain't no hunter.
No, I used to love go shooting. And then when I added it, I said, this don't make any sense. This don't make any sense. For home defense, though, I'd recommend everybody get a shotgun. Get an automatic banana shotgun. You don't need more than that.
So I put away, got rid of the AK. I had a Hungarian SA-45. I mean Hungarian SA-85, but it looked kind of fanciful. It had that stock at the back with the hole in it. But I also had a SKS, which is the same thing, and I just thought the SKS was more dutiful. But I ain't gonna be using that in my life, you know what I'm saying? And so you will have a whole collection of something in your closet that you only really need one to defend your family, and the one you need is like a shotgun. But
like a shotgun.
Yeah, but if marksmen don't want to be shooting no shotgun. You want to go to the range, hit something out 200 yards away.
Yeah, but the problem is that the problem with marksman is that you have to keep it up. You have to practice. You can't just make marksman this year and you don't shoot for an entire year, and you'll be good as you used to be last year.
Yeah, I know. That is a thing. And that wasn't a hobby of mine for like 10 years ago, maybe. I mean, I was really proud of what I had achieved with marksmanship maybe 10, 12 years ago. I started shooting at the range at the time when the police would be there. And it was so funny because they really start watching me shoot, dog. Like I had one incident where they all just stopped and stood behind me, and I was like, "What the fuck what's going on?" And then after I finished shooting, they was like, "You in the military?" I was like, "Nope," and kept shooting. And they was like, "Damn, this dude can shoot." I know that's what they was thinking. Like, this dude ain't in the military, he just in the Oakland streets. But no, I'm not in the Oakland streets. They ain't have to worry about me. So.
They know that you're not in the street because the average street is not going to the range. They know that.
Yeah, and another thing was I'm one of them funny dudes. Like, me and my partners had this thing. If you ever watch a movie called The Jackal, that dude used to be like a master of disguises, and it's funny. I used to do funny, subtle things to make people think certain stuff when I would go certain places. Like, if I would go into the range and it would be hella popo there, I would intentionally pull my pants up hella high on purpose. And I would always get the effect that they thought in their brain. Because don't no black man in the hood wear their pants hella high. You feel me? So they would always ask me questions like, "You in the military? Like, why you rocking this style?" And I just would be answering, "Nope." And just would be laughing like that shit worked.
Oh, That's another thing. Presentation works. How you present yourself works.
Oh,
A lot of people
definitely.
don't want to agree with it, but it works.
Well, if you want to not get allowed in the range, walk up to the front thing with a bandana on, your pants on the ground. You see what I'm saying? And your Glock out in your waistband. And they probably not even gonna let you in. So they probably will be discriminating, but still they're gonna try their hardest not to let you in. And so a lot of the people who do criminal activity can't even practice because they're not allowed legal guns. So that's why I don't be never scared of nobody who boasts that they gangster. Police is never scared of that. The best shootout they would take is with somebody who can't even practice what they firing on. You know what I'm saying? Like, just think about it. You don't want to be running up on some people who can actually practice because they do shit right.
Yo, brother Smash.
What's up with you? What's up, Sadim? What's up?
I'm alright. I'm alright. I actually jumped on the panel to kind of piggyback on something you were saying earlier about Black Caesar. You wanted to make like certain media about him, right?
Yeah, or I just
Can you
put
hear
the
me?
idea out there that would be good for any creative person. But go ahead.
Give me a sec.
Uh-huh. Yeah, ideas I share ain't reserved just for me. I'll be liking to put some, because I got enough ideas and I think of them every day. So some of this stuff is just to inspire us to discuss it.
So, well, I actually I had a assignment for school a few years ago, right? Where we had to write 5 journal entries from the perspective of a slave who joins a slave revolt. So I actually did it on Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who was part of the Haitian Revolution. And I wanted to share with you, I don't know if maybe you would read it.
Oh yeah, no, that's right up my alley. Go right ahead. So this is what you wrote from the perspective of a slave who was entering the slave revolt.
Yes, sir. Jean-Jacques Dessalines is his name. He became the emperor of Haiti at the end of the independence war.
Oh, so he was a real person, but you had to assume his perspective.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's hear it.
I put it in the back chat here.
Oh, it's an audio reading? Oh, okay.
No, just yeah.
Let me share.
Would you be willing to read it?
Hold on,
No, you gonna read it. It's your thing. Read it.
Oh, hold on. No, you was gonna perform it for us now, or is it
Oh,
performed?
nah, that's definitely not what I was saying. Especially just because I don't know if everybody in the audience can understand my accent as well as maybe they
Oh,
might be able to
okay.
understand
But
yours.
it's written on that journal right there. I'll definitely
Yes,
look
sir,
at
it's
it. Yeah,
written.
word up. You okay? Cool. I see what
No,
you're saying.
you should read it, regardless of your accent.
You feel like it's
Well, if you're
try.
comfortable, if you get comfortable with doing that, feel free. It's no issue to us.
All right, hold on a second. Let me just. You mind if I share my screen then?
Go right ahead.
Is that? Can you guys see what I'm looking at here?
Yeah, we can.
All right, great. This is from the Journal of Jean-Jacques Dessalines of Saint-Domingue, later known as Emperor Jacques, first of Haiti. 7th of March, 1802, Fortress of Creta-Pierrot. I have been entrusted by Toussaint with the defense against the French of this valuable guardian of the Cahoon Mountains. His pretty plots depend on it, and on me, and I strive with ardor to do my part to ensure the protection of these blacks under my care. He did not permit me to raze it to the ground, and though I did not know then, I do intimate his plan now. He intends to strike with vigor at the French, serve them as they have long served us. And though I grieve not to be part of this valorous engagement, I suspect that I shall have my fill, even more so than already I have, of blood and of violence and of cruelty. I cannot with goodwill abandon my post, even as Toussaint, afflicted as he is with fever most violent, goes valiantly about his duties for the liberation of this land and our people. I said it to his face, and I say it again. This fort will fall only if I do. I had the men erect a redoubt some distance from the fort, leaving a command of men there, and doing the same at Creta Peru, rode swiftly onward to meet Debel, the filthy Frenchman who first thought to test our defenses. The fool followed us with great earnest, not suspecting at all what I had in store for him. As we approached the fort, the men and I, tired but determined after our flight from Debel, jumped hastily into the ditch afore Creta Peru, leaving the Frenchmen naked to our weapons. Oh, how I smiled to see them fall. Oh, how I rejoiced to see their bodies splayed on the field, their blood sating the thirsty ground. 400 of the dogs fell, and our brave artillerymen, sharp of eye, wounded 2 of their generals. The pounding of their flight was such magnificent music to my ears, though they soon took up positions surrounding the fort. I spoke well to the garrison thence, filling their hearts with courage before my eyes. Those without the strength to fight against all odds for their lives were invited to reshackle themselves and fly onward to the French. I reminded them that the French could not long survive our weather, that the fever would soon take them and decimate their ranks. When the French grow fewer, I said to them, we shall prod and harass and dwindle their numbers by pieces. We shall beat them, destroy the crops, and fly swiftly to the mountains. Put into their hearts the magnificent dream of mine, independence. I showed them how they themselves could initiate it, if only they would fight with valor and without quarter to make it so, and how they enjoyed the sound of the word, independence. I placed in stout Lamartinier's hands the redoubt for protection, and with him went his wife, Marie-Jeanne. They undertook the development of the defense of the redoubt, while the majority of men remained with me inside Creta Peru. The French sent a herald, the fools. Did they think I would allow any of their lies to infest my men? We shot him dead, and good riddance. Their words are poison, and they lie with every breath. I will not allow fancy words or twists of the tongue to corrupt the good spirit of the revolutionary men. I said to my men that I would destroy the fort with fire and explosives before I let the French set foot within it. My good men stand beside me, ready as I am to die for liberty. There will be more bloodshed yet, and I face it with enthusiasm. I will repay these monsters in blood for our dear dead brethren. We want for water and for food, but our men stand strong and willing. Word has been sent to the chiefs of ambulance to supply poison for the officers, should it look likely we are going to be overrun. There will be more bloodshed yet, and I face it with enthusiasm. Jean-Jacques Dessalines, 17th of March, 1802.
So that's dope. So just so that anyone just tapped in, we're sharing our creative works. And this is my brother assuming the position of one who had to join a slave revolt. If I'm stating that correctly. Just so now it speaks towards how creativity can also be misclassified, because you could take that document and say, no, this is real. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else could be like, no, this is real. This is a real actual attestation from a person who was down with, the revolt or what have you. And,
well, sorry. Mm-hmm. Well, what I would say is that I would call this historical fiction, right? Because I don't know if you can notice, but I actually have citations here within the document. It's because I used a book called The Black Jacobins, actually written by one of my countrymen, CLR James, just call our ancestor name. Who detailed the Haitian Revolution from start to finish with a lot of references from French and English and Spanish sources, as well as Haitian sources. So there is actually the speech that Dessalines gave to his men in the book. But because this is a university assignment, I didn't just want to plagiarize it. So, I made it a little bit more prose-like. But yeah, the actual speech is there. So this mightn't be a primary attestation, but I did use, I guess, a secondary attestation to write it.
I like it. Honestly, I like it. I like the approach of it. And when what I like about it, it humanize humanize this I can't pronounce Haitian name, although I live in Miami. But you are insightful, trying to look through his eyes, look at his men, think of how you're going to inspire them to move forward. Think of how you view the French as dogs, as less than humans because the treatment they have towards black people. And when I hear we need more voices because the only way we can drown out this bullshit. But before I go on, Smash, what do you think about this the pretendians? What do you think about them?
About the pretendians, you said?
Yeah. What do you think about them?
I think just that. I think it is the culmination of what we allowed to go on in our community for hella long. People just being like, I got some Indian in me, in order to make them feel a certain way that was different. You know what I'm saying? And now we got people just exploiting that to the wildest extent. We've all heard somebody say that from the past. I don't know, did that start when they started giving Indians reservation and land? Then black people just started being like, I got some Indian in me. We got some Indian in us too. But it should be taken more seriously than I'm taking it. But to me, like that whole, I'm not going to dedicate much life of my life to rivaling those who say that they Indians. I'm not on it like that. It's just like tossed into a foolish category, if you ask me.
And stories like these let me call black an experience, not a race, and not only an ethnicity, but an experience. Because the same experience the Haitian generals had is the same experience Nat Turner had in America. It's the same experience Cudjo or Three Finger Jack had in Jamaica. It's the same experience that we can call a name out of Brazil, we can call a name out of Guyana, we can call a name out of Trinidad. We can find leaders just like the Haitian leaders who had their own revolt all over the West where black people were slaves. And it is similar. You could interchange Nat Turner's name with that general name.
Well,
Do you understand what I'm saying, brother?
But you know what? I don't understand exactly what you're saying. But a lot of people that I look up to throughout history that are brothers didn't engage in any type of physical fight. They just was smart enough to outpimp the system. We used to have something on the West called outsmart the popos. And
no, but we have that too. We have those Anansi characters in every community too. We have the fighters and we have the Anansis.
Your mic going in and out.
But hold on the stupid and hold on the Smash, right? Because I don't know, I don't want you to get the wrong idea of this person who took the perspective of to write this tune, right? Yes, he was a slave. Yes, he was a very barbarous, very violent man, right? But I want you to put into perspective that the France that Haiti is fighting against right now is Napoleon's France. Napoleon's France that has been conquering Europe now, boy.
No, we're not going again. I don't view him like that. I view him
no, but sorry?
I view him as a freedom fighter. And freedom
definitely.
I've always existed in this part of the world, in every country. Just like how Anansi characters, more skilled people who don't use force, have always existed all over the world. In this part of the world.
Let me just finish up though. Let me just finish up though. I just mean to say that Smash was saying something about like a lot of the people who he looks up to is people who didn't necessarily use physical violence, and he began to speak about outsmart and the popo, right? And I'm saying like that's exactly what these people were doing now, boy. Just the difference is the circumstance that they were in is literal enslavement now, boy. So in order to outsmart them and to get out of enslavement, they had to use violence, especially since the French were using violence against them.
I'm with that.
And I actually chose this guy in particular because the person who is most lauded, let's say, about, and rightfully so, to be honest with you, rightfully so, about the Haitian Revolution is Toussaint Louverture, right? But Toussaint, coming down to the end where the French were actually about to invade, began to acquiesce. He actually wanted to be a Frenchman now, boy. And so I chose this guy. I chose Dessalines himself because Dessalines, in this regard, was actually much smarter than Toussaint in recognizing that the French would not, they weren't here to make Frenchmen out of the Haitians. They were here to enslave them again and return the colony to the white people now, boy, you know? So I don't know, maybe I'm just a little bit sensitive on Dessalines' behalf, but it just felt a little bit
Oh yeah, and my charge
diminishing, I
wasn't
guess.
against his actual none of that. I just was saying I just was I probably just said what I said more casually than formally. But I appreciate that we are sharing our creative works. If it's anybody out there in the chat, I know everybody work in that realm a little bit. I know y'all got poems, poetry, screenplays. Don't be scared to share it because it's gonna sit on the hard drive and what it's gonna do. And so I really do have a movement that I started, a DAO, to help people fund they type of projects like that. But it's moving with a little momentum. And right now I got about 25,000 in there, which people could access about 10% of to help move their projects forward. But feel free to use this platform to, bring some exposure to what you're doing. And just to speak towards what you were saying, most of my characters are creatively violent. They're not just, you know what I'm saying? It's fun in the world of, animation and imagination. And it goes right along with what's happening in Hollywood and everything. But the overall message and the overall theme is always under there and underlying. Like in music, we lost the underlying message and we just retained all the violence and all the nonsense. But in artistic works, whether they're screenplays where somebody get their hand chopped off, it's still retained in a lot of those type of artistic works. I want to promote seeing more screenplays. I've even wrote a screenplay that could be a movie that I just laid the audio bed to because it sat on my hard drive for too long and I felt like it needed some more creative energy. So I took a screenplay that I wrote and I actually developed it into an audio book. And so the portions I was showing earlier from that tally ho, it's actually a part in my audio book Saucy, just like the Brown Hornet is a part of the Fat Albert series.
So, Brother Smash, would you like? I actually kind of want to expand that. Let me say that genre of historical fiction that I did there, into other characters in, let's say, Atlantic African history, right? So I was wondering if either you, Steepy's Gullah, might be able to give me some recommendations for people in our history you might want to see something like that. Because, like, I kind of want to gear it towards children so that they could read. I mean, maybe not Dessalines in particular. He might be a little for adults or elder teens or whatever. But I just mean certain characters where we could write about little snippets about their life in a journal story and just
All the characters of the Haitian Revolution would be interesting as you started in that area, and even giving an expound, fanciful, based on truth, but not a creative history of how that went down. Well, that's dope. I mean, I just started I just chose what I was actually researching because I had the passion in order to inject the creativity into it. You know what I'm saying? And everybody ain't creative. I'm not saying that everybody got that up their sleeve, but a lot of us are, and we hide. We don't really share. I don't want to say hide, but we don't really share too much what we're doing in those regards. My platform is definitely used to bring the light. All of my platforms is used to bring the light to other artists or artistic people who, that's art. When you create something, it's art. If some people don't look at it as so, but even an architect got well, I don't want to say they got art in the name, but architect is an artist. We know this. And so, yeah, that whole duty book, man, Lasan, I can't even say his name. Toussaint. How do I say his name? Leon Couture.
Toussaint Louverture.
Louverture, yeah. That'll be a dope. I'll be watching that. So what I mean is, if you had a series where even you was just like, okay, my YouTube page could be my imagination stuff, I'll be falling asleep listening to those and stuff. I do that.
See, because like what I'm thinking is, I don't know if any of you guys, either in the audience or on the panel, have watched Game of Thrones, right? But I'm thinking we have so much history that could be brought to life in the same kind of fashion like Game of Thrones, man. Historical drama, period fiction, that kind of thing now, boy. So I'm actually thinking, I was actually on the brother Shakara, one of his panels recently, and shared the same piece of prose. And we started talking about like getting the Haitian Revolution onto screen now, boy. And when you started talking about getting Black Caesar onto screen and that kind of thing, that's really what made me jump on the panel, because like actually I want to see a lot of our history, like our true history, just represented on screen. You know, like
well, you gotta write the
why don't we
script,
have
bro. You gotta write the script. So the
Well, so
person
this
you gotta write the script, even if it don't manifest. If you got the script, that's the starting point. You know what I'm saying? Because we can't wait for somebody else to do it. And if that's one of your passions, that'll be a nice off time. Writing the script ain't harder than what you already writing. And they even got, believe it or not, you grab what you wrote, pop it in Chat GPT, define 4 other characters, and tell it to write a short script, and it'll already take your work and help you along those lines. That is what's crazy about ChatGPT. People don't understand the extent of artificial intelligence and how we could use it. So for inspiration, I would say we could do it right now. You could copy and paste what you wrote into ChatGPT, and then you could say, here are the other characters. And we could just describe some characters and say, give me write a short screenplay, and you could tell it what the screenplay needs to be involving the commandeering of some gold, and it will give you back a example that you will be inspired by, like, nah, I need to turn this into something. You know what I'm saying? And those are useful ways to use this artificial intelligence as well for inspiration, not for it to do our homework for us, but seeing your idea in a format as an example is great motivation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. And when you say I have to write the script, I don't know if I necessarily want to write the script, but I definitely want to write the book. You know, like I was thinking, so I only read one of the journal entries. There's like 4 more, but that's only 5, right? I wanted to probably expand it to like 50 from his perspective, and that'll be like the first book. That's the Dessalines book, you know. But I like that you said maybe some of the other characters from same characters, the other persons, the ancestors from the Haitian Revolution.
Well,
That's
I'll talk about another that are you familiar with what they call the Zanj Revolt?
Yes, sir. Oh, well, not really, but I've heard of it. That's what I should say.
Yeah, well, the ZANG J for anybody who want to look it up. The Zanj Revolt. This is revolt of Africans in Iraq, in the Barca area, or the Basra, either it's Basra or Barca, Iraq area, who were slaves from Zanzibar, who were taken into Iraq, who took over violently, and they reigned and ruled in Iraq for 15 years from like 1869. From like 869 until what 84 or something like that, to 884. 869 to 884 circa CE, they ruled in Iraq, and then they got shut down. But that story right there, if you read the details of the story, oh, that shit, it get like Star Wars gruesome. Like, it was one point where one of the generals came back with a bag of heads, literally a bag of heads. And so when I start getting into my creative writing, and in the beginning of this video, I shared something that I wrote about, talking about Elijah fighting in some battles. But a lot of the stuff that he said he'd do to those other people, I got it from real history. It was some of that was from the Zanj Revolt, where he said he came back with a bag of heads and he filled up the wells. So what he did was came back with a bag of heads after the battle and put them in the city well and let the blood of the dead, and I wrote it in my rap like this, because I said I'll fill up the wells, city wells, something. I said to let the blood of the dead run through underground rivers until you wondered how vicious will God be. Then I said pay tribute. But actually I took that from a tale of the Zanj Revolt, where I think it was, who was the historian who detailed the Zanj Revolt? Was it like Miss Rear, Al-Mazir, or one of those old Arabic historians who detailed it? Told some gruesome stories that it was just some good reading. And if you talk about animating some old stuff, it's like, oh man, that's a great one to do. I mean, imagine.
Well, I pulled it up.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I just was talking because it was silence, but go ahead.
Well, I pulled it up, but as you mentioned it, so I will definitely be looking into these Rebellion more in depth. It's just the Wikipedia makes it pretty interesting, you know. Even just the narrative, like they wanted to recultivate some flood-prone lands and it needed intensive labor, so they went and get some Africans from South Africa to come and do it. It's just like, I don't know, bro. That sounds a little familiar, you dig?
Yeah. No, it was the same slave narrative. See, here's the thing. People always be like, y'all from here, y'all from there. But the slave trade traded Africans from different locations to different locations. You know what I mean? Like some Africans captured in West Africa also got taken back to the slave empires of the Arabs in Egypt. That's just a fact. Because the Fumayya, what is it? Was it the Fuya? Which Fayim, Fumayya, one of them caliphates was the one that took over Egypt. And they was part of this Arab slave trade. And so, yes, a lot of people in the transatlantic crossed the Atlantic slave trade, got taken from West Africa, but a lot of West Africans got captured and taken all over the continent. And particularly we have this thing that we find in history, the creation or the making of a eunuch. And sometimes we act like it's a proud thing in Ethiopian history that the Arabs would choose Ethiopians to make them eunuchs. A eunuch would be used, they would be given a position in the officialdom, but they would be used strictly to guard the harem of the, at that time called, this not the seer, but what was it? He was like the, you know, whatever, the seer or
Sultan,
something.
maybe.
Yeah, the sultan. Yeah, the sultan. Thank you. So this person was taken from Ethiopia, and do you want to know the process of finding out who could be a eunuch? This is truth and factual. They kidnap black men from Ethiopia, take them into the desert, and castrate them into the desert. So not only that, believe it or not, they castrate them. So now you in the desert, castrated, no medical attention, and guess what they do? Dig up however many holes they have. This is the truth. In the sand, and they bury the Ethiopian head up. And so the only thing poking out of the sand is his head while you laying in the sand castrated. And the one who survived became the eunuch. You think I got enough imagination to make that up? Because I don't got a devious imagination, but go ahead.
No, I know. I definitely believe the castration part, because, like, well, to be a eunuch, even beside the going in the desert and all that kind of thing, to be a eunuch is to be castrated. You know, they just happen to be, let's say, a court eunuch. You know, so they happen to guard the harem or whatever. But yeah, eunuchs are always castrated. That's what it means to be a eunuch. So yeah, I believe it, sure.
Yeah, they got Great tales on that. And the fact is, when you go look at one of these, if I type up Moors in Spain, this is gonna make you say, hell no, watch this. This is just the type of stuff we shouldn't even be knowing because it messed too much up. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Because the one picture used on the book cover of either Moors in Spain, Stanley Poole. Let's say Stanley Poole. This dude is a eunuch. Is it him? No, it might not be him because this might be a reproductive picture. So let me go into images. Y'all know that one picture that we've been seeing for a long time of this so-called bossy Moor. He's standing there and there's like some ladies there. Man, that dude was a eunuch. So that means he ain't no type of a boss. He got castrated, dipped in the sand, and he survived out of his other Ethiopian brothers who perished. Now that's not cool. I don't even know nothing about that. So now let me see if I can find sources on what I said. Now eunuch in Spanish, eunuch Ethiopian. Arab. I just put eunuch Ethiopian Arab to see what history they give me on that. I mean, I don't be knowing where I be getting all these stories from, but I just know I got that of something that I've read from these qualified sources. Now, right here, the Ethiopian eunuchs in Acts. I don't know, I probably won't go too far on that, but that was just something I didn't like to learn, that's just like people do ill stuff. Let me see. I'm gonna put buried in sand. Let me see if I can find anything on that. Yeah, well, that's just like not nothing cool to know. Here we go. Buried in the sand. They saying it right here. Hold on. In the Ethiopian eunuch Bible. This might be something else. So that's something else buried in the sand. But anyway, I ain't trying to find that unless somebody want to challenge it. Then I gotta go research where I got that from. You feel me?
Yo, but Smash, remember my session Ivory?
What was that?
If you remember my session Ivory, who had the music last time, a redhead Rasta.
Oh yeah.
Well, since you say we sharing creative endeavors, she actually just dropped a tune. I don't know, since last time your audience enjoyed the training music, I don't know if you'll be willing to play it.
You go play it. You can play it. Play it right now.
All right, hold up.
You just gotta click share with sound or whatever. Excuse me. Man, oh man. Yeah, so I put my rig together kind of cool. I'm gonna start working on my real life rig. So I don't do cars no more, but I'm working on I'm gonna work on my RV. But let's play this. Let's talk about it. Let's play this. So who is this? Tell us who we listening to. We listened to one of her songs last time, huh?
Yes,
you on mute, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
So let us know where the vibes is coming in from. And just go on and break it down before you play it.
Musician from a long time, Ivory, coming in from Trinidad and Tobago, I should say. Apologies to Tobago. My other virgin Natty, who you had played, you like his rap and that kind of thing. That's her virgin as well. It's just a kind of collective of new Trini artists coming out. In my generation, bringing out a new sound of Trini music, you know. So I don't know how else to gas it up, you know.
Make sure your stuff is turned all the way up.
They call me rude, see me attitude. They don't want to see me living good. Me cute and nice, so full of spice. Body firm and tight. See me like a metal. Hit you at times, steamy like a sauna. Head hot like the rifle corner. Oh, me ready to the meaning Caesar. See me spirit full of fire now. Heat like me come from down under. And the disrespect them in a thunder. So you best try not test the daughter. See me little come me dream big. Money moves come me wanna see the team win. 3 points fully stored and shielded. Feed me spirit and me never miss a meal yet. You know see how the aura shining. See how me spirit bright it nearly blinding. Search my treasure but they just can't find it. In plain sight but them think say me hide it. I say me ready fi go start it. Action come me tired of the talking. Come correct choir better get to stepping. Cut the cord and it's on the reconciling. They love to say look how she wilding. She so rude and she talk so aggressive. Me attitude of the weak one stressing. They can't break me, they can't stop me blessing. Because me look up and me tell her get you wet and see me like a sauna. Head hot like the rifle corner. How me ready to the meaning Caesar. See me spirit full of fire now. Heat like me come from down under. And the disrespect them in a thunder. So you best try not test the daughter. Me come from the West Indies. Moving with the biggest team. Represent when we hit the street. So get up and move your feet. Cause I know you feel the beat. Come on and dance with me. Outside like rain, outside like storm. Outside like hot sun blazing at the morn. Outside like Viking ding dong. Outside like when carnival come round. Outside like breeze, outside like trees. Yeah, we outside high like the birds and the bees. See me outside with my team. Vibes nights and my spirit so free. Because me look up and me tell her get you wet and steamy like a sauna. Head hot like the rifle corner. How me ready could I mean in Caesar. See me spirit full of fire now. Heat like me come from down under. And the disrespect them in a thunder. So you best try not test the daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
that was fire. That was hot. Thanks for sharing. People asking questions like, where can they find us?
Ivory Vibes on. Oh, let me just share it.
Word up, I like to lose my page like this and shout out to her. If she ever want to build, just send her the link. Hey y'all, I mean, you know, and anybody else in the chat, man, don't what y'all tripping off. We chilling. You know, I am in the music industry. We don't talk about it much, but
You find her at Ivory Vibes on YouTube, on Instagram as well. I don't know if she want me giving out her Twitter. So
no, yeah, that's all good. Ivory Vibes, but she, I mean, you know, I would. If you're an artist, you gotta have an artist Twitter, so people can follow you. But yeah, that's cool. Ivory Vibes on you. On YouTube, right there. Word up, man. Feel free to hit that link, man. If y'all got something y'all think is flying, we just chilling. I was just chilling. I was talking about. I wish I could promote us into some of these. Well, I need to join some of these subcultures because I don't want to be spearheading everything. Like I feel like we need to get back into RVs, recreational vehicles, and so because if you know American Black culture, there was a move like in the 70s, 80s where everybody elder or uncle, somebody had an RV. But we got pushed out of that and we started thinking about trailers like trailer. I don't know what we was doing, but we got moved out of that. So I hooked up with MC Shan from, MC Shan. Because he was on some RV hype and we was going to start the RV association, Hip Hop RV Association. There are certain type of black RV associations, but I'm universal. So hip hop is more universal. I thought that was cool. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't, like I said, I didn't want to, you know, that ain't nothing but saying, look, we going here, we gonna spend this much time here, we gonna build, and we gonna have these type of events. Man, that's popping. They be doing it, but we ain't doing it. So bringing money to desert land, because that's something that's on my mind too. How to be able to just have a dirt patch, but be able to squeeze money out of it. And then I could point any of us to dirt patches that we could buy and emulate the process in our areas. It's being able to get permission from your city officials to run festivals and events on that dirt patch. So that's what Coachella is. That's what that's what Burning Man is. That's what a lot of these festivals, nonprofit or for profit, they hinge on that. Taking people out to a particular area for some recreational activity and making it economic and beneficial. People don't be on it like that, but I be on it like that. So in Oakland, I set up something called High Road Day, and that's the premise behind that. Getting people out, helping the artists celebrate, you know, help our local young artists perform with the bigger artists. But I stopped doing that, but it's still going on. But I just stopped being on the staff. But yeah, like I said, feel free to hit the link and share your creative endeavors. And so, you know, being like I got my record deal at 17, you gotta just think about that. Like when we talk about that type of stuff, creative, because it was something I wanted to do as a young man, and then I did it hella quick. And then I've had a career in hip hop where I was just being able to, you know, be able to sustain myself as a modest American. Cool for me. Having some extra time to be able to pursue other things and all that is cool. But then I started learning, I got partners who just doing regular stuff that got way more assets to me. So I had to add asset accumulation, start to learn how to get into that so that you just won't be out here feeling like you out here tripping. When I start talking about the tax lien properties and all that stuff, it kind of lead back to the discussion of bringing some money up out of dirt patch. So you trying to tell me you got an acre, you can't squeeze no bread up out of it? None? Nah, that ain't how we doing it. Shout out to Sister Monica, who been coming on the show, because you see I'm trying to start on my path for, with this new business I got, land and development, to get into the government grants, and she been trying to help me along with that. I think it's wise for all of us to soak up on the game that she be giving out while she giving it out, because that game is consultation type game, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody who really getting government grants that's willing to do it. My man Sat 12 says, Smashrock will do some of these younger artists pay older artists with the name to do shows with them? Definitely not. Not at Hyro Day. But in real life, yes. So it'll be like this. The pay to play will work like somebody will say, you can perform at the show, but you got to sell 40 tickets. So you can't get on the stage unless you sell that 40 tickets. So they ain't calling it pay to play. They just restructured it. So if you ain't getting on the stage, if they $40, $20 tickets, then that's the amount you got to pay. What? 800 or whatever. That's the amount you got to pay in order to perform. So, but no, we don't do nothing like that. What's up with Carl? We got my man Carl tuning in from wherever he tuning in at. We hear a little background noise. Was you trying to say something? Hey, you can't hear me? All right, well, I'm gonna mute you out because you can't hear me for some reason. But if you get your mic stuff together, just come back in. Because all we hear is background noise. But Carl, when you connect your audio, that's what it is. So what I was talking about, other things we could be doing, and we be talking about bringing some money to a dirt patch. First, you got to know how to get your dirt patch right. Trust me, don't act like you can't run my foul on getting money out of dirt patch, B. I could do it. You can too. Because there's a lot of templates out here, right? And since let's never ever think that when we having our economic discussions that we talking about anything pretentious or that we trying to be like, oh, I'm a big baller. That ain't my style, really. Only when somebody flex on me and it be like a little body person who ain't doing nothing in life. You can't flex on me because I'm from the town. I'm going to just accidentally go back into my little behaviors that I'm trying to get better than. What's up, Carl? You can hear us now? Man, bruh. Carl, we're trying to hear from you. You having some communication issues, so please don't mind me for muting you. Or at least say something if you come off mute. There you go. Thank you, brother. But you feel free to say what you got to say. You probably, your mic ain't connecting or something. All right. You know what I'm saying? Now,
go ahead, sorry.
Why don't we talk about mental health? I was about to switch the subject, so let's let you say what you say first.
I was just gonna say, well, if nobody else wanna join the panel, I was just gonna, get the audience some more Trini music, so different artists,
Oh, that's all good. Yeah, we could get around to that. I was about to pose a question to us real quick. Is why as black men don't we have yeah, I do need lunch. Thanks, Sister Jolanda. Go on to somebody cash at me the lunch, and I'm going to go on and DoorDash it. It's on you today. Thank you. We be having nice people be like, bow, this is on you. Go get a coffee. But why don't we talk about mental health much in the black community? Carl, you there? Carl. Thank you, bro. Because your mic wasn't giving us nothing but back feed. I think one of the reasons that we don't talk about mental health, it stems from like the 60s and 70s when it used to be like he getting crazy checks and all this stuff. We getting cash apps going off. Shout out to Sister Jolanda. We got some support from, who is that? Let me see. We want to say thank you. And y'all can continue to hit James. Thank you, James, for hitting the cash app. Brother Logic yesterday, thank you. I think we don't talk about mental health because it stems from the 70s getting crazy checks and all of this. He crazy. And all of the little slanders, retarded, all of the slander we had about mental health and stability. So we mature enough to throw all that away. And I'm just going to contribute to the conversation by saying everybody needs to respect their own mental health game, dog. Like, this is what I mean. If you know you need to go to the gym, right? And we gonna admit it. Oh, you ain't been in the gym? That ain't all you need to do. We need to play, and then we go to the gym for our physical health. We do some studies to get some information. But what do we do for our mental health? So some people who ain't doing nothing, then you off it, man, you easier to fall off, easier. If you can't define what you do to make sure you ticking right, then you could easily fall off. And so I had to figure this out in my own life myself. Like, if everything I'm doing every day is just suiting some other purpose of trying to maintain, but nothing is just for me to maintain. What's up with you?
It's that good guy, Smash. You know why us black folks, especially black men, we have a problem with it's a couple of reasons. I mean, come on. we have a problem with expressing ourselves, and the stigma we get behind it when we do. So I think that's one of the main reasons.
If you start to let people know that you have a weak point or a softness, which is maybe a mental offset for the moment, then people will prey on that and use that against you, right? But we should be mature enough to know that everybody got that. And the person who is fronting like they don't got it probably got it the most. Oh, you trying to share something for the people, but your mic ain't working. All right, so that's what Carl was getting it in.
I mean,
yeah, yeah, your mic wasn't working.
Okay, I got you.
So you say you got something you was trying to share for the people? No, do your thing. I got you now. Do your thing. We about to tap into what you was trying to share right now. Hold on. I can't even try to hear you because your mic going in and out. Don't even trip. I got your message. We about to try to see what you was trying to share. If I can. I don't know. Once I go into the share screen, I'm puzzled. Let me see. Come up out of that. All right, let's see what the family was sharing. Hold on. We're going to stop. Uh-oh, hold on. And somebody got my last name? Uh-oh, that might be...
For me, you can't get copyright struck or nothing.
This is you?
Yes, sir.
But you got a poor man's copyright because you got it on YouTube. We could talk about that. The dates of your upload 1 year ago on exactly what date is could serve as a poor man copyright to show that you had the content before anybody else. But yeah, that's another different discussion. But let's listen. Hold on. We got to start that right.
Sometimes I feel like giving up, and then I got my ass on up. I told myself enough's enough, we gon' make it out.
Top line since birth, what's a black man worth? So we network trying to maintain through the pain till our neck hurt. We was raised to put the set first. What about my family from the other side? Boys in the hood, Trey can't take this ride. Politics are politics while we starving, trying to make 15 cents out of lint. Baby need milk, mama laid on rent, 3 date notice, pay a Vic. Politics are politics, where the black men work. Since birth they told us we wasn't it. They mimic and steal our shit. Politics are politics. Time waits for no one, you get the message? I'm here to reach you, talking to the adolescents. Peer pressure, don't get pressured by your peers. First rule in life is your life, so live. Stop using the quote, I ride for my niggas, I die for my niggas.
Sometimes I feel like giving up, and then I got my ass on up. I told myself enough's enough, we gon' make it out. Sometimes I feel like giving up, and then I got my ass on up. I told myself enough's enough, we gon' make it out.
The pain, feeling her name, killing the shame, concealing the thing, but still willing to aim at the main problem, the pain. Pointing out who to blame, ain't no love for the enemy. Should've shot up when they came, but wait, we been all about survival. Gave game, but in exchange we got a Bible. How I'm supposed to look at a book from a crook that took it all from us? Rather put a foot in the sucker's ass for the past summer. Past winters, past spring, past autumn. Been trying to run from the past, but the past caught them. Should've fought them before they sold them and bought them off. You don't do it like God taught it, it's Holocaust. Now we paying the cost and I curse in my verse, but it's coughing the hearse. Then it's off to the dirt. We bewildered and broke in the wilderness still. Stop feeling that quote that is kill or be killed.
Sometimes I feel like giving up, and then I got my ass on up. I told myself enough's enough, we gon' make it out. Sometimes I feel like giving up, and then I got my ass on up. I told myself enough's enough, we gon' make it out.
I never give up, it's no surrender, no retreat. I was praying on my knees until I stood to my feet. And every time I speak, it's like I'm preaching to the choir. But us as black men need to reach a little high. And never get tired, keep running your race. It's your own homeboy, got that gun in your face. No matter where you from, keep repping your neighborhood. All you doing, advocating with that peck of wood. Had to say every day about a black king. Death or jail is the only thing we facing. My heart racing, prayers to my city. But rich city never showed no pity. You idiots gonna get what you gonna get. Killers get killed too, adding to the deficit. I represent for all of humanity. If it take a village, man, stand on me.
Sometimes I feel like giving up, and then I got my ass on up.
I
That's
told
right.
myself enough's enough, we gon' make it out. Sometimes I feel like giving up, and then I got my ass on up. I told myself enough's enough, we gon' make it out.
I ain't mad at you. You feel me?
Yeah, I'm back in the chat from work.
All right, that's what's up. You was busting, bro. You was busting.
Yeah, that's that shit, bro.
Yeah, I'm not mad. Shit, that's what I be wanting to hear. I know people be working, man. It's cool to bring some light, even to see people in the chat saying what's up. You know what I'm saying? We ain't be trying to be on the biggest stage or soapbox. Sometimes it's cool to build with 100, it's say 66 like-minded brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to you for sharing that. Yeah, word up. And feel free to contribute with it. I want to hear some poems and some poetry, man. Where's our poets at? I know somebody in the chat got that one lug poem in the cut that got some bars in it that you probably ain't, you scared to share it? Share that thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm just chilling, though. So somebody said something about the mental health thing. They said that is a stigma attached to that. Well, that's cool though. So if therapy is what we need, just the ability to talk. There's a lot of places where we could do that too, and we can have those therapeutic conversations. If it's certain people we could confide in, you know what I'm saying, then that is cool. That ain't nothing we need to be looking at. We don't need the youth thinking something bad with that. As a matter of fact, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's funny that in religion they got like a confessional set up for people to just go in there and say some stuff. But we don't just got that in the community where people can just get stuff off their mind. So, it is what it is. Anyway, just like we say, we need to go to the gym, do 30 minutes of physical activity. I think we need 30 minutes of lyric activity. I mean, not lyric activity, but mental health every day. So for me, it'd be like giving myself mind freedom. And that's kind of like how I got to be able to restore some of my prowess at being a lyricist, because I realized how much morale and all of these things we don't talk about actually ties into you being able to bust and stuff. And so if I sound like I ain't lost a step, I'm telling them right there, that's what that be. You know what I'm saying? It's because it ain't just the work of trying to be a fly artist. It's got a lot to do with life and, being on the level, though. So, yeah. I should have probably went and played with some RCs today. I probably will later, but I ain't even tripping. After a while, I'll be like, so what?
You really want to see your poem? I don't know if you like the subject matter, but I have
you got a poem you had in the cut? Let's read it.
It's
Let's
really
hear it.
old, this. Nah, bro, I'm not gonna read again.
Okay, you like, nah, you cool on that, huh? Well, if somebody want to be the reader, come in and read. I'm kind of like just chilling. I can't really dedicate. But that'll be cool to see. I definitely would like to, see what we be doing.
Because I just feel like I'm not a performance poet now, boy. So I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't give it. However, whoever is going to read it in their own head would be more impressive than however I read it out loud,
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So we was talking about bringing money to a dirt patch or making money off a dirt patch. So first, some of us gotta acquiring a dirt patch. You can do that in any state, but basically making money on it comes down to how creative you're willing to be. And so I've been giving a lot of thought. Obviously, everything I'm gonna say is gonna line up because I live one life. So what I'm saying is not to lead to the other things that I'll be talking about. But the way that I figured to set up my life is to be consistent with the things I like to do and the way I like to make money. So if you'll notice, everything I like to do is consistent with making money off of a dirt patch. I like marksmanship. I like RC cars. I like RVs. If you trip off that, it's not just because I'm not living a haphazard life. it's geared towards being able to eventually be off the grid and to be able to be self-sustainable. So I got into gardening and learning those elements too as well. But as you pursue a path, first thing I got to do is get my kids into college and through college. And as that starts happening, I see some freedom will be able to open up. And so then when I think about my template, since I've learned the ins and outs of throwing music festivals by successfully hosting one of the best festivals in Oakland, California ever brought to the city for the last 10 years. Well, I did it from 2012 to about 2020. 2011 to about 2020. But what I learned was our event became an asset to the community when we would be bringing a lot of people into an area that those people wouldn't have been on those days. So it started economics down to water. You got 15,000 people. Water is one of the best sellers. You remember that. You get 1,000 people, water and liquor gonna start to rival each other. But you got 15,000 people in the hot sun. Water, you can guarantee $15,000 in water sales at minimum. Because everybody needed water, and most people need 2 or 3 of them. So if you really got your event right, they don't say you can't bring water, they say no bottles. But it all boiled down to economics. And normally, if we talk about Coachella, we have a prime example of what we're talking about, getting money up out of a dirt patch. But if you look through your community, you're going to notice that most of these events that you go to that are safe for your family and stuff, they really ain't nothing but it'd be like a street, some vendors, and food, some music, some alcohol, and some water. And you got a whole complete economic situation for the people who participate and in the community. And so being able to get the permissions to pull that off is a simple process. I illustrated it in various videos, but it's something that people could just understand because you could do it on a very small scale and add that lucrative movement to your ins and outs. Like say you say every Easter, I'm gonna throw something, whatever holidays you doing, you throwing this and you know that that's coming. That's really something. Like, I don't know. But it is, I don't know. I'm reading the chat and I'm lost. Doogie Howser changed the game. What y'all in the chat just talking about other stuff? Event of the heart. I'm just streaming because I'm at the house chilling. Ain't no harm, no foul. All right. One of my rigs I was building. Go ahead.
I was just saying, is that same Somali troll from a few shows ago that Mizrahi is responding to? It's continuously in the chat.
Oh well, let's see if his motivations are to be just a channel supporter. It's no problem. I don't mind that. Or if he just think that we talking about Kemet every day, because I don't think the word Kemet or North Africa. I don't think we addressed none of that in this video. But since he knows that goes on a lot on my page, maybe he's barging into a party with some contentions from another video when he could be building with us from North Africa right now, because we're talking about creative things that could push us all forward. And so, I don't know. You know how it is on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like, he might live near a dirt patch where he could be throwing a festival on. Because the things I'm talking about have real well-defined templates. You could go back to Woodstock if you want to. Everything and about music festivals. Most of the things that we're patrons of be like the Crawdad Festival, the Pumpkin Festival, You know you could throw any of those. Anybody who's hearing my voice could be the person who throw any of those. The pumpkin festival, the sweet potato pie festival. That's money. Cats be tripping. Matter of fact, I gotta think of what's the next one I'm gonna throw. I've been thinking about it for a minute, but I want to do a real small scale. I don't have no more large scale ambitions like that. But the template is just talking to your city officials, bro. That's hella easy. Talk to the city official, tell them what you're gonna do, then go talk to all the businesses. If you get paper sign-offs from all the businesses, oh, you about to make some bread. Somebody said the Garlic Festival in Gilroy. Well, understand there's no company called Garlic. See? When they throw the Pumpkin Festival, there's no company called Pumpkin that's sponsoring the festival. It's somebody with a bright idea in order to bring people together under things that we like in order to create an economic situation for whatever organization that they are down with. This is easy side hustle chill. My whole side hustle became a big ass LLC. Like, for real. I wasn't even tripping. And then getting sponsorship, dog. Come on, we get sponsorship. Like, I mean, well, shout out to Kyrie and the people who doing that now. I'm not taking credit for things that people. Shout out to my man Damon Johnson. Oh, it's cool to troll Kim and Mizariak, but I wasn't even talking about you. I was talking about the North African dude. I'm glad you support my page. I'm glad Hebrews feel cool on my page because that's what I want. Then y'all can really learn about Kemet. What's up, Cabrio? So you in Somalia, you are more of an asset to me just by demographic. We don't need to be arguing over no. We might have some different point of views, but we should shelf those because I could be an asset to you if you need somebody in California. I'm solid. So you see what I'm saying? That's what I mean. And I'm vetted. So people I hook up with, I'll vet those people first. But I'm just saying we should use this thing more resourcefully instead of setting up. I don't want no enemies, bruh. I ain't coming on the internet to get no enemies. I more or less like to battle so I could battle you with the information. But I don't want to disrespect or make a man feel so slighted that they just want to be an enemy. You feel me? That ain't what my page is for. My page is for chilling. But we definitely could get in the danger room and talk our little shit. I ain't mad at that. That's cool. Because men need a place to release that. Because if you don't release it, you're going to take it into your household or into your real life activities. You feel me? So I'm on some other stuff and I'm just chilling. I didn't put no topic up. How many of us know how to fuse gold? It's just a certain temperature you heat it up to till it melts. What temperature do we get gold to where we can fuse it? These are simple ass things, bruh. That's why I know we just ain't really getting the pimping. What I mean is you probably can't ask. You could probably go on any other channel and go on a white channel. Everybody won't be able to answer that. Somebody Google it, answer quick. But there are people who actually just making money off simple ass sciences around us that we don't even trip off. Like we be letting foreigners make our necklaces because they know how to heat up the gold hot enough to put it in a mold of my logo. That's hella easy. I could do that with a dope fiend torch. I guarantee I'll go get my necklace right now and go get a torch out the basement and burn it until that mug melt. But I'm going to be more scientific than that. So, I mean, I don't care. This is how I'll be chilling. And so let me see. What do gold melt at? Does gold fuse at? What temperature does gold? That ain't nothing. 1900 Fahrenheit. I told you I could do that with a dope fiend torch. So let me see. How hot is a liquor store torch? You know them liquor store torches? All right, you almost could melt gold with a dope fiend torch. So now you over there cooking crack. And you could have been doing something. Let's look, a blowtorch with alcoholic vapor and air is going to give us 1300. That's not hot enough, young man. We need propane. I got so much propane in my garage. I'm going to take this gold chain and melt this mug right now. But what I'm going to do, first I got to cover my face and stuff. I don't want to be breathing all that. But what I'm going to do is I need to make a mold first. Let me show you how to make a mold. We got to stop being stupid. Sand, you could do it with no money. Sand molds. Now look, just go to the beach, bro. Casting into sand molds. Look, he just made brass knuckles in the sand. Pouring the aluminum into the sand, bow. Because the sand ain't going to bond to it. I don't want to do no little silly shit we be doing. I want to do some fun shit. So like at the science fair, I hope they getting it in like that. So now I know a propane blowtorch will give me at least 2,000 degrees. I only need 1,900 to melt the gold. So what I'm going to do I'm not going to spend no money. I'm going to take this gold chain and go right to the, so this is what I need first. I need to be able to put my logo into the, let me see, sand casting aluminum. So I need to basically be able to print the logo into the sand. And it's so easy. Look at how easy this is. But I'm going to be dumb and I'm going to melt a gold chain into it and see what happens. I'm going to do the video.
Casting project. I've always needed a third hand over here in the shop.
I'm just like him. I swear to God, I made one of these yesterday. All right, I need to get up and go show you, dude, because crazy people be alike. I took 2 alligator clips and put them on two pieces of wire, but I didn't have a base like him, so he did better than me. My alligator clips connected to fishing weights, which allowed me to solder in my basement. But if I went and you see how he got that propane, see my basement looked like this.
To do soldering, so I decided to go ahead.
If you're a black man and you do this type of stuff, man, holla at me, man.
And cast me up.
I mean, you don't gotta be a black man, but I'll be looking for people who look like me who do the same shit. I get all this stuff. I learned it from white people. I know y'all do the shit. I be wanting to know who else do it.
Nice base and go ahead and make one. And that's why we metal cast, is to make something we need.
Thank you.
So.
Oh, y'all not seeing this on the Zoom? I'm sorry. I apologize. Let me see.
Yeah, I was watching on YouTube.
My bad. Hold up. This dude right here I made one of these stands with the alligator clips because I needed to do soldering in order to hype up a RC car. I hyped that mug up. But this stand is very good, effective stand that he made right there.
To invite you to stick around and watch the video. I've tried to be.
What you want me to start up, Mika? I will start something up, but I think I can only dedicate to like one thing. I wanted to do like
as detailed as possible without being boring with it.
What I want to do is be like somebody's best man and supporting what they're doing. I want to help somebody else do one of their ideas. Because I've been getting help doing my ideas. And I achieved them, and so now I don't want to be the leader. I want to be helping somebody else.
So I think you'll enjoy it. Gives you all the steps, start to finish, on doing.
But so he about to
copper wire.
He about to do copper. I'm just gonna zoom
about
through
the
it.
background noise on some of these.
So yes, you could just get sand.
Unavoidable.
Right.
It was just too hot.
And you could cast it. I don't know if I could cast gold in it, but I'm about to learn. So now he set up, I can make a little box like that. That's nothing. You feel me? That's smart to do too.
Okay, now it's time to ram up the top.
So this is what we need to do, first of all. We need more black jewelers. Shout out to the black jeweler who just got killed by them dumbass people in Houston. This is what make me sick. That the brother had the knowledge to do this and y'all dumbass niggas killed him. For the product that he could produce with the knowledge. You dummies. People be hella stupid. So if a person can produce something with knowledge, most good villains know not to kill that person. You just kidnap them or get them working on your team and make them produce what they can produce. Because they produce it with their knowledge. But it was like one black jeweler. I don't know no other black jewelers. It's like one black jeweler. And y'all killed him. Not even it's no honorable way to do things like that. But y'all do it like fools. Like if you know, look, just think about this. If you had a genie that could grant you wishes, but he holding 3 wishes in his pocket, you idiots will kill the genie and steal the 3 wishes. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard of. And so that happened to somebody named Duke the Jeweler, a black jeweler. But no matter how you look at what I'm saying, everything that this dude know on the screen, Duke would have talked to me in a voice I understand and been like, bro, you starting in prehistoric ages. And be like, this is how we do it. But it still can get to the same result.
Just compacting all the sand.
He doing this right in his basement, smooth out the sand. He gonna draw his mold in the sand, right? Let's see what mold he get. Now he lighting up the propane so it get hot. I got this all downstairs. So now he lighting up the propane so that it get hot enough to burn. It gotta reach 2,000 degrees. So I'm gonna use a source hotter than a propane torch. Now he about to pour. Let's see what's going on. So he heated it inside of there into his thing he made at the house, sitting on some bricks. While we be talking about science, I'm about to show you some science. So he's skimming off the slag. Now we got the good stuff. So I don't know if this is aluminum, but what I want people to see is that you can cast this stuff right into the sand as he's about to do. Because the sand ain't gonna stick to it. Oh, you know I want to do this. And so some way he did it, the aluminum or whatever popped up over the top of the thing. Now he's just about to pour it in this pan for whatever reason. I don't know what he's making. But let's go on and skip through the process. It was so hot it burnt through the wood, y'all. Damn. That's hot. So what did he make? Let's see. Well, as you see, he pulled this right up out of the sand, y'all. So he made some part with sand casting. True. Now he about to obviously clean it up and make it look how it
with
needs to
a
look.
60 grit flap disc and just taking off the extra metal along the edges. It's called flashing.
But look how
And
precise
some
that
required some
actually
more
is.
aggressive action. So I moved over to the angle or the
I know I'm just
bench
talking and
grinder.
chilling. Feel free to click
Take
the
a
link
little
if
bit
you want
off.
to know something or talk
Come back
about
to the
something in
angle
particular.
grinder.
Oh, that was interesting.
I know, right? That's crazy that people that you really could. But there's various examples online of people using the sand to cast metal. So when we talk about how they made Tudak Amon's iron dagger out of meteoritic stone, all they had to do was be able to achieve temperatures of over 1,300 degrees. So this is like, I want to go camping and do shit like that. Like we could have our women there and we could be chilling. It could be as festive as it needs to be. But we should be able to see like which camp can raise a fire to the degrees to where they could smelt metal. Because if society collapsed, these are the skills that somebody gonna be a boss for having. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? We can still have the luau and do all that. Or for instance, go fishing, go camping, right? But don't bring no food. And we have to see how we gonna get it in. Not for a long period of time, and we can have escapes. We don't need to be that far from human civilization. But we should have an agreement that we're going camping at a lake. We're not going to bring too much food. Maybe you can only bring 2 or 3 items. And we're going to work together to see how we can sustain a small village. Man, that'll
bring
be...
in water, though, right?
Go ahead.
So you bring in water, though, right?
You can bring water. We got to bring water. Yeah, we bring in water, and you maybe could bring a small non-perishable. You know, like we could bring bread or maybe even that. But no, that'd be tight, dog. I'm not even talking about like a TV show. I'm talking about bonding events and things like that. Because we have to learn how to fish. We would have to say, oh, everybody's not going to be a fisherman. We'd assign probably 5-10 people to fish, whoever got that prowess. We need some small hunters, rock hunters, maybe make some bows and arrows. Like, that'll be hella fun.
Yeah, that actually sounds like real fire. Especially like especially if you go in a place where you know there's, let's say, vegetation, but potentially some wildlife and that kind of thing, that you're actually giving yourself an experience of, as you were saying, like if society does collapse, you need to have certain skills, you know? And it's good skills, is literally survival skills anyways. It's good skills to have.
Well, I hope it wouldn't be harmful to ask, maybe will we be encroaching upon too much to be asking the women to gather berries? Or maybe some of the women help fish while some of the men go out and not really do no big game hunting. I mean, I'm not the leader. Some people going to be like, I'm going to catch a deer right now. You feel me? And so now we will learn the real process of how kingship would develop. Even in that experiment, somebody going to be getting it in, bringing back more food that would feed more than just his camp or his immediate family. And the reverence that we would obviously start giving that person, that's how kingship gonna develop. Because then we're gonna be like, how you do it, blood? How you do that? Like, show all the other men how you're so prosperous at bringing back this food. See, she got mad at me for saying gather berries, but I said that for the fun. No, okay, Gina, the men gonna go gather berries, and y'all go do the hunting. Is that fair? But we need somebody to forage. My point is, we need somebody to forage. But yeah, the men are going to gather the berries, and we're going to make sure the women do the hunting, so that we could be in this crazy new world. I'm just saying, though. You know what I'm saying? We can do it whichever way we choose because we got a democratic society. So we could try a day of that, Gina. And it might be more prosperous. All right, man, today our day we get the berries because the women won't eat. They don't want it to go. I know you joking. I'm just entertaining the joke. You feel me? And so on this day, we going to gather berries. And if they came back with hella more livestock, we going to feel stupid, huh?
Hey, Smash, you know, I just jumped into the conversation, but you know, by the women being the gatherers, you know, they the ones who actually created pottery. They're the ones who made the pottery and stuff.
Exactly. 100%. Even needing to be able to gather forage and bring stuff back to a location. And so that wasn't meant as a slight, but in modern days, they could take it that way. So I apologize to anyone who took it that way. Yeah. But I mean, all of those type of discussions, like on a conscious community, that's the next level of it. Even mudding and all that stuff, people was doing it, but people don't understand that they just not doing it with no religious motivations or no political motivations. getting into the backwoods and going to the country and learning about survival. Because I would really love to come back to hella blueberries and that's not a negative thing. I don't know what nobody's looking at. Like if we got bread, what would we really have? Mostly if you just did this example, if you did an experiment at a state park that lets you hunt, you're probably going to have meat that no one really wants to eat. The only meat people are going to really want to eat is going to be the fish. Because if you come back with a rabbit and we only on a 1 week thing, people ain't ready to eat that. Hey, who know how to make some rabbit taste hella good? All you need is some lorries, huh? You slap some lorries on that, huh? Go ahead.
Hey, Smash, my grandma from Mississippi, bro. Rabbit tastes like chicken, dog.
Yeah, bro. Rabbit meat's sweet, bro. It's good, bro.
Oh, so that's the first time I'm gonna have me some rabbit. I'm with it. As long as it's cooked good and the meat look cooked,
It
I'm
tastes
with
like,
it.
bro. It tastes just like chicken. It's, you know what I'm saying. Plus, and plus it is good meat because rabbits only eating grass and what I'm saying, they eating all the healthy shit. You know what I'm saying.
Well, I know we got berries for sweets and delicatessen type of arrangements. We got fish, so we can make ceviche and those type of things. We would be able to sustain. We got enough knowledge right now amongst a small group of any of us to let that be sustainable. Because ceviche, just gathering some vegetables and lemons. Hopefully, we can find a lemon tree somewhere. Now, think about it. It only take 3 months for this stuff to start growing. So some of the people that we look at that's doing the off the grid thing, in 3 months they got the stuff that they didn't have already. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna go off fish. I could catch all of us some fish. As a matter of fact, we could do it like this. We don't really need hella fishermen. We need hella poles. See, that's how you do that smart. And so, because 2 fishermen could watch 10 poles. So we really wouldn't need to waste our energy. We'd have discussions like this and come up with the most useful thing in order to sustain a society. What's up, Do?
Give me a second. I'm inside the door.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm eating dumb fish. Let me see. I'm eating crustaceans. I know people ain't eating crustaceans, but they hella easy to catch. So we could catch them small crabs and stuff. I'm probably not eating too many mammals unless y'all prepare it. But I would sustain myself off of fruit, fish, and vegetables. We got to learn which grass you can eat, which grass is greens. Some natural greens be out there. We don't know natural greens. Who can identify natural greens in the chat? If you can identify natural greens, shout out to you. You get a star on your forehead in the chat. But let me know if you can identify natural greens, because I can't. Like, what I mean is, if you was lost, could you identify which greens you could eat to sustain yourself? A lot of us can't. Dude, it's crazy. We be eating poison and shit.
I know some in Trinidad, but I don't know if I would know the American plants.
But where you at, you know the one, so that's cool. Or where you from, yeah, that's cool. I definitely wouldn't. In California, if they just dropped me in the wilderness and I'm 2 days away from people, I would just probably try the hay or something. I would probably just try the hay, like, the regular wheatgrass, in order to put something in my stomach. But
Man, I'm gonna try to kill a damn deer. Shit.
yeah, I know. I would do that too, but then you got to take that process of, that's going to be like a 3-4 hour process. That's going to damn near turn into a day. Feel me?
Oh yeah.
For sure.
And I forgot, in California, shit, you kill a deer, that's gonna make you a target for birds and shit too.
So we got to think about things preying on us too, huh? Man, I'm going to handle that part. I don't know how.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You don't want to go in a place with too much wildlife, or I should say too much big game, I suppose.
Well, all we got left is bobcats and bears, like, really. And wild pigs. They'll do you in, though. The wild pigs is the worst.
Shit, y'all got cougars too. fucking mountain lions and
Oh,
shit.
yep, the mountain lions, yeah.
I see you talking about that like it's nothing, bears and mountain lions and shit, bro.
Yeah, that's big, but they are domesticated a bit. They're wild, but they run from humans. What I mean by domestication, if not in all instances, but if it's a band of humans, they gonna run though.
For
Oh
sure,
yeah,
they really don't be wanting no beef like that. They just really be trying to protect themselves. Really, they just doing what they do, and when they see us, we scare them as much as they scare us.
Now, if you at the lake, right, and we got our families, not just us, but other people who need to eat off of what we bring back, I'm definitely gonna start with the easiest task because I don't want to at nighttime be sitting there with a family that ain't got no food. Then we got to come borrow from y'all. My manhood start going down a little bit.
Hey, Smash.
What's up?
I just want to jump in and give you some praise, man, because I always want to give you some praise because you always trying to keep it positive at the end of the day. You always literally want to build, no matter how much we argue, whenever we think we debating as a family, man, you always try to keep it on that positive note, and I know you come in and smash Rockwell Killer and these other guys, I be feeling like they being characters, but I feel like you be being yourself. And then it's always so I enjoy being over here. You know what I mean? And I just want to give you some of that praise, brother, because you always keep it positive. You always trying to build. You always trying to take us in a direction that's coming up to where we need to be headed. So I just want to give you that praise, man. And I really, really appreciate you. I really appreciate you for letting me come on and speak my word, whether you agree with me or not. So I just want to get that to you as always, bro.
Oh, I appreciate that, and well received, kind words. Thank you. It always makes us feel good for somebody to say you appreciate it. So thank you. Word up. I mean, I just be trying to be me, but I read in a pseudo book by Ra'u Nefer Amen called Medu Neter. It was pseudo because he never was talking about the language, but I got over that and started trying to learn what he was talking about. And one thing I took from that book is he said man has the natural inclination to congregate. And I started thinking about myself and I was like, maybe that's what it is too. Cause hell of the ideas I be thinking about ain't even for my own personal. Like I definitely don't want to be no bum. I got personal stuff to take care of. But most of the ideas that come to me will suit a group a lot better than they will suit me. But out of that book, when he said that was the spirit of Amen, this is Ra'u Nefer Amen talking. He said that these teachings ain't based on no ancient Egyptian nothing. He actually was mixing it with some Kabbalicism. But nevertheless, I don't throw it all out. What he said was, it is one of the natural inclinations of man to want to congregate. And that was what he called the element of Asar on his tree of life or what have you.
That's peace. That's peace. And just to add to that, and this is my personal feeling though. I mean, if man is not trying to progress the world in a positive way, then what are you really doing? I feel like it's man's responsibility to progress the world in the way that he sees fit. And everybody is not going to agree, but as a man, you just got to do what you feel is right. You know what I mean? And I try to tell my son, I really try to tell my son, because whenever we look in history, we look at all these good things that great men did. But to me, the measure of a man is not necessarily what he's done, but also what a man won't do. That's the civilized man. So we tend to praise people for what they do, but it takes an even bigger man for the things that he won't do. And I always feel like people talk about purpose and things of that nature, and this always comes back to me. And my heart is what we're doing for the world, and not necessarily ourselves. So, and that's how I relate to what you're saying, as far as just like how people want to congregate, and you should want to do stuff not necessarily for yourself, but just to see in the world in a better place. If you ain't trying to leave this place in a better place than you came into it, then to me you just a waste.
Yeah, I can't disagree with nothing you said. And now while you was talking, you got me inspired to, okay, I would love to put together an outdoor activity event actually. I would love it if it was on some of our own land. You know what I'm saying? Like getting the land to do it ain't gonna cost no hella thousands. Like you could get some land in the desert, hella acres for 10 racks. I could get that. I got some desert acres too. As a matter of fact, so now I need to start thinking. But what I'm saying is, I would love to put together some type of an outdoor thing, but not nothing typical. It got all of the. I don't got no land near no water like that. But we would probably have to even just target some state land and put together something over the next few years. That all the things that we discussed culminate, but actually we got days to we got days with people talking and doing all this type of stuff. We got vendors, we got our competitions, man, and it's based on outdoor stuff. Psh, that's killing it. That's killing burning, man. Call that thing something else, man. You feel me? Outdoor, I don't know, but I'm just saying. Those ideas are tight. Yeah, we could get the land, we could lease the land, or we could use BLM land. They got the Bureau of Land Management. That's something I'm about to start thinking about. It takes thought before you can dive into this stuff, but man, that's off the hook. The land is so cheap everywhere, dude. Let me share the screen. Going to one of my favorite websites, y'all. We can buy the whole everything. Let me see. So, bid for assets. I've been recommended. So, a few people follow my recommendations, and they be coming back and giving me props. Some people will say I'm gonna just be skeptical of everything, but I don't get nothing from you going. They don't even have a referral code, so I don't get nothing from none of y'all signing up to bid for assets. If anything, I get competition because we're never going to want to bid on the same things. But just like we got a Facebook, we should get a bid for assets. All right, now I hear Sister Jolanda, who could be very useful. Sister Tamika saying, getting my team. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we could definitely start having Zooms. Do you know how much stuff I've done in Zoom meetings that were economic? Like I told you, I've been in some Zoom meetings where if you're talking about under the millions, people start looking at you like you wasting everybody's time in the meeting. So I had to change my own game. When I call it the 100-column problem, where you think we should sit here and talk for hella long about something that's going to wind up in the hundreds column. No, we know how to small ball and crawl before we walk, but if we're going to spend our time to talk as gentlemen, we should have something that could be divided up amongst us that could all be well suitable in our own personal lives. So those are the discourses I'll be trying to take on. But I'm just going to keep it a buck. Using Fiverr, Discord, and Telegram, I've established some companies just through the computer with businessmen in different locations to where I'm having to wire money all over the world and stuff, and really effectively achieved a goal. And so in saying that, it wasn't the easiest thing, but in saying that, let's not start talking about the RV parks and the gun ranges and stuff, Sister Jolanda. You're going to get me so juiced. I got the whole template. I've been thinking about this for 10 years, like we should do this. You don't even have to own your RV yet, but I could get anybody in an RV for pennies on the dollar, bro. Pennies on the dollar. It's not even like I'm holding a secret back. Using Copart. See, this is what we got to understand. All right, I need some water because I'm chilling. Y'all click the link and let's get it popping. What's up with GOP in the building? He said a paintball course. That's another very good thing that you can do to bring money to a dirt patch. RC courses, paintball courses, RV parks, campsites, all of these things. I'm going to show y'all something. I got a lot to show people. Not like that, but I just want to share a lot. But since I got to take a break, somebody click the link real quick. Because I need to run downstairs and I need to go get my medicine. Let me see. My allergy medicine. Because I feel my nose closing.
You gotta go do Brother Smash, so give thanks for alone, no panel.
Yeah, word up. Y'all can play that song you wanted to play and hold it down for me for real quick. If you wasn't you about to play a second song?
Yeah, all right, hold on a second.
Yeah, if you could share that song for the people right now, because we love sharing creative shit. I be knowing how many rappers be listening but don't want to share nothing. What you think I'm gonna say? You hella weak. Like that's childish. More or less, I want to see where you at with the art. Probably you could inspire me, and we could just. I ain't got no dreams to sell to nobody. I can't fix nothing.
I definitely think it's a lot of artists in your audience because every time you make a call like this, people just come out with their music, you know. So
Yeah, I would
we
like
get it.
more people to tap in, but go right ahead. You got the floor. You have to share it though, if you can. You can share your screen. I'll be right back.
Well, peace to the audience. Like I was saying earlier, everybody who I'm sharing is my personal brethren or my personal session. There's a new wave of Trini music coming out, trying to take this thing by storm. So I'm just gonna go ahead and play this next session. Surifa Selman also goes by Mellow.
I see me up on cloud nine, catching a vibe, feeling so high, and me not coming down. Yes, me up on cloud nine, catching a vibe, feeling so high, and me not coming down. Yeah, me feel so mellow, me say, ain't no other way me why feel the day. Yes, I hold a medi, so me vibes them can't shake up now. Head up in the clouds and I levitating down. Can you reach my level? Roll with the rebel. Somebody tell Diesel mash up the gas pedal. Please, we coming from the West Indies. Something that we known for is very nice trees. See me up on cloud nine, catching a vibe, feeling so high, and me not coming down. Yes, me up on cloud nine, catching a vibe, feeling so high, and me not coming down. Man, this feeling so euphoric. Now me want to do something historic. Yeah, it's time to fly, and I don't mean that metaphorically. Me plant a seed, and now me watch it turn into a tree. That's just the way me choose to live life on the daily. I want to live a simple life. There's only good things we promoting right. Yeah, cause I don't want to live no double life. I'd rather live till I die. Set me up on cloud nine, catching a vibe, feeling so high, and me not coming down. Yes, me up on cloud nine, catching a vibe, feeling so high, and me not coming down. This a Rasta, yeah. This a Rasta brigade. 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 Catching a vibe, feeling so high, and me not coming down. Yes, me up on cloud nine, catching a vibe, feeling so high, and me not coming down. I say me up on cloud nine, catching a vibe, feeling so high, and me not coming down. Yes, me up on cloud nine, catching a vibe, feeling so high, and me not coming down. Me keep it mellow, 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 mellow. Me say, me keep it mellow, 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 mellow. Me say.
Hey, that's how all the people you be listening to. You know these people?
Yeah, these my personal brethren, my personal
Yeah,
session.
your
These people
crew.
who've been in my house.
Tell them people I said what's up. They hot. Let them know if they need a
Yeah.
verse. Let them know if they need a verse. I got fire for 'em.
Yo, listen, yo. Yeah, I most definitely will. I'll be trying to get them to come on the panel, but you know, people are a bit shy, I suppose.
Yeah,
But I'm also
everybody.
the
That
music
ain't
really.
everybody. That ain't how everybody get down. That's why some of our artists need spokespeople like you. You feel me?
I appreciate that. So I have one more bridge in here.
You
I'm
know
gonna
what?
play.
When I used to meet rap, I never really wanted to walk up to a rapper. I used to be in my head wanting to meet somebody, but I had so many experiences when I presented myself humbly to people and they took advantage of that. And so as a young artist, I was like, I ain't never asking a rapper nothing. Because so many times you put yourself out there. Like, I stuck my hand out to Nas and he didn't stick his hand out back. Literally. He just looked me in my eyes and didn't even say nothing, bro. This is our experience. Nas, the rapper, he was opening for me on the West Coast in the early 90s. And I was like, that's Nas and the Fugees? I'm headlining? And I went backstage to shake the dude's hand. He didn't stick his hand out. He just left me hanging. And in my head, I was like, see, I'm not being normal. I told myself, I'm not going to be putting myself out here for these jerks to do shit like that. Every time you run up trying to, hey, cool, I'm really a fan, they looking at you like, you a sucker? So maybe I took that occurrence and occurrences like that wrong. And maybe other artists, that's why they don't want to come on the show. I understand them because people be assholes like that and they will abuse the way that you're trying to hook up. You know what I'm saying? And so I was like,
I'm trying to tell you, just gonna big them up, I don't think you're gonna try and fuck them up on live or whatever.
Well, and I'm just a peer like them. I've been in the music industry for a while, but I don't proclaim to be like I can help everybody. I normally could just, build and we could build together.
Nah, but you gotta be honest though. Like you're a big lyricist now. Like you're a very talented lyricist. So of course it's gonna be like if I was trying to take my music seriously or anything like that, I'd be intimidated to come and play my music.
Oh yeah, I got that. Is that part about it? But they gotta understand that only comes into play when they want to pit themselves as like a battle rapper or something. You know what I'm saying? That's a different thing. And even battle rappers, we be kicking it as long as we don't go on the battlefield against each other. But yeah, I understand that part of it, and that might. Let me mute this other mic because I'm about to step out for a minute. Yeah, and so hold up. I thought I muted it. Hold up. Mic check. Mic check. Why is this? Maybe I'm going crazy. Hold up. I did mute it and I'm listening to the wrong headphones. My bad. And so I'm not like that, bro. Like all my homies, I don't think everybody's supposed to battle rap. You know what I'm saying? Most of the homies just get it in how they get it in. So I wouldn't want nobody not want to build with me because of the type of music I was doing,
Hey, Smash.
Yeah. What's up with you?
What's good, brother? Peace, everybody. Hey, I could share something. I don't know if my phone could share it. I got like a production I could share it with you. It's on release, but I could still share it.
Yeah, share with us. You got the floor. I just made myself the host, but the screen is still shareable by everyone, I think. So you go right ahead. What is it? Is some hip hop?
Yeah, what I do, screen broadcast or start broadcast? Which one?
I'm not sure. At the bottom, they should give you some options. They both sound like they will work, but you can just try it and see what happens. Oh, it says screen, bro. So you sharing your screen, I guess.
I'm sharing. All right, bet.
Yeah, we see your screen now.
All right, bet.
Ooh, 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 bubble, bubble. Ooh, bubble, bubble. Ooh, bubble, bubble. Ooh, bubble, bubble. Ooh, you in trouble. Ooh, you in trouble. Ooh,
bubble, bubble. Ooh, bubble, bubble. Ooh, 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 you in trouble. Ooh, you in trouble. Ooh, 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 bubble, bubble. Ooh, bubble, bubble. Ooh, 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 you in trouble. Roll, baby. Ooh, you in trouble. Ooh, ooh, I'm finna smash it like potatoes. This ain't no hit, I got a classic for you haters. I need 50 more prospects, cause I ain't satisfied yet. And don't think I will be till I hand over that check. You know how that get. Oh, that one messy, filthy, dingy. I tell you, I be tripping. Sometimes no map, I get ignorant. I can't help it, but I ain't effing. Playing though, this go round like bucket. My day one since day one, we ain't take nothing from nobody. Ducking it, jumping you, busting it, whatever. I been yelling, no bluffing. I swear for all them dead asses in public. And let it get up there, lift it, up there, get it, twist it, and get flipped. Instant, since knee high, I've been a GI, can't even lie, I'm 3 high, no 4, matter of fact 5, so throw, like a football, go long, touchdown, so gone, to infinity and beyond, E.T., go home. Ooh, ooh, bubble, bubble, ooh, bubble, bubble, ooh, 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 you in trouble, ooh, you in trouble. Ooh, 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 bubble, bubble. Ooh, bubble, bubble. Ooh, 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 you in trouble. Trouble, baby. Ooh, you in trouble. Ooh, ooh, doo-doo on your future. If you ain't for me, you against me. I got shooters that'll shoot you in your medulla. Oblongada, I promise you won't feel nada. What you and your feelings not about, but you might as well have a throat tie. Always trying to go off and show eye when the crowd come round. So popper, your bad business, we know about you. Too messy, so sloppy, and still ain't learned yet by keeping up. More problems. Ooh, 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 bubble, bubble. Heard you got caught smoking, you in trouble. Ooh, 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 bubble, bubble. And your mama calling for you. Kanawi, Kanawi, Kanawi. And no one ain't it, but I guarantee you know who I be. I be Kanawi, Kanawi, Kanawi. And no one ain't it, but I guarantee you know who I be. Ooh, 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 bubble, bubble. Ooh, bubble, bubble. Ooh, 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 you in trouble. Ooh, you in trouble. Ooh, 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 bubble, bubble. Ooh, bubble, bubble. Ooh, 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 you in trouble. Ooh, you in trouble. Ooh, 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 bubble, bubble. Ooh, bubble, bubble. Ooh, 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 you in trouble. Ooh, you in trouble. Ooh, 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 bubble, bubble. Ooh, bubble, bubble. Ooh, 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 you in trouble. Ooh, you in trouble. Ooh.
Alright.
Damn, I was muted.
Huh?
I thought I was muted the whole time.
We heard the song.
Yeah, back that up, bro.
That was slapping.
Back that up, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, so that's my production. That's one of my homeboys from back in the day when I used to live in like Seatown. His name is Charlie Money, aka Mr. Kanawi. So I'm gonna put like that song out and another one. I got like 3 songs with him, but one of them ain't really done. So I'm gonna put them 2 out. But that boy be rapping though.
Yeah, that was cool. What's your plans for putting it out?
But I'm trying to get in contact with him so I could get like like the single cover done. You know what I'm saying? A Photoshop, photo op and whatnot. So I could get like the album cover or whatnot, or the single cover or whatnot. And I'm gonna put it out through probably Ditto.
Through what?
Through Ditto. Oh, I'm playing something else.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to put it out through Ditto.
What is that?
It's like CD Baby and Distro Kid and all that. It's a distributor. It's a distributor.
Y'all got some money to put in it?
I got a little bit.
I'm saying if that ain't part of the plan, I understand. Sometimes that ain't part of the plan, but it's probably just
a little bit.
Everything else besides putting some money into it is gonna be a miracle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Miracles do happen. Like some people just upload songs and they blow, but that very rarely happens. And so the other mechanism is putting some money behind it. And if you put it in proportionately and don't overspend, you can probably get back 2 to 3 times what you put in if y'all do that.
That's a fact. And I got some strategies too. So
word up. Yeah, that's cool. So that song, I was happy you played it on my show and that people was able to hear it there first, because whether if it's their style of song or not, they can't deny that hook is catchy and it's gonna catch on for somebody. That ooh, you in trouble. That seems like
that shit right.
It's gonna
that
catch
shit
on
is right.
Right. So the video, if I was involved with the project, I would have the vid looking user friendly, and I would tell him to change some of the language in the lyrics.
Yeah.
So that
because actually, I'm gonna tell you, it was wilder than that. Like the first verse, he was doing a whole lot of cussing, like that part where he said, "Lift it up there." It wasn't up there. It was F yeah. You know what I'm saying? So a whole lot of things he did change out, but he might need to change up some more stuff. I would concur to that.
Market it. I mean, like a song like that, whether people like it or not, you could get a song like that in a movie hella quick, because it's going to go with the theme of someone's scene quicker than a just shoot 'em up song would. Like, for instance, that's how it works. If somebody, Jordan Peele, wrote a movie and there's a part in the movie where a little kid is about to get in trouble, they'll go looking through the media that is qualified that they can look through to find a song that matches their scene. And if they heard, "Oh, you in trouble," that's gonna get
you got caught smoking, you in trouble.
That's gonna get used more than once throughout movies if you ever get it into a position to where it could be used. And there's various companies and music, they're called music supervisors and music managers, who that's all they do. And so my
A&Rs and curators and all that.
And they all on Instagram, and none of them got hella followers. And so if you really want to be a stealth ass jackal, like I be on my shit, then you're gonna follow those people and have them wondering, why did this? The best way to draw interest into what you're doing a lot of the times is through people's personal life. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so what I mean is corresponding with a person with a few followers, right, that don't get many response to their post, and you one of the people who be corresponding with them, that means something to them ultimately, unless you are the type of buffoon that let them know that you got these ulterior motives and intentions. You know what I'm saying? You could be transparent, ultimately like, yo, I'm trying to work with you, but letting them get familiar through your work through social media is something that we don't exploit. We try to make more enemies, and we don't know that hell every boss at every company got an Instagram.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Or something, a Twitter.
Or Twitch or something. That's a fact.
Now, if you're targeting Elon Musk, it's going to be different. But if you're just targeting somebody whose job is to put music in movies and they got 179 followers, you're going to be making a big impact by just even giving your honest opinion on the things that they put out to the world. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, they might follow you back. And then you're like, damn, it worked.
Yep. That's a fact.
I just pulled up to the store, but somebody had clicked the link. Who was that who just came in?
That was just me again, setting hotep.
Oh, that was you
I
again.
just had to step away for a bit. Yeah.
All right. I just pulled up to the store, and I'm not going to be able to speak for a small moment, but I'm keeping the stream going. So go on and hold it down, y'all. Hold it down for me real quick.
Well, I don't mind. I'm share John.
You gonna share a song?
Yeah, sorry, I was doing the screen sharing at the time.
All right. All right, I'm gonna mute and listen to it.
Yeah, la di da di da do da. If no one answers when you call, you gotta listen closely. There's a voice that echoes on. There is love. Giver of life, fire the night. Speak love into each day. Become alive. Burn up a flame, turn up a vibe. No matter what, don't feel ashamed. You can't deny. Don't let the work cause you no pain. Go live your life, and that don't mean for you to quit. Prioritize. Hey, before judgment comes, don't give in to the slaughter. Why? While everybody running in a circle. Wind down in a laughter. Cause this is our rock back timing, yeah. Come take a rock. Come take a good down in a rock back timing, yeah. Control, get ready and full. Less heavy, more bold. Feel nice like you never did. Like you never think twice, like you never did. You never feel so nice. And everybody feel the vibe and get alive. Infectious, I no need to try, cause God alive and in me heart we unite. With just a 1-2 step, a dance, a note up and a flute, a chance to lose myself and choose to try to level the vibe. Oh, before judgment come, don't give in to the slaughter. No, while everybody running in a circle. Wind down in a laughter. Cause this is our rock back timing, yeah. Come take a rock, come take a groove down in the rock back timing, yeah. Oh, I feel the vibe, I feel the vibe, I feel the vibe, I feel the vibe. Do you feel it too? Oh, yes you. I feel the vibe, I feel the vibe, I feel the vibe, I feel the vibe. Do you feel it too? Oh, ooh, yeah, yes you. Long time I wanna feel the vibe, but now I'm feeling okay. Hey, some of the butterflies inside, I'm knowing what you say. Oh, and in a moment alone, it was on to feel at home, oh yeah. I feel at home, feel at home. This there is a smooth transition. Appreciation for breathing the air. And before judgment come, don't give in to the slaughter. Why? While everybody running in a circle. Wind down in a laughter. Cause this is our rock back timing, yeah. Oh, down in a rock back timing, yeah. Oh, this is our rock back timing, yeah.
That was cool. Who was that?
Another brethren, John Young. I don't know, my friends just so talented, bro. I so appreciative of the opportunity to share on this platform.
For some reason, his music didn't come through as clear. It's probably not his fault. It's probably YouTube or something. But the other ones was rocking in my speaker like I could dance to them. That one I could barely like hear it.
I wonder, I had my, well, I remember one of the original times you told me to turn up my volume. I wonder if it was that.
Oh yeah, well,
Apology.
I am listening on my phone. At first, I was listening on headphones, so it could just be me. But yeah, that's cool, and thanks for sharing. And if y'all in the chat and y'all chilling on that vibe, feel free to share whatever y'all got. We ain't got no wolf tickets or no promises. We just listening and chilling. And if you want to share anything else, feel free to tap in too. I just had to get in the streets and go run to my local dispensary, because that's what that is about this time. But even when it comes to the cultivation and what they've been doing with the legalization, we're like 1% of the dispensaries and stuff right now. Like all of the people that got locked up for marijuana convictions and stuff during the fight to legalize it, and then when it get legal, all the people who was doing the locking up, all their kids is making the money off of it.
That's actually something going on in Trinidad as well. We recently had decriminalization 2019, I think. And immediately, you see the pigs who would regularly just be harassing you for just walking down the streets because they think you have some herb on you. Now they can't really do as much of that now, so it's, I don't know. And most of our prison population is for non-violent cannabis-related offenses, so.
Yeah, and they have a hard problem with reckoning with your actions being decriminalized, because they had it in their head that, oh, this is a criminal only because this guy chooses to smoke a certain herb, that he's a criminal. And so they would treat you in a certain way and treat you. But now they have to reckon with the fact that society realized that that's not a criminal action. So when they glaze upon you, they still have this remembrance of being able to violate you in such a way, but now it's alleviated. You know what I'm saying? And so they just look at you with this other little stare like, you used to be a criminal last week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're like, I really don't like the police, like at all. I don't like policing as an institution. I don't like the police in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's really like, you could see that they're upset that they can't just harass you anymore, It's so frustrating.
Well, policing is something that is easily exploited, and that's why we don't like it. But I think it's necessary because the criminals oftentimes go further than the normal average man who's just willing to live a standard life. An ambitious criminal, especially in the face of no authority, is going to go so far that he's going to be trying to be the king of the neighborhood, literally. Like, everybody pay me taxes, And if it ain't no authority to stop certain stuff like that, it'll just get crazy. Everybody gonna be a vigilante for their own purposes and no due process. And so even I'm not a gambit of the police or jurisdiction, or no, I'm not down. I wish we had a better way. But when it comes down to even vigilante and due process, nobody knows how to appropriate due process. For instance, if somebody came and said they touched your daughter or anybody that you are a guardian over, your brain don't even default to due process. You feel me? Your brain defaults to vengeance. And so that's a problem with us not having no type of authoritative structure in place. But you know what I mean? I don't even know. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
It actually makes me, well, so in the first place, when I say I was against policing, I kind of just mean as it's instituted right now, like with the descendants from slave catchers and like courts. But they defend capital, right? I'm more in favor of community policing. In other words, that like the community itself, I don't know how feasible that is in America. I don't know how you guys politics with, but I just mean a policing sector that's chosen from among the honorable persons within the community. But the stuff that you're saying make me think about something else, right? You've heard the term weapons of mass destruction, I assume.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that term.
So I've been thinking, right? Isn't a gun a weapon of mass destruction? Because like
Nah,
it's much more accessible than a freaking rocket and that kind of shit. And I mean, I sincerely hope, because I don't live in the United States, I don't mean to sound insensitive at all about what I'm about to mention. But I mean, the frequency, let's say, of mass shootings and mass killings, I suppose, with the kind of weapons that you guys have across there. Like to me, I feel like the only, I suppose it's kind of naive, but the only like honorable ranged weapon is like a bow and arrow, you know, because like you have to actually train and be strong and good to kill a man with a bow and arrow, as opposed to literally just pointing and using your trigger strength and killing somebody, you know. I don't know. I feel like am I crazy?
Argument. I mean, you're not preposterous for making that argument, but it's not along the use of the terms mass in the sense of mass destruction is like one action. You see what I mean? One action, like boom and kaboom, you got 100,000 people killed in that one action. But in the sense of a mass shooting, they're simply that, yeah, it's in the one action of that person. But if you're talking about the weapon takes many actions to complete a mass shooting. So when they talk about a weapon of mass destruction, they're kind of like saying in one action of that weapon, a lot of things get killed. You see what I'm saying? But in one action of a gun, you only get one bullet coming out.
Yeah. No, I definitely see what you're saying. I had a misapprehension. Yeah. Okay, I dig it. But well, I suppose I'm still not any less philosophically opposed to firearms, you know, especially like automatic firearms or whatever. But I definitely see that it wouldn't be a weapon of mass destruction. Yeah.
Oh, you said you're philosophically opposed to automatic firearms or firearms?
Yeah, well, I don't just want to say firearms because like a revolver does require a lot more skill. You have to be strong to pull the trigger and that kind of stuff, you know. But I just mean, let's say, well, I don't want to say assault weapons because I don't know if that has, like, I don't know that that's a real definition, you know. But anything that could fire, let's say, more than 3 bullets in a second, or even more than 2 bullets in 1 second, I feel like that's it's so extravagant. Like the ability to kill has been made so like it's such an overcompensation now, boy. To me, I feel like if you want to kill somebody, if you actually want, to me, life is sacred, right? Especially human life, right? So at least to us. So that if you want to take somebody's life, you want to take somebody off of the earth, I feel like you should have to work for that. You know, even if they're a really, really bad person, let's just let a lot of people work together and kill that really bad person, you know. But like I don't know, I feel like guns is just, to me, guns are a coward's weapon, you know? Not necessarily that the people who are behind them are always necessarily cowards, but it empowers cowards in a way that most other weapons don't. You know, even like a coward is not just going to run up on somebody and stab them. You understand what I mean? It requires a lot more.
But you got to leave out all the other ways that people chose to kill people before guns were invented that were harder to circumvent, like poison, for instance. Honestly, it's easier to poison somebody than it is to shoot them. Let's just be real. Like that's, you know, it might not seem that way because we don't have access to these chemicals, but you could just take something and put something in somebody's drink and they done forever. You know what I'm saying? And so ultimately it all be falling back down on the intent of the person. And another thing, weapons aren't useful if they are complicated and hard to use. And so not even a military device is going to be complicated because they got to be able to be useful for the average man. You know what I'm saying? And so you can't really make a useful weapon because it's intended to defend, not really to assault. It's hard to make a useful weapon that is hard to access, so to speak, because then the usefulness of it, for instance, if somebody run up on my car window right now and it take me 30 seconds to get my weapon for defense, it will never be useful. You know what I'm saying? And so that's kind of like a conundrum that weapon manufacturers have to deal with too. Like, well, ain't nobody gonna buy no weapon that they can't whip out in 1 minute and use.
I definitely see that point. In terms of need like easy access in a self-defense situation. I think I'm forced to reject the premise that a handgun, let's say, is the only way to solve an issue like that. But also that like also reject the premise that like guns are meant for defense rather than for offense. Because like they already were defense weapons, you know, and you can improve defense weapons as opposed to necessary. But also my whole actual problem.
But I feel you on rejecting that, but we have to go with the law. It's illegal to use a gun to offend someone. The only reason why they are allowed legally is for defense. So the only legal stance I would have to say would be speaking from the realm of the person defending. If you do any assault with a gun, it violates the law.
Right. Oh, well, obviously, right. But I suppose so. My qualm isn't necessarily with civilians or law-abiding people not being able to use guns. I actually kind of just want them off the planet, period. You know, like I've been thinking about this for a while, and at first I thought, well, just get it away from civilians and police, and then just leave it with the armies. But then, if armies are using it's fanciful anyway. And this is just my pipe dream, what I wish would happen. And you asked me to explain my philosophical disagreement with guns now, boy. But yeah, I feel like there definitely are, if not necessarily better ways, to defend yourself than a firearm. There are certainly less lethal ways to defend yourself with a than with a firearm. And I suppose my problem is the wanton way that human beings, I suppose, it's not really just America, um, have like the kind of disregard we have for human life and our willingness to kill people, you know, for
Well,
offending. I mean, mhm.
I don't know if those two things are tied together, but let's just talk about real quick technology and weaponry. And no one's been able to outthink it. There's no philosophy that outthinks technology and weaponry. What I mean is, as soon as it is developed and brought into existence, if you don't have it, you fail or you are on a slighter ground. Let's think about the hydrogen bomb. Those who didn't have one learned quite abruptly that, oh, they tripping. Or think about nuclear weapons right now. The nations who act like they are sovereign nations, that's just a bunch of acting. The only real powerful nations are nuclear nations. Everything else is just agreements, because if it all came to a head, the weapon is going to make one person prevail. So I'm saying the concept of, I agree that but that's because all disputes and quarrels don't involve firearms. So you can definitely find a better way to stop a dispute or a quarrel with a firearm. But the ultimate point arises is that you might be in a quarrel where the other person has a firearm. And like we said, there's no line of logic or thought that gets you out of that. They got a superior weapon, they got the drop on you, and throughout history, you always have to surrender or die. There ain't no other thing like, oh, you're gonna toss some dirt in their eyes. Well, you might could do something weird, but ultimately 99% of the time they're gonna prevail because they developed this weapon for those purposes. So now we're not evil men, so we don't want to be on the gun. We don't want the ultimate weapon to only be able to be wielded by evil men. And that's why I am pro-gun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I don't know if maybe how I've been representing myself is making me come across a little bit less realistic than I actually am. Because I agree with everything that you just said. And I understand, especially when you make the example of nuclear weapons, and like I'm so glad to hear talking about geopolitics on the show and that kind of thing. Of course, the nations that don't have nuclear weapons are not actually sovereign. They're working at the behest, they're operating at the behest of other nuclear nations and the alliances that they have with them. It's just that, so in this scenario, but also it's kind of peculiar, almost peculiar to the United States that like a random person who you get into a quarrel with might have a gun. Because like we have a lot of guns in Trinidad and Tobago. but you don't have that fear that a random person that you have a call with is just going to have a gun. There's like particular, in hoods and that kind of stuff. There are particular places and particular people who you might expect to have a gun, but it's not like regular now. So I think that perspective is a little bit peculiar to the United States. I think you
Hello?
muted Smash. Yeah, hey,
Yeah, I was going in and out. But you made a good point that is something, and that's ultimately like I don't try to walk around strapped because I try to live out.
or you're cutting in and out, Brother Smash. And we don't hear you at the moment.
You know what I'm saying? And so, I'm ultimately with you on I wish there was a way around this. But once we got technologies developed and things that make you triumph, so that's what's going to happen with this artificial intelligence robots and that fight militarily. Now that they're a thing, no one on earth has anything to combat that, correct? So then you have to get one. That's what I'm trying to say. So some things we have to just succumb to because it's bigger than us, if you ask me. What will we do when one person decides to employ an army of robots?
Yeah, no, you're right, you definitely like put me straight in the ground with that one. Like from the time when somebody develops I mean it's not always true. Certainly in older times people were still using swords on horseback in World War One, But I just mean you're definitely right that the progress of weapon technology, you have to keep up or you're going to get lost in the dust. So as I said, I agree with that 100%. And yeah, the army of robots, well, you have to get an army of robots, that's all you can do. Or, well, I suppose superior rocketry or something like that if you can't afford to make robots. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. But the technological push, even on your own weapons and defense system, will be mandated by them coming up with something else that we didn't have to deal with at first. And so when we get it back to guns, people had to deal with that too. I'm pretty sure a lot of gun wielding tribes and stuff didn't want to have to do that. You know what I'm saying? But they only had bows and arrows and spears, and it was just so ineffective that they was like, all right, fuck it, we got to find a way to get some of these guns.
Yeah, actually, that's actually a good example of how, like, technology does push, warfare technology does push societies around the technology, around the society which that technology developed in, to develop that technology, but also at a very slow pace. Because, like, even if you go back to Shaka Zulu and them, all right, they were fighting with bows, not bows, but spears and shields, fighting against some primitive ass firearms. And I can't say conquering the British, but definitely beating them back and distributing them. So there's like a certain shatter point at which the technology gets good enough that if you don't have it, you're totally obsolete.
Yeah. That's because the British were shooting with one-shot muskets. So essentially, all we're trying to do is kill people, right? So if I could chuck a spear and you could shoot only one shot, we just exchange. But you got a more powerful projectile, but nevertheless, we just got off 1-for-1. So even if they could get off 1-for-1, they probably could throw 2 spears in the time that they could shoot 1 musket. You see what I'm saying? But as technology went on, shit, they came back with them fullies and it started changing. Then you're like, oh, okay, we can't, this is nothing. This is not even a fair match anymore.
Yeah. It's really a shame, because like I've been thinking about, let's say, European dominance on the planet, probably since I realized that they were dominant on the planet, right? And I realized that the literal only thing that ever had them above us is firearms. Like they got gunpowder, developed it into firearm technology, and then everybody on Earth started to have to run to the tune of the Europeans, And
Yeah,
it really,
well, that's still the thing. And so when we look for an ultimate way to get up out of that, it need to be more research in science and technology of defense weapons and weapons. Because somebody could come out really, Wakanda ain't fake. Somebody could really develop something that only they got. Yo, that's a part of the world. And you be like, I'm the only one who know that if you mix nitrogen with plutonium, this about to happen. You know what I'm saying? I just made a example, but
yeah. I'm with it. Like I'm all for African Union and that kind of thing. Everybody's talk about. Actually, forget that thought for a second. I wanted to, if you don't mind, bring it back to a conversation you were having either yesterday or the day before, where Pan African James was on the panel, Brother Ngozi was on the panel, and obviously a lot of other people, where they were kind of. I'm trying to figure out. I really wish Brother Ngozi would say. I'm trying to figure out like why do these people seem to be so much more barbarous than everybody else? Right? Like I know that they are Homo sapiens just like us, but I actually made my father ask ChatGPT what are the Neanderthal genes, like what do they do in humans? And it does say things like oh, actually, I don't want to misquote it now, but if I remember correctly, like being prone to this to depression, kind of like violent actions, certain diseases and that kind of stuff that they're more prone to, right? I know it's not just Europeans that have the Neanderthal gene in them, but I'm really trying to figure out because like they do seem to me to be over the course of history particularly violent. And when I say Europeans, I really mean Eurasians because well they don't come from Europe, and also it's the Huns and the Turks and all the rest of the Asians, Northern Asians. But I'm saying like is there really nothing distinguishing them at the genetic, like if there isn't, I have to acquiesce to that. That's what the science is. But I really do want to know.
nah, nah, you have to hear that from a qualified geneticist or something. We don't really acquiesce to people just saying stuff on YouTube and don't ever show their data. I don't do that. I just listen to them. I have even no reason to raise no strong contention against people who want me to just listen to them talk, but they never show where they're getting it from. For real, I just be like, okay, cool. That's cool. I'll listen, you the homie. But you ain't putting nothing on the screen to convince me of nothing. I ain't being convinced by none of us, bro. We all intelligent black men who can contribute, right? So we say source up or shut up. And some people on their campaign notice they don't even got no source material. They will just be saying this my source, but never will show you where their source says what they're saying. So that's a little trick. I don't fall for that shit. It's called rhetoric. It looked good, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of rhetoric, and there's a lot of I know this, listen to me. But show us where you got that shit from, or let that go. Because qualified geneticists, just like you said, what you was reading, they do be saying the opposite. And I'll be reading up behind our claims that we make. So I've often seen a claim be made, and then I go to see was that true, and then say some other shit. I try not to present many claims to where you go to back trace it and then say some other shit. Normally, I think people got the conviction that when they try to back trace my shit, it say what I be saying. You know what I'm saying? And so that's how you start to gain some honor, some silent honor amongst people. Like, okay, I'll be trying to check this nigga for the longest. It should be right. You know what I'm saying? But some dudes don't even tell you where you could even look up what they're proposing.
Just for the sake of at least my benefit, who or what are we talking about right now?
Right now, I'm just talking about people who propose certain things in the community that don't, it's normally be rhetoric based. It'd be rhetoric based information and less sourceable material. I'm a rock squad, always put shit on the screen to show you where we're getting that from. And so if you just listen through some of the chief contenders, see who those are who talk a good game but never show you where they got that from.
So I'm reading an article right now. I don't know how reliable it is. It's news-medical.net. But it says, obviously skipping through quite a lot, it says, however, this DNA has been shown to affect non-disease phenotypes such as skin morphology, skin and hair-related phenotypes or behavioral phenotypes. Other effects have seemed Other effects seen include impacts on sleeping patterns, mood, and addiction. And I'm thinking, bruh, I don't know, it's definitely a pseudo claim that I'm making right now, because I don't have any evidence to back it up, except just observance of history now, boy. And I certainly feel like
What's the claim? What's the claim you claiming?
that friggin' Eurasians are more barbarous and violent, have a greater propensity for violence than other populations on the earth.
No, that's pseudo, bro. Because this just
Right. So wait.
It's just human. It's just based on human. It's just based on human environment. Anybody can be fucking you know what I'm saying, brutal or warlike, even in Africa. You know what I'm saying? It's just about haves and haves not. This is a human
Okay,
condition.
so
You can see the same thing in chimpanzees. Like certain chimpanzees, if they low on a food source, they're gonna be more, you know what I'm saying, aggressive to other chimps.
So I think he
also,
knew it was pseudo, that he was about to make a pseudo claim, remember? So he knew it was pseudo coming out the gate, but why did you want to make that claim?
because of my, obviously amateur observation of history and what I was saying earlier, and okay, a few things. Number one, the observation of history, and that they certainly seem to have a greater propensity towards violence.
But do you know? But do you know the technicality of the history? Do you know that different Germanic tribes were actually persecuted and subjugated by the Roman Empire themselves? You know what I'm saying?
Isn't that Europeans subjugating Europeans?
I'm talking about like Germanic tribes, not all, but certain groups, like the group, like the groups that they reigned in the Middle Ages and became the modern day Europeans, who mostly come from Germanic or Nordic ancestry from Scandinavia. A lot of them people subjugated by the Roman Empire, so they was kind of pushed into being kind of warlike and stuff like that. And then just by the environment they in.
Hey, here go one. I heard them talking about this on Chris' show the other day. I heard a lot of folly over this subject, but it's about the Slavs, the Slavic people, and their relationship to the word slave. Anybody want to expound on that before I say what I think? What y'all know about that?
That's because during the Ottoman period, during like the Ottoman period, during like the sugarcane trade, like especially in Corsica, a lot of the people that they use, you know what I'm saying, for their workforce were Slavic people. So that's where you get the word slave from.
Yeah, some people were saying that was not true because of the way that it was presented. The person who presented it had a misunderstanding that slavery, the action, is rooted with the word slave. Like just because they didn't have a word slavery in Kemet, that it couldn't have happened.
No. The actual word is just human bondage. That's a true word. Yeah. But the actual catchphrase that we use today, slave it comes from, they call it Slav because they used to use them people in the same manner. You know what I'm saying, during the beginnings of the sugar trade in Corsica, not Corsica, but the island of Cyprus.
I know it was a king named Otto. People could look him up. Otto, Otto the Great. Oh, that's what they called him, Otto the Great. Who had given this? It was his harsh treatment of the Slavic people that made that name slave come into, so it's called.
Oh yeah, and it became a popular term, and it got infused into to a colloquial phrase and other cultures or whatever.
But the AD, whoever they is, ADOS, they using that information to say that the original slaves was white people. That's not how that works.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah,
that's not how that works. So they be like, the slaves who came here was Slavic. Nah, bro. A term come from some people, then it get applied to other shit. It ain't just because that's how that started with and also the action of corvée and bondage and chattel, that was going on whether they had that word for that shit or not. So I don't know how these dudes be tripping.
That's kind of like the people. That's kind of like the people that was from Abyssinia or Al Habasha, that was sent to India. You know what I'm saying? The people that themselves that was getting sent over there, that wasn't Habesha people, or you know what I'm saying. But the people that the Habesha people like captured and brought over there were mostly Nilotic type people. But when they was in India, they gave them the name Habishi. You know what I'm saying? Because they got them from them Habesha areas, not necessarily meaning those people themselves were Habesha people.
Yeah.
I was gonna say this real quick. To the brother that was talking about the before we talking about the slave stuff. How is he sure that that's how it really goes? Like, is he fact that in likely to be violent or whatever? Is it because he heard that, or did he actually go do the research to find out if it actually goes like that?
Presented a source that read that, correct? You wasn't coming out your imagination. That was a source saying that?
Me speaking about? Yeah, I had asked my father to do. I had asked my father to just do ChatGPT for me, just because I don't want to use it on my own computer, and he's in the UK, and you know, whatever. So I had it asking certain questions. I had him asking rather certain questions about what are the genes that that's the Neanderthal genes that still exist in humankind today, and what are the effects.
You can ask ChatGPT for a source too. So sometimes, because if it gives you some information, you can say, "Give me a source on that," so that it won't be limited to ChatGPT when you expose the source. You see what I mean?
Yeah, fully. Yeah. But to be clear, I'm not really necessarily trying to stand behind the claim. And in fact, if Gullah is like familiar with DNA, I'd be real appreciative if he could answer some questions, because I'm not necessarily trying actively to be bigoted towards them or whatever. This is just like when I look at as I said before, my amateur reading of history, they just seem. Remember, I was saying earlier that the only reason that they're dominant over us is because of the development of firearms now, boy. Not just us Africans. The world now, boy. The development of weaponry when they discovered firepower now, boy. So I'm just like, I'm trying to.
Yeah, and two, a good source to support what you're saying, like, you know, because the firearm trade and circumstances of history is a good book called Germs, Guns, and Steel. It explains, you know what I'm saying, certain circumstances of history and why people gain certain power based on, you know what I'm saying, location, history, lineage, and, you know, circumstances they were put in.
Yeah, because I was leaning more towards that.
I have it, but I haven't read it as yet. Well, Gullah, is it that you are familiar with like DNA and that kind of stuff? Because even separate from whether or not they're more violent than us or whatever, I am actually interested in like what is the impact of Neanderthal DNA on the human population presently, just whatever it might be.
They don't have nothing to do with no Neanderthal shit. We terrorized shit. We wiped out Neanderthal. It was vice versa.
Hold on. Forget what we do. I just wanted to tell me what actually is the effect of the Neanderthal DNA, even if it is something good. I just want to know what it actually is. You dig?
But you note that he made a very good point. You got to note that before. I know that's not what you was asking for, but he made a very good point that I never ever thought about. If Neanderthals were supposed to be barbaric in what you're saying, how did we knock them down?
Exactly, bro.
First things first, I didn't necessarily say that Neanderthals were barbaric. I said that the people who have Neanderthal DNA in them now, or at least have the preponderance of it, seem to be more barbaric, right? I wasn't even talking about Neanderthals at all. I don't even think that it necessarily is pale-skinned people, because as far as I know...
How do we determine that, though?
Determine what?
How do we determine that the people that are more violent have that gene? Like, who knows that?
I certainly don't. I was asking the question to the panel.
I know that you don't know. I'm just asking, like who would know that? Like, who knows that the most violent people? Hold on. This is my question. Who knows that the most violent people have this gene? Like, who determines that? Who is going through the most violent people to see what their DNA says? That's
And
what I'm
what's
saying.
yeah, that's kind of crazy. And what's the barometer on who the most violent? Like, how do we statistically
Yeah,
scientifically?
yeah, stuff like
I
that,
don't think
bro.
that's obtainable data.
So, all right. So, in
Exactly,
the first
bro.
place, I wasn't necessarily saying that they are
I
most
know
violent,
you're
but
not
they have.
saying
Hold on a second,
but I'm
Gideon.
just
Hold on.
asking the question.
I know. I would like to answer it. I'm not necessarily saying that they are the most violent, that is that they have the greatest propensity for violence. How one would measure that, I don't actually know. But I actually want to step away from that point entirely, forgetting about Europeans and their propensity for violence or whatever. Because if Gull is able to actually tell us like what the influence of Neanderthal DNA is, like it would break down my point regardless, even if it was even if I was trying to stand behind it, I'm actually
No,
just interested in what
All
this
right,
Neanderthal DNA.
but you do know too, Europeans ain't the only ones with Neanderthal DNA. I mean,
Yes, I'm aware of that.
let's
some of the
talk
people.
about let's real quick. Let's talk about the overarching concept that a propensity towards violence helped anyone prevail, because that's not really how it happens. Like we normally, let's talk about an individual with a propensity towards violence. Normally, men just know it takes 2 or 3 men to deal with him. Like in most instances, you see what I'm saying? And so now, if you talk about a group with a more of a propensity towards violence that would help them excel in war or something. I think that concept overall, that overarching concept on what we're talking about, it probably don't even stand up. Think about most combat. If you think about trained martial artists, you got to overcome all of those primal instincts in order to succeed in combat. You know what I mean? Like you could be like a growler and you're going to get topped up by technique ultimately. And humans figured that out. And so this is why technique became a thing as far as martial arts is concerned. It was to overwhelm primordial violence. So I'm saying there might be a flaw in the concept that there's some violence propensity that will allow other cultures to whether either dominate or do whatever, because that ain't how it seems like it works once we learn combat and warfare.
Hey,
But
hey,
so
hey,
this
hey,
is
brother,
one. This is one trying to.
hey, brother, dude, hey, it's a Netflix special on right now. If you can watch it, it's called Chimp Empire. You can see a lot of the violence is just inherent, just a human thing. I mean, chimpanzees, our closest cousins, do the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they have. I mean, excuse my language, but they do the same stuff. Have
So
wars, you know what I'm saying? Aggression, depending on the circumstances they in. I mean, you look at Africa, you have warmongering African groups, like the
no.
like
So
the
I heard that
like
the
the
chimps are in
Batala,
these too.
like the Batala, even you know what I'm saying, even certain groups like the Jaga people, and even people like in East Africa, like the Afar, who live in some of the harshest places on the planet.
So, as
Okay.
far as primitive man is concerned, and all the things we're talking about, there even are other precursors that will allow you to achieve violence. You can't even achieve that much violence at 100 pounds. You can try, but you can't achieve much brute force violence. You see what I'm saying? Like you get socked in the face by somebody who weighs 75 pounds. He intend have violent intentions, but we are talking about the ability to use violence to an extent to be able to excel over others. So what comes behind that a little bit is muscle and size, and man figured all that out. Meaning you don't think you big and you're gonna win a fight no more, right? Because man
So no,
figured that
hold on,
out.
hold on. But as much to be clear, I am off of that premise entirely. I'm not interested in whether or not Europeans are more violent than
Oh, we
anybody
just
else.
building. No,
At
we
this,
just building.
okay,
This is
okay, okay.
just that contemplative thought to expound and just to see how we arrive at certain conclusions. And I just think the stuff I'm throwing out, I'm just brainstorming, and I ain't got no data to support this. But it appears that we know that being the biggest don't help you win the fight. No more. There was a point in time where that was actually a thing that the biggest person just gonna win because technique wasn't a thing. But developing technique and all of that stuff that we talk about was a counter to the rage and the violence that could seem to dominate the world.
I mean, yeah, I actually agree with the idea that like it might be an untenable premise because number one is untestable, or at least I can't think about how to test it, you know. But like in terms, I don't know. In any case, it's a pseudo theory. So I don't even necessarily trying to get up on the live and defend that shit, you know. It's just because the conversation was happening either yesterday or the day before about the DNA of white people and that kind of thing. I was just like, you know, I've been thinking about this. Let me ask it on the panel.
Word up. Well, along those lines, once I seen a military soldier, he looked like he was white, throw a puppy off of a cliff. And I didn't know what type of humanity or manhood or any type of situation that could cause a man. He just threw it into the Grand Canyon. So like the puppy could soar through the air and be scared for the rest of his life before it splat into the ground. And they all was just standing there laughing when he did it. And I couldn't even understand that type of humanity. Or so I could kind of see where you're coming from, like certain egregious and atrocious atrocities go so far that you be wondering what type of a mind can present these. But nevertheless, I don't think it got nothing to do with Neanderthal DNA. That's all I was saying. But yeah, we off that premise, so we on to the next.
I mean, but I do still want to know, like, what is the effect of, like, I pulled up some articles here, but what is the effect of Neanderthal DNA, if any, on human populations?
I have 40 Neanderthal variants. What up with it, Smash? What up with it, Pete, everybody? I've been listening. I have 40 Neanderthal variants, and the effects on Neanderthal, the effects of Neanderthal DNA on human populations is they help us fight off some diseases. That's what I've learned from DNA. I don't know how accurate that is, but when I looked at my DNA test, the variants, the 40 Neanderthal variants that I carry, helps me fight off certain diseases.
I got a question.
I
got a quick question, not to interject bad, but
so Sabio, real quick, Gideon, Sabio, that should be making you evil.
Nope.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
You're true,
yeah,
bro.
my question is right. The Neanderthal, is that a human or not?
If it can mate with a human, it has to have some human variant.
That's what I'm saying. So when you ask the question, what's the question you asked? What are the effects of the Neanderthal DNA on the human? Like Neanderthal is a human. So I'm kind of like
sapiens. Then, if you want to be clear about it, on the Homo sapiens sapiens.
It ain't a Homo sapiens sapien, it's a Neanderthal.
Yes, so I said, what is the effects of Neanderthal DNA?
It's named after the valley called Neander in Germany. And so the thal just means a valley, Neanderthal. And so, yeah, they named it after white, specifically Germany. But that didn't have nothing to do with none of the stuff that we was talking about. That's just where they found the remains of some Neanderthals, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm saying, I know that Neanderthals are humans and that they are not Homo sapiens sapiens. So I was asking, what is the effect of Homo neanderthalensis DNA on Homo sapiens sapiens, since we have it in us now? Or I guess in Homo sapiens.
They made us more hardy they made us more easily able to adapt and live on the planet. That's what the effects of Homo.
Yeah, because then you'd have to ask that question about you'd have to ask that question about everything that makes us Homo sapiens sapiens.
Yeah, that's crazy because we got DNA like similar to chimpanzees. What effect that have?
I don't mind answering that question.
Our DNA 99% like a banana, bro. What effect that have?
I'm very interested to know. Like I didn't even do biology in secondary school. I did like integrated science up to Form 3 or whatever. I don't know what that would be for you guys. But so I'm saying, like, I'm actually interested in learning. There'll be people on the panel speaking with a lot of at least authority and seemingly a lot of knowledge about DNA and that kind of thing. So I actively want to learn. It's not like I'm trying to get on a soapbox like I know.
don't know. I'm at your knowledge level with the DNA. We just building.
I'm
Some
a
people
baby.
know more.
I'd
Some
have to
people
hear
know
it.
more.
Gozy.
I'm just
I
learning
hear what
like
you said.
but I'm only deducing what we can from the facts that we got. We know we 99% like everything though, right?
99.5%.
So
We
that's
share
a greater
99% of
portion.
our evolutionary history with the chimpanzee.
So that's a greater portion than the smaller percentage that's left over. So how that small little percentage is gonna have a greater effect than the nine? I'm trying to see like the logic along it. It seemed like okay, well that's true. If you take one little compound, you change something completely. I understand. I'm not.
No, but if, as a devil's advocate, if it is, that's what makes us different from them and let's say more successful on the planet or whatever, then I mean, it clearly does have a very significant change or a significant effect on our ability to interact with the environment.
And what makes you say that Neanderthal DNA will have a significant effect on how we interact with the environment? What makes
Not
you say
Neanderthal DNA, not Neanderthal DNA, the 0.5% of DNA that we don't share with chimpanzees.
Oh, okay.
I'm not stuck on that Neanderthal thing, but like I really am not. I just wanted to know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like so. All right. So to be clear, I am bigoted against friggin' pale skin Eurasians and stuff. I don't like them. I don't want to be around them. That kind of stuff. But like, I have to follow science now, boy. I have to follow wherever the evidence takes us now, boy. So I'm not trying to be unjust. Oh yeah, 100%.
Why you say that though? You racist?
What I don't. I suppose maybe if I had the power to be, maybe I would be. I hope not. But I just mean that I don't like I only say bigoted because I don't want to say prejudiced. And I only don't want to say prejudiced because I feel like, well, just watching the history and what they do to us and how they treat us and that kind of stuff, I don't feel like I should feel safe around them, you know. To be clear,
but you let that turn into something that can have an ism behind it, like would you racism? So you suppose you did have the power to be racist, would you be?
Right. So again, let me dox myself a little bit. My father, who, as I said earlier, lives in England, is married to a white woman presently, right? I will deal with individual people individually, but I am always on guard when I'm meeting a new pale skin Eurasian or whatever, for how they are going to interact with me based on how they feel about Africans. You know, so I'm not interested in like I don't perform for pale skins. I don't like I don't generally do the what do they call it, token white or whatever. I mean, I kind of grew up speaking the Queens anyway, but I don't cater to them at all now, boy. So it's like, if you could deal with me like that, not at all catering to your expectations of Africans, then cool, we could be cool, you know, but it's, oh, and to answer your question specifically about if I had the power, I don't know. Power corrupts people. So I don't actually know how I would act with a lot of power. I have actually, like, I formed a lot, some organizations myself, and I'm actively trying to keep myself away from leadership in the organization because I'm actually concerned about I study a lot of leftist African leaders and that kind of stuff, and a lot of them slipped into dictatorship now, boy. So I'm actively trying to stay away from leadership as much as possible. So I can't honestly say that I wouldn't be racist. I can't honestly say that, but I don't know, and I should hope not.
So it seems like that's how the social construct of race works against us a little bit. Because we know the most things, atrocities have been performed against us, right? And then if that make us back into those people, that kind of justify them doing it. Because it's only a power struggle. So if you think that the atrocities you didn't say it this way, but they've done so much to us that we got to stay on guard and possibly even be allowed to develop a mentality to not like them. then that's starting to justify them doing the bad shit. Because it say that if they don't, then we gonna do it to them, so to speak. And if that's the ultimate struggle, then that's just a yin and a yang, and it makes some shit justifiable ultimately to me. So I kind of try. I go through the same thing you do. I'm black too. Shit, I have to deal with it. But I'll be thinking like, if I ultimately like turn to that, then that's justifying that shit basically. If I'm saying that if I'm gonna put you in chains once I'm in power, then hey, then they know what they're supposed to do.
You know that's a big problem right there. You know, we try to walk this thin line between being so black or so African pride, so proud to be African, but so hateful towards white people. Like how do you like how do you it's a very weird juxtaposition to put yourself in.
So this is what no go you gotta because keep going.
Because you would say things like he just said that'll make you sound racist, like you just said, Smash. But then he'll dance around the racist aspects of it. Like,
but it's not with him. Let's talk less individually because as black people, a lot of us share that view, and there's a lot of people looking at us like we might be saying some sellout shit right now. But that ain't what I'm saying. What I said was the social construct used against us. Well, to think that all them people is really white, they're not. They hate each other and they got little nitpickers amongst themselves because they're really different tribes and shit. But if we just throw them in for instance, the Quakers was one group who would help slaves form the Underground Railroad. It wasn't all white people, but if we just thought that it was all white people, we probably would have never learned that it was some people called Quakers who was like, this shit hella stupid. Y'all can hide in my house, and they would risk their own lives to hide black people on the Underground Railroad. It really wasn't no railroad, actually. That's what it was a system of houses, safe houses, that we could hide in a time period when black people owned no property.
So Smash, let me ask you a question, right? Do you think that I would not, based on everything I've said so far, do you think I would not deal with those white people?
No. I think that the premise that could develop, I don't think it's developing you because you sound smart, but the premise that could develop and a man would let them miss out on that opportunity because they would think that all white people is one thing. It's not. If you know the inner workings of they beef, we should know them like they know us. They got whole books and shit explaining us that we go read to learn about ourselves. So we knew about them as much as they know about us. We could understand, oh, okay, some of these mugs ain't like the other ones. And people are just kind of like people to some extent. Now that social construct that we've been so exploited by, died and all this shit, it make us skew our view. It's justifiable that one could develop such a view. I'm not saying I don't share your view. I actually share some of the shit you're talking about. But you can hear me in my discourse try to say that I have to rival against that because if I'm in power, I ain't got nobody to put in chains. I know how to keep people in check. I know what to do. We ain't got to do no barbaric ass shit. We can let the real winner win. Racism don't even let the real winner win, never, no matter what. They always change the rules because black people gonna win. And so eventually, you know what I'm saying? If I was in control, I could probably see a way to deal with these issues. And I'm just gonna close by saying that, like, when we get primitive and we think about snakes bite, right? But think about how that make you think about snakes. But you know two things. The only way a snake can kill you ain't just by biting you. They got different snakes. A python will squeeze you out. But then you learn as we study more that some snakes ain't even vicious. Some snakes is good to have around because they kill rodents and that's all they're going to do. And so this is why we start to studying the difference in people, species, and everything, because shit ain't just like all to be painted with one stroke. I feel like I've been talking for hella long.
No, he said some good shit. He wasn't talking too long. But I think we have to be a little bit more open, because one thing that kind of kills me in these conversations, when we say things about the white people, or not wanting to be, or not wanting to deal with them, then the first thing I think we would have to do is stop using their language.
Oh wait, brother Savio, like what are you addressing? Because like
I'm just talking about this whole idea.
Not you.
Not you. I'm just talking about this whole idea of getting away from the white man and all that shit, and not using them and things like that. That's all I'm talking about. So if we want to do that, we would have to have our own language where they don't know what we're talking about.
And all of that is nonsense, because all languages on the earth is shared. So we really got to stop tripping. Like none of the stuff None of the stuff we proposing ain't gonna work. Where's the language on earth right now that white people don't know? And who think that Chinese is tripping off white people knowing Mandarin?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's not about whether or not they know the language, though. It's about like, all right, so languages form around cultures and around specific, let me say, geographical positions or whatever, right? And the philosophy that's a part of that culture is a part of the language, right? So that like, I actually agree with your idea that we should get rid of their language and speak our own, whatever African language you want. I don't particularly care, but like, it's for the reason that the way of viewing the world, the way that you form sentences, the way that you conceive of ideas is different in English, let's say, than in, I don't know, Zulu,
Yeah, I hear that. And I'm not against nothing. I'm not anti nothing. I hear all sides. I'm not even no integrationist. I'm not I wish independence that was there, then we could invest in that. But as in the reality of the situation, I don't see, I could go through my whole life, dude, talk about every big deal I cut. If I was on some pro-black stuff, I would never cut no big deals. Never, ever, ever. Not one. I can't even think, and I'm trying to. I know there's a possibility, but I only live my reality. And so I'm just saying, I can't think of a deal that was all black people in the room. And that's ambitious, and that's a goal. I could go to the continent and cut lucrative deals like that. I understand that. But I'm just talking about the reality that I'm happy that I went to a interracial junior high school, because some of my partners, by the time we got to high school, didn't even know how to act around white people. Like literally would be asking you what to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, you tripping, dude, they just people. Like, I learned this because I could go to some mixed schools and I was still in Oakland. But you would have your homies who only went to the all-black schools and then literally be acting like crazy. Now, I know I might be going off the point a little bit. I'm just talking. I don't even know what I'm talking about. The fact is, whatever the fact is, forget it.
Smash.
Not lying though, Smash, but to kind of counter your point, I grew up in an all black. Well, I say all black, but I would say 95% black society. I didn't see white people unless I went to like the North Coast or you know what I'm saying, something like that. In Jamaica. We don't see white people like that. Not where I live.
So what happened on your first experience of being around them? What type of experience was it for you?
But I have that. Like I don't have that I see a lot of people portray against white folks. Like my job right now is nothing but white folks. I'm the only black dude here.
Yeah, I'm talking about, but you said you come from a community that didn't see them. What was it like for you upon your first time being in an integrated society?
Oh, introduced to them? Oh man. it was kind of weird, but kind of not, because people just accepted you. Like you were just like normal. Actually, people were fascinated. You know what I'm saying? Especially you speak kind of different. You have a dialect. You know what I'm saying? You got the dreads. You look different. You know what I'm saying? You talk different. All that kind of plays into them being fascinated. And I wanted to make that point. Like, do you guys not see like that? Like, when it comes to like, especially like African to African, like that white folks are more fascinated with them.
Huh?
Like, am I the only one that sees that fascinated with them?
I didn't hear your whole question.
Huh?
You got some background noise where we can't hear the whole question.
Yeah, I'm saying
Fascinated
you
with
see
what?
that like white people are more fascinated with Africans than anything else. Like, do you guys see that?
Talking about that ancestrally, there's plenty of reasons for that, but I've seen not really no fascin. I mean, yeah, I've seen that definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's part of understanding the world, and so what we call fascination, it should be what we should be doing too. Scientific. Well, you could be if you talk about in popular culture, that's one thing, and you don't see it reflected as much. They try to keep it on the down low. But if you, I mean, but if you, they act like we can't lead movies, but then we be doing all the stuff. But anyway, but if you talk about scientifically and anthropologically or whatever, there could be no fault towards people trying to understand some people who was here before them and how the world was going down. We should have fault at not having our body of data on them. We just leaking. They got hella paperwork on us since time immemorial.
That part, bro. That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Like we sitting here on the wrong side of the fence, basically. We're looking at the wrong things. We're looking at the wrong thing. That's what I'm trying to say. We're looking at the wrong things. Right. That's the type of shit where they get ahead of us at. We sitting there looking at the wrong thing.
So
yes, we're hurting,
and
we understand that, but we got to look past sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Now
sometimes
people be like, "Oh, you said cutting deals, oh, that's all economic." Nah, man. Like it just really ain't. You could just, I mean, like it's just part of life. I don't mean that to say. I know we got great strides to make in working together, cooperative economics and black business, but they got a whole America set up to where you could just learn how to do it in the normal world without political motivations, and sometimes get further than those with the political motivations. Like the people who I ain't doing nothing but with black people. And we both got a store. You ain't doing nothing but with black people, and I do it with everybody. You only formed a hindrance on your business behind
on your
political.
part. Exactly. So you there holding yourself down because of how you look at things.
Okay, so then we smash a question then. How you feel about collective economics? Because like that's what other groups do to build up their own economies, make sure that the money stays within the communities. So
my whole everything.
But the whole world is collective economics, bro. We all trading. Like
that's what I'm
we
saying.
using Chinese shit, American shit, English shit. Like, come on, bro. Like, you don't see it?
I'm all with that. That's my whole thing. We're the scariest people. So we got trust issues as a people to trust in each other. And so we can't really do cooperative economics if we got trust issues. Like, and so, because we can't come together. Don't nobody really, because we all think somebody else is trying to get us.
Out to get you.
Other people know that those mechanisms are in place for other people too, but they trust the mechanisms that they have in place. See, if we living in a subculture that don't trust the police, don't trust the feds, then we gotta be ready to get ripped off. Because we can't do nothing but be a vigilante. Say we tried to come together and somebody ran off with the money. If we don't buy into the system, we can't use none of the proper recourse for that. They got recourse for that, but we can't use it. because it's the popo, it's the feds, and
You
I
got like
love to see
what is it?
after a
Three systems.
but and this is what I'm trying to say. Not even if you get picked on by the biggest gangster in the world, bro, they got shit for that. You just can't use it because you on the fence between whether you're American or a nigga. And that's the bottom line. And you know what I'm saying? So you on the nigga side, like, I can't put the feds, look what I'm gonna look like. I double dog dare you. I'ma still be at the beach chilling. You're gonna have agent, whoever the hell his name is, because I'm an American. So I'm not gonna be thinking like, oh, I have to do some Nagardly stuff in order to, nah, please, check it out. Let's go to the beach. We got Agent Campbell on the case. I'm an American. And I don't think a lot of us want to be able to do that. Nah, I'm going to go shooting. We're going to do it. Go smoking and think that was the best thing to do. No. And so what I'm saying is I'm not talking about some information, some occurrences I don't have anything to do with. I was talking strictly about impressions upon my liberties and freedoms. They have things in place for that. We don't like to use them because we on the fence on whether we American or not.
Yep. That's a fact.
I suppose my perspective will always be a little different because I'm not American. I never was. I live in the Caribbean. I always come at it from a little bit of a different perspective than you guys.
So then see where I say American, just put the authorities right there. Because we all similarly, unilaterally, sometimes have a contention with these authorities. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's something actually I wanted to point out because there was a show you were having probably like a month ago now. The reason that diaspora Africans beside Americans are so interested in like forming Pan-African unities with you guys is because you guys are in the center of the empire now. The global superpower right now is the United States. The head of the global empire is the United States, right? And not even no pseudo shit. It's a literal neo-colonial empire, right? And they do the imperialism by multinational corporations. But I'm saying because you guys are in the center and you have the highest, let's say, purchasing power of any group of Africans in one place, that's why we look to you guys for like assistance with so much now because you like not necessarily we trying to get to tear down the system or anything from inside of that, but if we could have you guys helping doing the stuff that we are doing around the world, it's like that's why the Pan-Africanists are always a lot of them will leave the Caribbean, leave Africa, and come to America to try and advocate on that side as well now, because you guys have pretty much the most power of any Africans in the world. That making any sense?
No. Is that true? I think they got money in Nigeria, huh? Is that true though, y'all?
True, but Nigeria is not a global superpower, so they don't have access to the same kind of mechanisms that you guys would have. Like somebody was talking recently about having that American passport and being able to travel all over with that kind of thing, a Nigerian passport. Even though it gets you a lot of places, it's not going to get you as far as a United States passport. Degrees from Nigerian universities, though obviously accredited and stuff, are not going to be as well accredited as the United States and that kind of thing. You guys don't have experience with like America being viewed as superior to other countries outside of America?
No, I hear exactly what you're saying, bro. You know, we hear all that. And even anybody who think I don't know about I know firsthand about all the racisms and shit. But we got to understand, I'm just speaking, so I hear what you're saying. But ultimately, speaking of what we was talking about just a tad bit earlier, racism is a tool that is a vicious tool that white people can use. But not all of them are racist. Some of them even whip it out only when it's useful. You know what I'm saying? And you notice that they might not be living a day-to-day racist life, but they might just be in it with you in some road rage and scream an N-word out the window.
Right.
That don't mean that person was living their life to do anything to obstruct the prosperity of Black people. You see what I'm saying? And so I know that because I use them same type of tools too, but I'm just a man. I'm not perfect. You might be like cracker. You feel me? Do that mean I'm a racist because I just went cracker real quick out of my rage that I'm having in the road rage? Possibly not. So it possibly might be the same way for other people on the other side of the fence too. And even about the N-word and the use of the N-word, we know for a fact that the way the media want us to react to it. Now, I don't deal with that shit. You ain't having no crackers around me talking about no N-words. I'm not one of them ones who useful. I don't even like no others. I don't like Puerto Ricans saying that shit. That's me, though. You feel me? But I'm not the owner of that slanderous pejorative. And so I had to be like, what type of man are you to where you would get offended that other people engage in using a slanderous term amongst themselves? And you be like, you said the N-word? I got ownership over that. That's more retarded than actually let two Chinese people in the store call each other nigga. Because I done seen it before and was taking offense. Two Vietnamese, 2 in the morning, right? Two Vietnamese dudes in the store, they not talking to me, they talking to each other, but they keep saying nigga. So that's gonna mess with your mental plex if you lost in one. I'm not lost in no myriad of shit. I understand I ain't no motherfucking nigga. I don't got no ownership over that word. And y'all can slander yourselves as freely as y'all want to and see me take no offense at this store at 2 in the morning while I'm considering popping both y'all. So you feel me? This just the conflicts you would have as a dude. You'll be standing there like, okay, I could just pop y'all and just, you're not gonna do that because you're not that type of a man, but your imagination let that run through. Then you just be like, am I actually sitting here thinking about some type of violence over other people using a pejorative term? Do I want exclusive rights to nigga? And so there's a lot to be said about that, but all them Bay Area Mexicans saying nigga and shit, I ain't Mr. FAB. I'm none of them. I'm casual. That shit never was cool to me. You know what I'm saying?
That would be like a walking contradiction right there. If you trying to you fighting so hard and not have the word used, and then somebody else using it, and then you mad. Like you didn't want nobody calling you that. Now they calling themselves that. Leave them alone.
So I made the mistake of never ever filtering my whole conscious of that term. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can hear me mad on somebody's show and just, I say it right. I mean, it's not because I've taken it out of the sensitive area for my own personal life, but others have not. And I have to be more sensitive to the others that have not. They still get, they booty get tight when they hear the N-word, like they cringe over it. Like, excuse my language, they walk around with a stick or whatever. However they talk about it.
Man, you not lying, Smash.
Yeah, and so I don't exist, and I don't tend to offend them with none of my diatribe or nothing. I'm saying that's just the fact that we used to talk like that when we was kids to deal with other things. So we just start saying it more just in case somebody do say it to you. It wasn't even no big ass deal.
You know, like you'll call your homie your dog, right? So I'm having a conversation with this Christian guy, and I call him a dog, right? I was like, "Yo, dog," because he Jamaican too. I was like, "Yo, dog." He's like, "No, call me the dog, brother." Yo, he wanted to stop the conversation immediately. I'm like, "Bro, calm." The word dog. It's cool. But he was real serious about that. He was like, "What? Yo, you can't call me dog."
Yeah, different cultures. Different cultures.
Yo, he was mad.
But here's the funny part about it. You got to keep it real and always look at things from the flip side. And there's always a league of rowdy men who take endurance to those type of terms, even if you're not looking at it from the Black perspective. Redneck
Yep.
was a pejorative. Cracker. Now you can just go look at the rowdy white boys, be like, nigga, I'm a white boy. You feel me? And so that ain't only black people who do that. That's just a part of culture, bro. And men do that at often different times. You're gonna take the worst thing they could take, call you, and try to flip it back.
That's a fact. No cap.
Even women did that with the B word, didn't they? Because remember when women didn't use the B word?
Oh yeah, but they'll call themselves that.
No, but that now they do that. But even back in the day, that wasn't even back in the day, that wasn't even, that was UNITY. Who you calling the B? Now that's just one of one of their words. Sometimes I hear chicks talk to each other. I'll be like, dang, y'all calling each other hella bitches. They just be having a regular ass conversation. And I'm like, dang, y'all really just.
And you hear bitch like 100 times.
Yeah, they be like, bitch, bitch, bitch. And I'll be like, God damn.
You ain't lying, man. You go in there and say that word to them, they didn't.
I ain't never seen that
Like,
word.
who you calling a bitch? And be like, damn, I just heard you been saying.
I ain't trying to say that word. I'm just saying I'm hearing it and then I'll be disgusted like they supposed to be. I don't want to be just
that part.
Y'all be liking that? Y'all like that woman that be like talking like a man? Like, I ain't the one though. But I think that we had got that. I had a little scuffle with Nanda, or what was Sister Nandi or whatever, on the Lions Den page. And she thought I was trying to come down on her, and I was just keeping it a buck. I'm like, dog, all this, she was really getting gritty, grimy. Like talking about smoke and BANs and just using the most wretched language she could possibly pull out of her profile. And I just wanted to let her know, I'm just was saying, like, look, I'm not even that man. Like, I will act like I'm as offended as you want me to be in order so you can hear me out. So yeah, everything you said worked very well, but just hear me out. Like the discourse that you taking as a sister, you gonna catch more honey with what sugar than shit or whatever they say. I was just basically telling what happened to femininity? Who's left on this earth to exude femininity? Because if everybody assume a masculine role in our discourse and talking with each other, they don't even know how much the secret move is femininity. The secret move is not acting like you're going to rival your man on his manly level, but you can shut him all the way down with something soft, compassionate, and sweet, which is that's what femininity supposedly was as I know it. And so I'm not taking the strength out of it. And I really want to speak to what we call the misnomer of the strong black woman, yo. Because I'm gonna have to do a whole show on that one day. Because some of the plight that we make our sisters suffer in having to become an independent woman, they start to mislabel things, and it's not the type of strength that they was talking about ancestrally, or they wasn't talking about your ability to not stop arguing. And to get the last word, that's the different type of strength. I know I'm going off on the chat, so I'm gonna have to do a whole video on this so no one's not offended by me being short with my thoughts and concepts on true. I think that true strength was what we talked about was a feminine energy and not mimicking masculinity.
Fuck that.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I gotta go. Give thanks for letting me be on the panel again.
Oh, you gotta go? Okay, cool. I'm just chilling. I ain't even doing nothing. I ain't even went to my computer in about an hour or two. I'm out and chilling. So yeah, shout out to you. Thanks for tapping in. Anybody else feel free to hit the link and straighten me out about some of my misconceptions. It's because I think our sisters got abandoned so much and so many times, but the system was set up in a way that it happened that way.
Fuck this, sure. You should see the other side.
What side? So what?
Oh, not you, Smash. My bad. My bad, Smash.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I think you're making some good points, Smash, on what you just said about that masculinity being masqueraded as strength in women. You know, I think that's a good point. I think a lot of the things that happen to our sisters, to our women, historically, they've had to take on these roles, unfortunately, and it has built up this idea that this is the strength of a black woman. And what you said is right on point. I think what you're saying is right on point.
Acting like you gotta like go hard like Angela. No, respect to Angela Davis and everything she's done. But when you look at her discourse, she often I seen her be very soft spoken at times. So I guess that wasn't a good example. But people will go back to an image of her speaking forcefully to the community as it was such required, and say that's a strong black woman, and it was one, right? But that don't mean that we need you like speaking to us like we at a pro-black meeting when we just building. I don't know. Again, I could be going wrong, but y'all know what I'm talking about. So when I was talking to Sister Nandi about it, I was kind of like saying that you got a strong voice and everything that you was doing, but all this cussing at me, and it's not convincing me more.
You muted yourself.
You know? What you say?
Or something happened.
Oh, did it cut off? I don't know. I ain't even looking at the Zoom, the YouTube. I ain't seen it in hella long. You said I muted myself? Maybe it just cut out for a minute. It's good. But I ain't the one. One of the strongest images of a black woman I have come from Winnie Mandela. Besides my mom, it come to me and my wife, it come to me from Winnie Mandela. And I never ever, when I see Winnie Mandela, think about, besides maybe her having to express her frustrations at times, I don't get much about being cussing or mimicking a man. Nothing she had to do caused her to have to mimic a man in order to be strong enough to stand there for Nelson Mandela for all those years. You see what I'm saying? And so when I think about that type of strength, I don't even think a man could move on that type of strength. That's real, true strength. A man would have fell off over 27 years waiting on his woman who was incarcerated. You know what I'm saying? So it's people like Winnie Mandela, like I said, Angela Davis, but we be getting it twisted. Like a brother want a sister who gonna scream to death.
Fact. And I think what you're saying, a lot of people will push back on you on because they don't understand where you're coming from. But like you were saying, even though you didn't say it, a lot of the historical trauma that our sisters have went through, that our women have went through, has led them to take on roles and ideas that really aren't feminine, I guess you can say.
No, you gotta protect. And you have to protect this young man because you're in a single family home. No one's talking against that. Do that strong. We on that.
Right.
We talk about ultimately these concepts that get perverse through society that lead us astray from each other because now we fulfilling each other roles. And so even the most independent, there's a counterpart for the strongest. Like in any way we take it, but some will take that. I don't want to get off into offending nobody. They know what I'm talking about. Shit, it's real talk over here. Damn.
Yeah, it can get offensive sometimes, you know. Like, I just think like I guess what you're talking about are the sisters like Christina Nick and Napasha Da.
All right, what about them?
And
You threw out examples. I really wasn't talking about them, but let's talk about them since you threw them out. What about?
Because they're strong and wrong in their stances, and a lot of the things they say.
But notice the
wrong
difference
and
between
wrong.
Christina and Nick. No disrespect, Christina Nick is more masculine than Natasha Da. Do you disagree?
To an extent, I can see where you're coming from with that, because Napashi, she can be corrected. And Christina Nick, I don't think she can be corrected because of her stubbornness.
So stubbornness is masculine?
No.
So I'm trying to hear you out.
So no, stubbornness isn't masculine, but her masculine comes out with her energy. I understand what you're talking about with the way she talks. Right. And the way she acts like she can go toe to toe physically with the man, because she can verbally, because she knows the Bible and things like that. I totally understand where you're coming from with it.
So what's up with that? Because I'm glad you pinpointed that, and I agree with that 100%. She be acting like, because she right, she could body slam you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
She probably can. I ain't taking nothing from the sister. I'm just simply saying, what's that? Because that occurs plenty of times. First of all, let's get it straight. There's 100,000 sisters that'll put hands on you. Don't get that twisted. We're not even talking about none of that. So I'm not talking about that. But at the same time, like, while we having a discourse, and some of the huff and puff in your discourse can be taken like almost not fighting words, but you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the line. I'm talking to a chick, and it sound like you saying you could just slap me up, though. That's not appropriate, and I think we should kind of leave that alone.
I agree, but I think
watch any old African movie though to keep it a buck. All of the elder African women act like that, bro. That's just African shit. You feel me? Like, if you watch, I be watching movies because I ain't been there, but they be strong. They be like strong on some stern stuff though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I can understand the sternness and the firmness when you're trying to educate your children or your grandchildren or something like that, or it's in your family structure or your community. I can understand why that'll be necessary. But when you're in an environment and you're being challenged about the things that you believe or you've been taught to believe, then you should be a little bit more open, and you shouldn't be so firm. You know, you should be open to some to the interaction or the exchange of information that you put yourself in. And I think that's where that idea of strength, disrespects, or what is the word? Not even disrespect. It's overplayed. That's the word I'm looking for. It's overplayed. That idea of strength is overplayed or overused in those moments. This masculine energy is overused in those moments.
Yeah, because I hear somebody cuss you out like you talking to somebody in the locker room or worse, and then they just say they strong. Well, I'm a strong sister. I'm like, is that what that is?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting conversation though to actually have.
So when sisters say they want a strong black man, what you think they be talking about?
Actually, when I ask sisters this, and they don't even know what they mean.
So that's a problem.
That is
a in the chat. If y'all there, please help us out. We only lost. We ain't trying to act like we know experts. We need y'all help. Hit the link and straighten us out. If anybody there.
I've asked the last 3 women that I've dated, what do they mean by a strong black man? And all they've said was somebody that's financially secure, somebody that works, I say, well, I work. I'm financially secure. I'm not rich, but I'm secure. I pay my bills. My bills are taken care of. I got money when I need to. I can go get money out my bank if I need it. Shit like that. I'm financially secure. Is that strength? She was like, I was like, what do you mean? So half of them don't even know what they mean by that.
That's interesting. No.
Like, somebody put in the chat, strong and ladylike. Like, what do you mean, strong and ladylike?
That's worse than anything I said, because what is ladylike? I never said ladylike. I just, not worse than, it's not worse than, but it used a quote unquote ladylike. And I don't really, when you say femininity is given more of a useful term, I know that's what you mean by ladylike, but, because like imagine if you said man-like.
All right, what is man-like?
You need to act more man-like. That's hella funny.
Right. Like the language that we use, this is hella crazy. Like, and one thing that I noticed is, and it's unfortunate, we tend to think.
Something cut out. Did my phone cut out?
Nah, that was me. I was reading some stupid ass comment in the chat. Somebody's always questioning somebody's masculinity or some shit. I guarantee you, Ratan, you bring your woman around me, I will take her from you.
Y'all don't have to go there.
I'm going there. Since you want to test my masculinity, bring your woman around me.
Damn,
that's take her
cool.
from me.
But he might not have been talking about you. Well,
he put it in. He said, I'm not going to sit here and listen to Fabio pretend he has experience with women. So bring your woman around me to St. Louis, Missouri, and leave her around me, and let's see if she be your woman.
Why he go there? Damn, he just click the link. You want to have some
You want to go there? You want to go there? Bring your woman to St. Louis, Missouri around me, and let's see what happens to her, bro.
Just say bring her in the chat. Share the link to her right now. See, that's
they don't know.
I bet you won't send her the link right now. No, I'm not
jumping
in.
I bet you won't send her I bet you won't bring her to St. Louis to my house and let me meet a nigga. I guarantee you that.
Jumping in, I'm trying to stop that quarrel. I apologize for saying, because when you say what you would have said, you instigating or you contributing to the nonsense.
I guarantee you that.
I should have went off mute a long time ago and tell him low trouble Savio. I tried to, but I was too busy making too much noise at work.
So that's what I'm on, dog. I'm thinking like we should promote to the youth. I think we should change the concept of love, so to speak, and promote more economic partnerships with our youth, especially since they broke all tradition and start doing all kind of new stuff. Now we got to just reel them in and be like, okay, look, this love thing, that's not Because you can wind up loving anybody is what you find out. They even got this thing called, what's it called? When the hostage start loving the hostage taker? Somebody syndrome?
Stockholm syndrome?
Yeah, when the hostage start loving the person who took them hostage.
Yeah, Stockholm syndrome.
Love, we need to reassess love and replace that in a different category and let people, first of all, some of the ancient traditions knew that already, and they knew that you ain't just getting with somebody because of how you feel. Like y'all could handle that however y'all handle that, but you about to marry this person. They used to be on that because I don't know if some say it was genetic based on bloodline stuff. Some say it was just, even modern cultures today got appointed marriages. And as a man growing older, I'm starting to think, man, that's what we need to be moving towards, because too much haphazardless, frivolous American no culture shit, it ain't producing nothing. Like it ain't even making no sense. Like, I mean, if we thought scientific for 1 minute, we could produce, and I know this sounds stupid, but let me say something stupid. You could produce the next best basketball player in the world because the 7'7" person about to get with that 7'7" chick from the WNBA, and then that's just over. But we be letting this flow haphazardly. Thank you for allowing me to say that stupid stuff. But we be letting this flow haphazardly and don't have no planning behind our parenthood. And now we got Planned Parenthood that's in the community to kill our kids, our offsprings that we don't got no plans for. You know what I'm saying? And so I just threw that in there too. But but ultimately the fact is, man, ain't nothing the matter with like arranged marriages. Do y'all think that's crazy?
Arranged marriages, I don't even know how that'll actually work in this society now, because people can just up and leave from an arranged marriage.
Man, people up and leave from the
unarranged marriage, right? So it's like,
look, there is your money right there. The website, arranged marriage, but it's not a dating site that don't show this frivolous shit. I like fishing. Who cares? We'll figure that out. We need credit scores. We need stats, blood types, the things that's gonna matter if we starting to focus. If there was a website like that, that's shit like that. That's gonna be that's $1 million, $1 billion website right there.
So you basically saying a website, basically like the TV show, the TV show they used to have, where they would date millionaires and shit.
No, it's different because it's for normal people. But the line items that we fill in, you go to a dating site. If I presume that you fill in all of this stuff about how you feel me, how you feel, who you want. Well, nah, on this site, it's for arranged marriages. And so it's like, what is your status? What is your lineage? Where you come from? What's your DNA to all this stuff? And what's your economic situation? And all of these things.
So you basically said this is like a purge type shit.
Did you say purge? I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, like a purge. Basically, if you don't have, you can't get into these arranged marriages.
That's not true.
Unless you have these certain qualifications.
People hook up on their level, though. So if you know, like, okay, dang, I'm on the site, right? And I'm not even in the billionaire group. I'm already a billionaire. I ain't hooking up with nothing else but another billionaire chick. You feel me? Now you got to go, okay, it's only 10 of them in here. But whatever. Around, I don't know. I'm just talking, chilling, bro. I'm just chilling. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm that's weird.
But I'm just having fun, man. But yeah, that ain't how they do it. They
actually, I don't know. That'll be kind of weird.
Nah, that's better than what's weird is feeling like you love somebody and winding up shooting them and killing them and poisoning them and shit.
I agree with you on that, yeah, because love don't go as far as the bills, right?
That love should be crazy. I'm in a marriage based on love, and I'm happy.
When the bills come to play, love don't matter, do it?
Love matter, but people learn how to love. If you don't understand that as a young man, then you couldn't really meet heck of chicks.
Mm-hmm.
She could think she didn't like you until you got the chance to start talking to her and doing nice things for her.
Right.
Then she'd be like, I kind of like him. And her homies would be like, ugh. But you had a sweet spot because you did nice things for her and she learned how to love you. That's just some simple shit we learned as a young man that chicks ain't even tripping off how you look as much. Some dudes got an advantage if they may fall into the category of that type of dude. But you could have some game and meet more chicks because you bring in more stuff into their life than just looks.
Right. Right. I understand that. But yeah, man, that'll be a weird. I don't know if I would want to be in an arranged marriage.
All right, well, let's talk about
it'll work out for me.
That we was talking about still having the freedom to make your own arrangement, bro. But historically, arranged marriage, you don't even got your freedom. So let's think about it. It really is a thing. I didn't just make it up. And these arranged marriages, you don't even got the freedom to look on a date and app and say, okay, I'm on the arranged marriage site. And I'm gonna just look and see who I pick. Nope. And see if she picked me back.
Matter of fact, I know she's deceased, but she was in an arranged marriage. She fled. She was Arabian. She left Arabia and left the marriage. Her father wound up killing her in St. Louis, Missouri. She went to college with him.
But look, he killed her?
Her own father killed her because she left the marriage.
So that ain't the type
America.
Marriage. That's the old style. In the new style, you just set up an app and let people who are familiar with not wanting to let love lead their decision making on who their partner is going to be for the rest of their life. They could say, okay, I know after we ball together for 7-10 years, we going to be in love. Ain't no way to live successfully and prosperous with a person for hella years and not have no love for them. That don't work. You know what I'm saying? You could look through your whole life and think about anybody that you live fruitfully and prosperously with for a long amount of time that you got love for. You know what I'm saying? And so, I don't know. Well, that's what I'm on.
Right, I understand. That's just a different level, you know. I don't know.
I'm just talking. It ain't like gonna happen hella quick, but
right,
I bet you,
because it was something they used to do in America at one time.
If you start with that site, people gonna get on there and put their credentials in and be talking about who they is and what they want instead of what they used to put. Like, I want somebody who tall. Well, they already be doing it right now. They be like, they need a man who gets 6 figures, right? So essentially, it's just not sanctioned. But anyway.
But yeah, man, what you think about that fight, man? I never got to ask your opinion on that fight. What you think about that fight?
You need to tell us about it. This is what I think. We go back to ancient times whenever that happened. Whenever you got a champion that's black and a champion that's white or whatever white, everybody be lying. At least the majority of people be lying about what they looking at. The majority of the world the white people be wanting the white dude to win and the black people be wanting the black person to win. Now, I know I'll be saying primitive shit people don't like listening to all the time. It ain't boiled down to that. I chose plenty of white opponents over certain black people because I knew they was going to lose. But when I see all the racism that came out of that, I ain't even see the fight. I just seen the racist backlash, bro. And I was like, here we go.
What racist backlash? Because my honest opinion, I watched the fight from the first round to the 12th round. And in my honest opinion, that fight was stolen from Lomachenko.
Okay, but a lot of people were saying that it was based on some, where did the fight take place? Vegas, right?
Yeah.
First of all, they were saying that based on it being in Vegas and him being a black American, that happened. But second of all, he got booed in Vegas. And we started to talk about that. And then they start speaking on him being booed in his hometown. And it was really racial. So let's talk about it. Because
who got booed?
They said Devin Haney was getting booed in Vegas.
Hey, I mean, that's probably because they felt like the fight was stolen.
Now, here's the thing. They was
lost that fight, bro.
I hear you. I'm not contending against that. I just wanted to speak about the parts I was talking about. Now, it comes down to the people of Vegas who represent Devin Haney ain't in the fight a lot in great numbers. You see what I'm saying? Normally, the people who can afford a fight like that in Vegas is already white a lot of the times. And you can tell me I'm wrong. I'm not tripping. I'm not no boxing.
You're not wrong, Smash. Peace, everybody. I just came right on time.
Yeah, look, I didn't even see the fight. I just seen the afterward stuff, and I was wondering why I'm seeing all this hate. Now, if you saying it really got stolen, that's fine. But a lot of the stuff that they was pitting that was racial.
From what I saw, from the 12 rounds that I watched, Lomachenko won that fight.
Okay.
Oh, you lying, man?
Yeah. Savio don't know nothing about no boxing.
He don't know nothing about no boxing.
What? I used to box, so how you gonna tell me I don't know nothing about boxing?
Okay. Well,
I
okay.
used to box.
Bam. Hey, hold on.
We all used to throw little hands or something, but
no, not fighting. I literally boxed. I was in the boxing ring, in the boxing gym, and I trained boxing for 2.5 years.
Okay. That's cool. My apologies, Savio.
So I know boxing very well. Lomachenko won that fight.
Have you went? Did you go rewatch the fight?
Yes.
Oh, you lying?
Yeah, I don't believe.
I watched it yesterday.
Yeah, I don't believe you, Savio.
Yes, I watched it.
If you go and
yesterday.
really just look at it, because they got some breakdowns of that fight. It is no
Hey,
way you can
hold
say
on.
that was
Hey. Now the first round, it was a draw to me,
It was
right?
a draw. Yeah.
Yeah. The second, third, all the way
The
until
second round, I gave it to
listen.
The third
All
round,
the way.
I gave it to Lomachenko. Fourth round,
I didn't get none of that.
Fifth round, Haney. Sixth, Lomachenko. Seventh, Lomachenko. When he almost dropped him in the eighth, Lomachenko. When he almost dropped him again in the 10th, Lomachenko.
Oh my God, you
he almost
fool!
dropped him
I don't know where you
in
be
that
saying
fight.
this shit.
He hurt him 3 times in that fight.
What?
Man,
Y'all better rewatch that fight.
We did watch the fight. You ain't watching.
Nah, but they got
fam.
Y'all want to know who else that he lost?
Who?
Crawford. But Crawford said he lost.
Who cares, man? Listen.
Deshaun Stevenson said he lost.
Look, time out.
Yeah, they all said he lost.
Savio.
Yeah, they all said he lost.
Listen, that he won. It was a draw in the first round, right? Then all the way to the 7th round, Haney had it. All the way to the 7th, right? Then in the 8th round, Loma got it. 9th round, Loma got it. 10th round, Haney.
No, 10th
you got
round is where they robbed him at. Loma won that 10th round too. That was the controversial round that the judges the judge had robbed. Everybody was talking about that judge.
No, I made a mistake.
Yeah, it was the 10th round. That was the most impressive round.
The 10th round, but how they give him the 12th round?
Never a golden glove.
The 12th round went to Devin.
I think Haney took the 12th, the final round.
Yeah, and that's what decided the fight.
Yo, that fight, 13 wins, 2 losses.
Look. Well, okay, let me ask you this, Savio. You say you
3 losses. He got 3 losses.
Yeah, that's right. But Savio, now let me ask you: if you are undisputed champion, right? Don't you have to do something like more than what he did to take that from him? It can't be that close. Like you might see I guess you saying it was a landslide. I don't see it.
116 or 112?
Who
scored about 116 or 112?
I think that wasn't good. There was only one judge that they really
that was horrible judging right there.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Savio. But what I'm saying is the other 2 judges got it right.
And like the announcers were saying, if anything, it should have been a draw.
No.
Hell no. I could possibly go with that.
No. The late rounds, right? Loma got him, right? Like 4 rounds.
You go off a punch that ring generalship.
But I'm saying he controlled.
I know boxing because I was in the ring, so I know what
that don't mean shit. You was in the ring.
Punch that ring generalship, the effectiveness of
that body shot Haney was throwing and busting that nigga.
Those punches were not more effective than the headshot.
Okay, you say headshots. Okay, watch this. How come Lomachenko's face was looking?
Face was all fucked up.
I mean,
bruised up.
Kind of chill on. But why was that? Why did it look like that, Savio? If he wasn't in the face,
because he's a white boy.
Because what? What did you say?
He was in a fight. He took some headshots.
But what I'm saying is,
Haney's face didn't
look like that.
Haney was hurt. Haney almost went down 3 times. And the
Savio,
majority
you
of the
something.
Savio,
effective
you stretching
punches
it. Savio,
was
his
landed
face
by
wasn't go back and look at him.
Lomachenko.
Savio, his all right, if he hit him in the face, it didn't hurt him, because if it did, he would have been bruised up. Why wasn't his face bruised up like how Loma's face was all bruised up?
Maybe because Lomachenko 35.
It's
He's
evidence
taking a
if
lot
you
of
punch
wear and
people.
tear to his face. You know, you do have these things called old cuts that easily open and things like that.
No, but his face looked like he got his butt beat, man.
Not really.
Not really?
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
Compared to compared to Haney's face.
Haney knew he lost that fight.
He did not. Come
yes,
on, man.
Did. Haney knew.
No, what I could talk about is what his dad did in that 11th round when he was in trouble, because Devin asked him for some advice and Bill didn't have no answers for him. That's what was more controversial than anything, because Loma did take the momentum in that last end of the fight. But you can't. It's 12 rounds in a fight. You can't say that Loma won the first half of that fight. You can't do that.
No.
That's not
the first half of that fight was back and forth. As the
no, it wasn't back and forth. Haney dominated that round.
No, he did not dominate.
Yes, he did.
No.
Just go back and look at the fight again.
You gotta look at the score,
show or something.
No, because the most effective punches were being landed. First thing that Lomachenko did was he neutralized his jab. He took his jab away from him. He made his jab ineffective. All he was able to do was throw a pot shot to the body. And every now and then land headshots. A few right.
No, I said
that's accurate right there, Savio. That was correct.
I know
that's what he did, but he wasn't.
He neutralized all his effective shit. He made him. He took away his defense and he made him a counter puncher.
Hey,
but Lomachenko's offense wasn't as all that.
Once Lomachenko got to dancing on him, that's when Lomachenko took control of the fight.
Hey, Savio. Savio from hold on. We hear you.
He started making miss punches.
Savio, I give it to you that through the 8 through 12, Loma did dominate. He did dominate.
I'm not talking about dominating the first half.
No, I'm saying he controlled. When I said dominating,
and
after the fight, hold on.
The fight should not have been. There should not have been no 116.
Oh, so you're gonna just talk? Well, you
114 or 114.
114. What I'm saying is, the 8 through 12, Loma had 3 rounds to Haney. Cause the 1 round, the 8th round, I think it was like a toss up, but I give it a Loma because it was so it was a pity bet. I'm like, just give it to the nigga. Then he took over I counted it. He threw 8th, 9th, and 10th. He got him, but the 12 round Haney had it. The 11th round, I don't know. I was still shaking on. I don't. It was kind of but I give him that round also. But all through, I mean, he did what I'm saying.
I'm gonna tell you like this.
Haney dominated. Haney won the fight. It was a close fight, but Haney got more one.
What question? Can I ask you a question?
I'm gonna tell you straight out. Devin Haney is a great boxer. I respect his skills, but he lost that fight. And every person who knows boxing says so.
Nah, they were looking at the late round, man. They were looking at the late round.
They was watching the fight.
Nah, they were looking at the late round.
Can I say something? Listen, Haney came in with the belt.
He did what?
He came in with the belt. He was undisputed. Boxing, one thing you know about boxing is that the champion always get the benefit of the doubt.
Exactly.
If you're coming to beat him, you have to beat him.
You have to beat the champion. Exactly. And Lomachenko didn't do enough. I agree.
He never do enough to beat him.
I agree with
you.
Yeah,
that's true. You're right about that.
Okay. He needed to knock him out or put him down.
Yeah, at least knock him down once. That would have been a done deal.
When he hurt him those 2 times,
He didn't go and press on him when he had him hurt either.
He wasn't able to put him down. That would have been
That's what
definitive.
boxing is.
That's why
That's
he
what
did not win the
boxing is.
fight, because you have
Boxing, you have to be. You can't be there too close to him. We have watched too many fights. Remember, one of the greatest fights I've ever watched was Marvelous Marvin Hagler and Sugar Ray Leonard. And Hagler beat Leonard.
But Sabio.
But that's how far it goes.
But Stoopy and Sabio, I would say this though. Haney was much bigger than Lomo. He looked way bigger than Lomo.
That didn't mean anything.
And that body shot that with Haney throwing. Hold on. I'm still talking. Hold on.
Ineffective. I'm gonna tell you how you.
How you gonna talk over me? I'm not done talking. Sabio.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, whatever. What I'm saying is that as those body shots that he was given, I was shocked that Lomo took him, because in the late round he still had energy. He still had energy. But I'm just saying, to be fair though, Haney won those early rounds, and for somebody who hitting Loma in the body, he got tired. Haney got tired in the damn fight. I was like, damn, you banging that nigga body.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. So I didn't know you ain't got no knockout power. You can't be
so that's
tired.
it right there.
You know what I'm saying? You got to be prepared for 12 rounds, because you can't knock nobody out. How you tired? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So see, that's another thing that lets y'all know. Lomachenko wasn't worried about Haney's power, because he was walking through all his punches.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean he won the fight.
No, it doesn't. What I'm saying is he neutralized all of Haney's best things, and then he started capitalizing. He started hitting him with flurries and getting out of the way. He would hit him with 4 or 5 punches, spinning, and be out the way. All he needs to do is throw a body shot.
Those are the late rounds you talking about. It wasn't that early. He wasn't doing that shit in the early round.
that was after the 4th round, bro. Go back and watch the fight. Bro. After the 3rd round, Lomachenko started dancing, and I told my homeboy Al, who was a Lomachenko fan, that if he starts dancing on him, the fight's over. Because Lomachenko took dancing. He grew up as a dancer. He took all forms of dance. So once his feet started moving and he started dancing on that boy, the fight was over. The fight changed.
I'm gonna tell you, Sabio, if that would have been a 15-round fight, Lomachenko would have won.
Loma would have won. Yep.
But it wasn't a 15-round fight.
Yep. That's the only thing.
All he had to do was put him down one time.
Yeah, 15 rounds. Devin wasn't gonna make it. He was gassed.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Now,
that's
let
what
me
I was surprised about his condition.
But here's the thing: the double standard is like, remember when
he was actually catching a lot of the punches coming in on his glove.
Remember when Alvarez fought Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather was 35, 30. No, he was 36 when he fought Alvarez, who was 23 and whatnot. They would say, "Oh, Alvarez so young. He even though he had like 50 fights and almost 40 something fights and undefeated." You know what I'm saying? Now, Haney's 24 years old. He'd be 25 late this year and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Loma 35. You know what I'm saying? But the way that, I don't know, man. I just feel like the way the critics was, and even the fans. They was, that was the Loma fans right there. Every time Loma do a little thing, they cheering.
It was Haney fans there. The crowd was both ways, bro.
Hold on,
it was not hell no.
Hold on, Xavier. What do you think about the commentary of Tim Brad? And do you know that he retracted that he thought that Loma won and said that Haney won now?
Yeah,
after he watched the fight.
Yeah, he watched the fight. I'm just bringing this up. So
after
he watched the fight. After he watched the fight. He turned around and changed his opinion and said,
after he heard the announcement.
No. If you go to Fight Hub, he got an interview over there, and he said he went back, watched the fight, and he changed his decision and said that Haney won the fight. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, that's Tim.
But to me, The damage
Loma,
is done. Hold on, because to me, the damage is done because when Tim Bradley was doing that, millions of people was listening to that commentary.
right?
So
Exactly,
that
people like
influenced
Sabio
a lot
start
of
believing
people.
in that shit.
Yeah, that influenced a lot of people to
but
think
let's
that
be
that
honest.
dude
I'm going off of my
hold on.
experience in the ring.
Okay, I'm not saying I didn't say that.
I'm going off of my
I say
experience
that.
in the ring and having fights judged like that.
Nah, B, you gotta go watch
No,
that again.
no, I'm going off of my experience and what I'm used to seeing. And when I watch boxing and when I watch fights that go the distance, what I'm judging the fight off of, I'm looking for ring generalship, the command of the ring, how effective your punches are, how effective your defense is, and things like that.
All right, let me ask you a question. Did Castile beat Floyd Mayweather the first time?
Who?
Castile.
The dude that had him all cut up.
I don't know about cut up, but he
might
fought
be
him
talking
twice.
about Marada or whatever. That's who you talking about, Sabio.
No, who you saying? I'm talking what?
No, I'm talking about Sabio. The only fight that I think it was
I think that is the one fight I do think I say Floyd Mayweather lost.
Yeah,
when people say he lost,
but knocked him out. But
no one knocked Floyd out.
No, what I'm saying is Floyd rematched the two. Who Sabio's talking about? This is a Hispanic dude. His name starts with an M. Floyd made that a different type of fight. He said, if I fight you again, it's going to be a different fight. He fought the Hispanic dude again and knocked him out. I know who he's talking about.
No,
it's Mariaga or whatever his name is. That's who Sabio's talking about.
Okay, but let's be honest. Hold on. Let me say something.
Yeah,
Haney. Hold on. Say this. Hold on. Haney look about 10 to 12 pounds heavier than the other fighter.
He was much bigger.
He looked much bigger. And if he never knock out the little white dude. No, he's big. You know, some people make weight, like going sweat off the weight the time of the weigh-in. It look like him sweat out about 10 pounds of water the weigh-in time. No.
Then he get tired. He got tired. How you hit body shot? How you give somebody a body shot, then you tired and you tired then? And I'm like, yo, I don't know what it is though. But if like what's the name was saying, if it would have lasted longer, Loma would have won that damn fight.
I think
Lomo had the most.
Lomo waited too long to.
Yeah,
unleash.
Yep.
He had him hurt. I wouldn't say that. 3 times in that fight. He had him hurt 3 times in that fight. He could have knocked it, but his defense stood up during those.
His power punches.
I don't see where he
was better than Haney.
So go back to the 8th round.
I don't see where he had. Yeah, where he had.
Watch the fight. Go watch the fight, and you're gonna see.
In the 8th round, you say?
In the 8th round.
In the 8th round, it was a toss up to me.
No, what I think was Sabio is calling hurt. I think he was more fatigued. Now, maybe
hold on. No, he was shot that hurt him.
Okay, let me just say, but in that 10th round, I may give you that. He may have hurt him in the 10th, but I didn't see anywhere else where it was hurt. It looked more like fatigue.
No, he was Sabio. Why are you saying the 8th round? That was a pity round I give.
I'm telling you, he hurt him 3 times in that fight.
Nah,
I ain't seen like nobody seen that, but I'd like to if you got the rounds marked, then I'll go back and look at those specific rounds.
5th, 8th, and 10th.
You said that. You said what? The
6th, 5th, 8th, and 10th.
Oh wow! Yeah, I'm definitely going back and looking at the 5th, the 8th, and the 10th rounds. I know the 10th round. I don't got to look at the 10th. I look at the 5th and the 8th again. But that got slow-mo breakdowns round by round of this fight. You know that, Sabio.
Yeah, I know.
And when you go back and look at some of these round by rounds, a lot of those punches that you saying that Lomachenko was throwing, they wasn't even landing.
Sabio, are you the type to say that Pacquiao beat Mayweather?
Nope.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
I know
he put them through the litmus. He put them through the litmus test.
Fighters lose, and I know when fighters win. I'm not gonna give a fighter who lost a fight.
So who you say is the greatest pound for pound boxer of all time?
The greatest pound for pound boxer for me for all time is Joe Louis.
You didn't see Joe Louis, nigga.
For me.
You didn't see Joe Louis, nigga.
No, I did it. But the things that I read about him made me love
nigga said
Joe
red,
Louis.
but I'm saying your eyes. What you who's the pound for pound?
Okay, so for me, pound for pound, you mean right now or ever?
I say ever, man. With
He
your
talking about
eyes
that you
looking.
seen.
What you seen?
Roy Jones Jr. is the greatest.
Hell no. Hell no.
Roy
You
Jones
crazy.
Jr.
Guy
guess
got
what?
chicken legs.
I would have to give it to Floyd.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Or
Yes.
Sugar Ray Robinson.
No,
I
you ain't
see
seen Sugar Ray Leonard.
I did see
Robin,
some of his fights.
Sugar Ray
I
Robinson.
did see some of his fights. I did.
It doesn't matter. You seen Floyd. Floyd's the greatest. I mean, it's the best.
In our era.
In all eras. Because you can't tell me that man fought a fighter make him look terrible, my nigga. They make him look
let me
terrible.
put an honorable mention in for Mike Tyson pre-Robin Givens.
Hell nah, because he
hold on. Pre-Robin Givens and pre-Don King, it wasn't nothing messing with Mike.
But all those pre's, he didn't fight
I'm talking
nobody.
about
all those pre, he didn't fight nobody.
Oh man,
Can I ask you something?
Who he fought? All those pre's.
Yo, that's crazy.
Who did he fight? Who did he fight?
That is a good question. I can name some people, but they ain't gonna be.
Who he fought?
Well,
it wasn't no Holyfield.
Hold on.
It wasn't no Leonard. I mean Lewis.
He fought the.
It wasn't no
Olympic
Bo. It wasn't Bo. Well, he didn't fight no. Who he fought before pre all that shit? He didn't fight Riddick Bowe.
Can I ask you something?
Riddick Bowe. He didn't fight. Timothy Briggs, remember him? He was a
oh man, who the fuck is Tim? What?
You know who I'm talking about? He was.
I know him.
So since we're talking about the greatest, hold on. I'm gonna be real brief. I've been having this little back and forth about records and how we not records, but how we judge the greatest. So if we're looking at a person's record, is 6-0 better than 4-6?
Depend who you fought.
No, I'm not talking about fighting. I'm talking about in championship. Is 6-0 better than 4-6 on the highest stage?
6-0.
Yeah, without having any context into it yet.
Okay, so if you win 6 championships and the next person in line and supposed to be the greatest is 4-6.
This sound like
he on LeBron.
This LeBron James and Michael Jordan bullshit.
Right. So who's the best?
LeBron James the best.
How? LeBron James is 40%.
Because I tell you why.
Hold on. Stop. Because we just judged boxing on the same level.
Yeah.
So I want you to keep it right here.
I will.
On the same level.
I will.
If LeBron James is 40% in championship, and Michael Jordan is 100% in championship, how is LeBron James the best?
Okay, I'll tell you why. Because LeBron James, on the other end of the finals, right, he played, right, listen to this, he played way more Hall of Fame on one side than Michael Jordan.
No. Don't add no other layer.
That's not fair.
We're looking
there
at
ain't no damn pound for pound. Nigga,
look.
That's not pound for pound. When you play, if you got 2 Hall of Fame on,
you have 100%, bro, versus 40%. You have an A+ versus a F. You're taking an F over the A?
Can I answer that question? Hold on. Give me a chance to talk. Let me answer that question. Nobody, when Michael Jordan won the first 3 wins, Bird was old.
Yes.
Magic had AIDS.
Yes. Kareem retired. Kareem retired.
Kareem was old.
Worthy was injured. Worthy didn't play. Get out of here, man. Shut the fuck up.
Philadelphia 70s. Let me finish talking, please.
Like butthole. We're talking about records. We're talking about records. We're talking about records. Why y'all making excuses?
Let me finish speaking, please, and stop cutting me. Am I going to do the same to you? No. All I do is, guys, Michael Jordan came in. Sixers was a done team. The third Pete, which is the greatest Pete, he had Scottie Pippen, he had Tony Kukoc, he had Dennis Rodman, he had Ron
Hall of Famers.
He had Steve Kerr, he had Who else? Nobody had a team as heavy as
Ron
Harper, Scottie Pippen, Tony Kukoc,
Dennis Rodman, the greatest
Rodman,
rebounder.
Steve Kerr, B.J. Armstrong.
Steve Kerr, P.J.
That was
Armstrong.
early.
Nobody
Yeah.
had a team. There's no
Nobody.
team like that team. Put that team together today, and they kill everybody still.
Cool. Still, we're
That-
looking
that-
at the
you need to
record.
drop
We're
a
not
bomb.
looking at the
Drop
team.
a bomb.
We're not looking at the team. We're looking at the record.
LeBron James. All right,
Looking at the
Sabio.
record. So
Sabio,
put it like
let me ask
this.
you a question.
Watch this. Watch this. Hold up.
No,
Watch this.
Sabio, hold on.
No. Hold on. Watch this. Steve Kerr
Yeah.
have 5 of those rings, I think.
Uh-huh.
So, 5 of those rings went to Steve Kerr. I think 5 of those also went to Scottie Pippen.
What?
Yeah, I think Scottie Pippen got 5 of those too, because I think in one of those
5
he
of
had
what ring? What are you talking about?
Six rings.
No,
Michael
Scottie Pippen
never
got
won
all
those
those rings. He got 6.
Oh,
Michael
Scotty
got
got all
6.
6 of those. Or my fault. I thought Scotty left and went to Houston.
No. He started winning rings when Scotty was there. He started ringing.
I thought Scotty went to Houston for a year and came back.
No.
You too young. You wouldn't even. Why? You don't even know, man.
Sabio.
I thought when Jordan retired. I thought when Jordan
I'm telling you,
retired,
bro.
Scotty went to Houston for a year.
Yeah, he went. That was after Mike left for the last time.
Yeah,
but hold on.
Sabio afterwards. So yeah, that's.
But Sabio, hold on, real quick. Hold on. When Michael Jordan retired the first time, right? The Bulls had a record that year when he retired. They won 56 or 57 games, something like that, right? When he retired, the Bulls only they won 55. So it was a game positive of 2 games. Just when LeBron James leave a team, that team is done. It's done. When he left Miami, Heat and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh was on that team, they only won like 43, 44 games. That's it.
When he left Cavaliers, done.
They only won 7, 8 games. Who do that?
Okay,
Kobe can't do that. Michael
can't
do that.
But see, the difference is the Chicago Bulls.
The difference is LeBron James. That's the difference.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you, and the difference was Michael Jordan, because when Michael Jordan left Chicago, they didn't win a championship.
Yeah, but they still went to the second round. They went to the second round.
Hold up. But he's the difference maker. So they had great players that could get them to the champion. To the dance.
But LeBron had no great players to get him to the dance. That's what we saying, Sabio. Cavs couldn't make it in the playoff without LeBron James.
Look. Y'all talking about the team. And I'm
God.
talking about the record. We're talking about the record.
Are you
done?
You lost. Just say you lost, man. Forget it.
No.
Look at the 70 winning team, Sabio. Look at the 70. Look at the Chicago team that won 70.
Always going to be better than 4 or 6.
No, man. But did Michael Jordan get swept in the first round?
Yes.
Yeah. How many times? About 2, 3 times.
Michael Jordan couldn't make the playoffs. He couldn't make it out to the first round.
Yeah.
Every time.
Listen, LeBron's undefeated in the first round. He never lost in the first round of the playoff.
Let's talk about the second.
You want to know what LeBron did for the first time in history for the Los Angeles Lakers? He got them swept.
But his last game he had 40 points. His last game he had 40 points. What you want to he played at the age of 38. He played all 48 minutes, my nigga. Anthony Davis supposed to be the best player on that team now. Anthony Davis. Hey, Sabio, name a 38. Name a 30. Name a 38-year-old. Name a 38-year-old age person like LeBron James, that star players that did what LeBron James did ever in the history of the NBA.
No. The close. Listen. Let me say something. Let me say something. The closest person to LeBron James in terms of age and performance is a Jamaican female sprinter who's 36 years old. who's still winning gold medals. LeBron James is an abnormality. You have to give him props.
Yeah, you do.
You have to give him props.
You have
the thing
to.
about it, let me finish talking. Hold on, let me finish talking. Discipline. Let me finish talking, please. The second three-peat, people must realize that that team was a super team. And a lot of people don't like that. They're acting like it's Michael Jordan won the last 3 rings by himself.
No, I'm not.
Dennis Rodman is one of the greatest defensive players ever. Ask Shaquille O'Neal. Ask Elijah Wan.
Why are y'all minimizing my conversation? All I'm talking about, why are y'all doing this? All I'm talking about is the record. 6 championships at the highest level.
But he did not get 6
It's the same thing we were just doing with Floyd Mayweather and the rest of the boxers.
Then why you ain't bringing? Then why aren't you bringing the Celtics?
NFL?
Why you ain't bringing Bill Russell? Why you ain't bringing Bill Russell because of that?
You know why Floyd is not the greatest to me? Let me say this. You know why the reason? You know the reason why Floyd Mayweather cannot be the greatest boxer ever? He waited until certain fighters aged out. He did not fight. Ali, greater than Floyd. Ali fought everybody in their prime. Ali didn't run from nobody. Ali fought everybody in their prime. Mayweather didn't fight everybody in their prime. Floyd, Roy Jones left his weight.
He's your teacher. Stupid. Stupid's your teacher, right?
Over him. Yeah, one at a time.
You're a teacher, right, Stupid?
No, I'm not a teacher. I used to be.
Okay, so you used to be a teacher. So if a person had it in a paper and they had 10 questions on it, and the person got all 10 of them right, and another person got 4 out of the 10 right, who's getting a better grade?
Man, you just say you won Michael Jordan, man. Get out of here. We
try to. I'm trying to figure out the percentage. I'm trying to figure out how you doing it.
Let's ask the question a different way. Because you're using one paper. Let's say you have a rocket. Let's say you have a rocket and it reached the moon 10 times. I have a next rocket and it only reached the moon 6 times. Which rocket is a better rocket?
Change that up. He changed
LeBron reached the championship game 10
always
times.
changing the parameters or something.
No, but you asked a question. I can ask a question too.
That was class.
Always
Baby, yo said y'all always change the word.
He said, which rocket is
hold on. Let me change the subject off the sport. Now we got a guy in the chat. I guess he's from Somalia. But he's kind of derogatory towards the sub-Saharan African Bantu population, and he said stuff like we sent the Bantu up to for enslave them or what, sent them up to Arabia or whatever. So you look at now he's saying that as if he's not African or something. You know what I mean?
He's not black. He's not black.
What he is right now, he's an
African, but he's not black.
Hold on, let Smash speak.
Or did he show who he was?
No, he didn't show us who he was, but he's been all over in the chat.
He needs to come on.
I've just noticed him in the last couple of days, so I don't know who he is. He may just be somebody just tripping or something. But
yeah, he's Somali, and that's a lot of them is, man. We get that dude.
Okay, but that's cool. I'm not really tripping on him. I just wanted to let him know that we're not saying that we're Somalians, and we do recognize that there are cultural and genetic differences. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he bringing up arguments, ain't nobody even going on.
But hold on.
He barking up the wrong tree.
Let me just say what I was trying to say to him in particular. What we're saying is, even though you do have these cultural and genetic differences, and we do understand the history. Maybe y'all might be enemies with the Bantu or something like that, but we're here in America, or in the Americas, we look at things a little bit differently as far as like trying to have cultural continuity based on our ethnicity. You see what I'm saying? Because we've been displaced. So we look at the whole of Africa as home, and we're trying to figure that out from that viewpoint.
Yeah,
Now,
and two, he can't act like he acting like y'all just ganged up on the because when the Bantu came in East Africa, they was a minority over there. So if you brought your skinny big forehead ass over to West Africa, you would have bodied your ass.
Man, you done went too hard, Gullah.
Tell him, Gullah.
Pencil neck, big forehead, alien, Jakub looking ass nigga.
You kind of funny.
Yeah, but what I was trying to throw an olive branch, Gullah.
I'm saying
you threw the olive branch in the river.
Don't let no crazy avatar fool you into thinking that that's really that person, bro.
Yeah, you right, man. It could be it could be somebody trying to cause strife amongst us. So we got to be careful of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was just trying to throw an olive branch and just let them know why we accept them to the African family. Because when you go and look at the DNA of the Somalians, they cluster 60-40. Even though they have you, they
want to be if he don't want to be accepted.
Yeah. I'm just telling you why us as a collective, we assume that they want to be included in the African family. You know, they have their right to not want to be included, but that was the reason why, because of phenotypical likeness, they kind of look more African than European. You know what I mean?
It's the thing, Pan-African. They are African because they do have particular markers that's linked to the continent.
Correct.
They got EPP and shit. But to truth be told, it ain't really no African family like that. People are distinct, they have their own groups and shit. We are Niger Congo cultural people. You know what I'm saying? They Afro-Asiatic people. So, you know what I'm saying? You got different cluster, even though Niger Congo people is diverse on their own, but you got different clusters of populations that are very distinct. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know that. But you know what? At this age, watch this. See, at one point, we didn't even know the whole continent mapped out like that. And we didn't know the whole geography of what was going on the global scale. So now that we have this information, we should be able to start to advance the way we think, right? And start to see, okay, maybe us sending the Bantu up to the Arabians was wrong. He's over there rejoicing it like it was right. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you look at the political things that's going on the continent now in Sudan. It's all about the indoctrination of Christianity and Islam that these same people are fighting over. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So we got to look at the whole.
He talking all that, but he ain't talking about what the Italians and French did and Germans did to their ass. That's why he think they eat spaghetti and bananas and shit today.
He's hella funny.
Yeah, but he's
Hey, Smash.
It's crazy.
Not you, Smash.
What's
what is going on with what's his name? The dude from Egypt who do the Hawass.
Oh, Zahir Hawass. He was on a tour, but he wanted $1,000 to talk to him, and I would have tried to have to raise that money hella quick. I didn't even embark on that campaign. But here's another thing I thought about. Say you did raise the $1,000 and you walk in there asking some of the type of questions we might want to ask. All he got to do is give you a little pseudo answer and be like, next to the next person.
Yeah, you got ganked.
While thinking you're going to get all kind of Hawass footage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. Man, because
$1,000 a question?
Yeah, no, he wanted $1,000 to be able to have a private sit down, but it wasn't just going to be you. It was you and other people who paid the $1,000. But he coming to New York too, so if we gonna raise the money and get Reggie in there, I'll put 100 on it and be like, Reggie, run up in there.
Now I want you to go.
We don't need Reggie to go. We need
Smash to go in there.
Yeah, we need somebody that's gonna be able to articulate this in the best way possible.
My video that I shot, that wasn't really supposed to be no video like that. We had went to go run up on him the first time he was there, and he wasn't even charging. He was just gonna be out answering questions, and we got there and we missed him. And so we just said, let's shoot a music video for that White Crown.
But that's what happened?
Hell yeah.
Oh, you go to see, that's what I'm talking about. You go to see, that's what I'm saying, because we gotta start. Yeah, that's deep.
I was gonna try to get that footage and be like, bow, ran up on that boy. But if you look on his calendar, some people called it the Egyptians Weren't Black tour.
And they say they just calling it that because they say that's why he's going out to promote the misnomer that we think Egyptians was black. He trying to go against that. So I was like, okay, I'm not, a blackologist, but he trying to exclude. There he is again, trying to exclude, trying to act like nobody. I'm not saying the whole contingency, but he's sitting there saying that not one of them was. Wow, that's fanciful and courageous. So somebody need to go sit down with him and just ask a few questions.
Right.
See if he gonna shut you down or not.
Yeah, we need the most qualified of our people to stay on that, because I don't think that's gonna ever be. I think it's a continuous and ongoing thing. I don't think that's gonna ever go away. That's why I be kind of confused when we be trying to seemingly go along with their displacement of whatever we're trying to classify ourselves as. It's kind of, like, it's wild.
I hear you.
I would say Hawass ain't that damn light skinned as damn self.
Yeah, I know. And if what's the difference between him and Gaddafi? Explain to me.
Nothing.
They part of that same cluster, and I'm pretty sure if he took a DNA test, you're gonna find some type of horned African or Modic components in his DNA because he come from Afro-Asiatic people.
And he seems like, it looks like he could be confused for a traditional, you know what I'm saying, Arab. Am I wrong?
Smash, you wild, because you over there working on that truck. You just really just breaking down some major facts.
House, and this is entertainment, for all.
I'm just saying you working on the truck, but you really breaking it down in a major way, like your analysis. Because when you start saying stuff like that, some people will pop up on. You know what I'm saying?
Who will pop up?
I'm just saying some people will pop up and say that those are the original people, that he was always there.
The way that, look, for a fact, everybody know me, Geechee Gullah, and Gozy see different about that. But I don't think no one is ultimately excluding anybody on any extent. You see what I'm saying? I don't think that they exclude, whether they say that those people was there. The reason why we ain't never came to no head, because they not excluding the Nubians. They just saying why y'all trying to exclude the people who was there now. And I ask you that sometimes too, Jay. Like,
this the thing. The people that's there now, you know what I'm saying, the Neolithic period, they've been mixed for a long time. But when I say mixed, they don't necessarily mean they was mixed with some light-skinned people. You know what I'm saying? The earlier mix of these Amadic or these northern Amadic groups that lived in the Red Sea Hills for a long time, so before other Afro-Asiatic language branched off, it was mixed with some type of basal Eurasian people that the picture in mind of South Asians or Bidoids. They was mixed with them people in Amadic group. And then later on, during like the pre-Neolithic, that's when you start to get the SLC 4-5, you know what I'm saying, back migrants coming back into the continent. You know what I'm saying? People becoming much, much lighter. But they always had them, you know what I'm saying, particular affinities outside of the light skin. You can look at it, you can look at a Amadic person or look at you know what I'm saying, or look at some of the people in Horn of Africa, you can see that.
See, James, what I think I've learned about your discourse is you are kind of want to exclude those people from ever having been there. And that's more problematic than anything, because nothing I do is too much exclusionary. The only ones who kind of really wasn't there was people who they try to call white today until they go into the Greek time. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see if I could clarify my position is what I'm actually trying.
Just like Latin America. They're like Puerto Rican.
Yeah. Okay, hold on, Gullah. Let me see, because Smash is saying that he thinks I want to exclude them totally. Now, to be fair, yesterday, and Gozy dropped the link.
People that's there now, not the Ptolemies, but the people that's there now, as if some of them couldn't have been there, whether in great numbers or not.
Right. Yeah. Now the people that are there now, I just give them a time period of when they came there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that they wasn't always there, as what some people say. What do you mean by always? Because see, when people go back to 15,000 and 20,000 years, they hadn't even the genes hadn't even started to express those light skinned or blue eyes. That hadn't even happened yet. So
I'm not
what do
talking
you?
about. We're not talking about. No, you stuck on light skin, James.
No. I'm answering Smash right now. I'm just saying that when y'all bring up these people from 15 to 20,000 years ago and say that they're the same people that are there today, when we look at the people there today, they're light. But the people that y'all talking about, they still have some of those genetics off in them, but they're not light. Those people wasn't like 15,000 years
all
ago.
of them ain't.
That's what you're talking about, the babies you're
light.
raising and all of that. Most people don't understand.
Because
you breaking up.
When you look at the people, like the people that's closer to the Mediterranean, more lighter. You know what I'm saying? They're closer to the. You hear me now?
You off and on. We can hear you off and on. You might want to get in a better area because you kind of in and out.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, at 15,000 years ago, there was no light skin. Even with the Neanderthals, they were black too. So I'm saying, when y'all say stuff like that they were always there, y'all are not. It does not sound right, because it's something that happened when they turn light skinned, that they come back in. That light skin gene doesn't come from Africa; it comes from outside of Africa.
Whatever side, but when you get to like
I can't hear you,
like
I swear.
hear
you there.
You going in and out, Gullah. You might want to wait a second.
He dropped all the way out now.
Okay, go ahead, James.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when you go back 15, 20,000 years ago and say that the same people that are there today are there now, that's kind of disingenuous, because at that time, even though they might have some of those same people's genes, the dark skin genes and the blue eyes, that hadn't expressed itself yet in the human population. You see what I'm saying? So in retrospect, basically, what we're calling Africans today, everybody would have kind of looked closely to the same if everybody was black. But it's no such thing as African way back then. You know what I'm saying? So where do you get the light skin gene coming in at?
Hey, James, the gene did come from Africa. It's the thing. When people went up to them zones in North Africa, they didn't start off being super pale. They were like kind of like how like northern Ethiopians is today, kind of reddish, moderate skin tone. They weren't like no damn Dinka dude. You know what I'm saying?
No, what I'm saying is, when I read
zones, and then they got even more lighter as they went into other different zones. You know what I'm saying? You got low UV areas in North Africa. They didn't start off like super light. You still got different levels. You still had different levels of shade, even though you had dark. Everybody was just this dark skinned people. Everybody had different variations depending on where you at. You had different shades depending on where you at.
Y'all don't watch no MMA? I just was asking from earlier when we was talking about boxing. Don't nobody watch no MMA? Your phone going out.
Yeah, he out of here.
Your phone doing the dumb. It's doing the RoboCop. Hey, you don't watch no MMA, James? You only watch boxing?
I really just watch boxing.
You tripping, bro?
I don't watch basketball. I don't watch MMA. I may watch it depending on if somebody is like hype, like it's somebody they say is really good.
Lately.
Hey, Gullah,
wow.
Going in and out.
We can't hear you at all, bro. No disrespect. Oh, he dropped out again.
But you watch hoop and you don't watch you watch, you don't watch, I hear you.
I don't watch No, I used to watch basketball when I was younger, but I don't watch it now. I may watch the finals, but I don't watch like all 80 games or however many games it is. I'm not vested in it that way.
This was the first year I tried something like that, and it was kind of like to follow the youngster Ja Morant. Mm-hmm. My wife's a big fan of him, and so we bought the NBA package just for this fool. And he did all that stuff. You feel me?
Yeah, I know that's crazy. That was the reason why. That's why I'm tripping out.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. People don't even be knowing. People be supporting you all over the world, and you be letting down different people. You don't even know.
That was the first time y'all got the pack, and it was exclusive. It was for him, and he done went out and
don't show his game.
Smash. What your wife think about it? What your wife think about what he did? I want a woman's opinion. What she talking? What she think?
Ja Morant?
Yeah, his actions with the gun.
Wait, say that again.
He said, "What did your wife think about what Ja Morant did?"
Oh, she was let down and stopped wanting to support
him. That's money.
I was like, we can't give up on the youngster. He gonna get it right. Then he did it again.
Made you look like a complete fool. You know, you to try to get a homie a little bit. You know, hold on, baby. We go try to keep supporting the brother. He's just young.
Yeah, I know, but I lost some faith in his leadership when I upon that second time. I was like, "Oh, Pops, you that stupid?" So you got to start talking about Pops and other people,
right? Yeah, yeah. After that, you got to shift like somebody ain't on their game. But okay, now my thing is because I was watching this thing on TV, like some of those talk shows, and this Joy Taylor. She was saying, what if the gun is legal?
Yeah, the gun.
It don't matter.
The gun legal. Hold on, stop. And then she also went on to talk about the way America glorifies guns and how they don't change the gun laws, this, that, and the other. How you will see senators and Congress people with Christmas cards with their whole family with guns, sending them out to other people. So she was talking about just how America views guns and why is it such a big deal when he did it? You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna put that in context.
Senators ain't in the NBA getting hella millions, and they actually fight for laws and gun laws. Ja Morant ain't known to be fighting for no gun laws. He held them up in a gangster regard. Now, even if it's legal, it don't matter. Like if it's a portrayal of it, is like for some urban street stuff. If it was legal to still be legal, but the NBA ain't really tripping off the law. They tripping off the image that they portray as a business.
Correct.
So you can't work for McDonald's and wave no gun on Instagram either, Even if it's legal, they're going to be like, oh, well, you probably can work at McDonald's, but even if it's legal, they're going to look at the overall image of the corporation and say, that ain't what we doing out here.
Yeah, like this is like if crack is illegal, you can't be an NBA player and hit the pipe, just right on camera. Like you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like you hit the pipe right on camera. Like so that's kind of like what he did. He hit the pipe right on camera. Like when would you do that?
Well, to your question, what if he smokes some weed on camera? What if an NBA player that's in the league right now smokes some weed on camera? What's gonna happen? Y'all gonna say it's legal, right?
No, but it's going to be a fool because you can't. You're a brand, and as a brand, you can't be smoking weed on camera.
So you still gonna be illegal. It's gonna be still a foolish move, but ain't nobody gonna. Do you think the NBA will kick out a person who smokes some weed on camera?
Suspend them.
I don't think so. I don't think they would. Because actually they can smoke weed. It's legalized for them to smoke it.
Clear now.
Hey, am I clear now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was going to share my screen real quick and try to give y'all a visual what I'm talking about. Like when the early North Africans first went up north, like I'm going to say the early Afro-Asiatic speakers, right? I'm gonna say for that because before then you had the Tyrian population up north and you had the Iberian Maroons. The Iberian Maroons, they represent a basal Eurasian group. But I'm gonna show you the group that these are like when nomadic groups coming from the Horn and the Red Sea Hill went up north and became the Eritrea population in the Red Sea Hills and migrated north and became the ancestors of the Amazigh, the Chadic, and the Egyptian and the Proto-Semitic. I'm sure what the people would have probably looked like based on, I showed you this before, James. You act like you forgetting something, man. Hold on.
No, I already said that.
Say that's more kind of relevant to
That's more that statement that you make and what you bring out about the Ibero-Mauritanians is more relevant to the people on the Iberian Peninsula and Mauritania. And so, if you look at the extractions of where they found those peoples, your phone going out.
Gullah?
Well, I'm gonna just speak until you come back. At least if you look at if anyone Ibero-Mauritanians and look at the fossil extractions of where they got for those people.
Yeah, them the earliest ones. But when you look up Carmusian people in Egypt, them early Carmusian people was Ibero-Mauritanians.
All right.
Even the Nazalat dude, that would have been a part of an Ibero-Mauritanian type dude.
Who was the Nazalat dude?
The dude they found. The dude they found that go back to like, he go back like 30,000 years ago, Egypt. But look, these people right here would have been considered light skinned compared to other Africans. That's what we mean. You know what I'm saying? They're not, super dark, but so they lighter when you go into these lower UV areas or these high altitude areas. Even right here say. Like when you pick, especially when you look at the modern day Ethiopians, you might still see people that look like this that live in what's the city name?
You mean the El Selassie looking people, the Gabres?
Yeah. Some people still the Korga people. You still see people that look like this all throughout Egypt today. You know what I'm saying? And when you peel back all the Eurasian shit, the back migrations, you get this. This is where they was mixed with just the basal Eurasian.
James, like when looking at those people right there, I accept that as a true African to me. I don't care what no other people say. But do you have some contingency with he's showing these what the Ibero-Mauritanians may have looked like? It don't look too far off of the modern people there today. Why is there still some contingency?
I'm gonna show you.
Hold on. This picture right here he's showing. This is not the majority of population that's there today.
But underneath the genetics, bro.
I got what you're saying, but what you got to do is you got to keep going on and keep going on.
I know, I'm not done. I'm not done. Yeah.
Man, trust me, bro. I'm well aware of how this unfolds. Genetics.
Look at the little map. Look at the little map.
Right, I got it.
And then
but see what I'm saying?
That's
how Somalian looks today. But the Somalian got us in the chat saying that he ain't African.
Yeah, but that's because you got to think about it too, bro. Africa is just like
not a real person. That's just an avatar.
Yeah. We just play that like that with my bass man.
Yeah. But it's based on actual photos of real people. They just postulated it together. This human it's the anthropology site called human.
I was talking about the dude in the chat as an avatar.
Oh
yeah. That's what he's talking about. But see, when you slide it. Okay, go ahead. Read it.
It's a Ethiopian subtype that is often regarded as northern branch of East Ethiopoid, common along the Red Sea coast and the Nile Valley from Egypt to Eritrea and deep into Ethiopian highlands. Shows some morphological affinities with the Mediterranean because these are the niggas that made the Mediterranean even before you would think of what you would think of a Mediterranean. These are the fathers of the Mediterranean.
Correct.
A lot of scholars even call these people proto-Mediterraneans. And they play an important role in ancient Egypt, often blends with the Arabids, the Yemenids that arrived in prehistoric times, common in the Beja, Beni Amur, Nubians, Haudenosaunee, especially the northern Nubians. You know what I'm saying? Like the people that's mixed with the Beja and all that stuff. And they say more mixed in Amhara, Kabadish, Egyptian, and Charga, and other oases, sometimes Arabia as well. And let me show you this. Hold on, let me go to the vidoid.
Well, let me just go on a base level while you're looking.
Now, the earliest basal Eurasians would look something like these people. Back migrating back in, mixing with that Amadic group. You see where I say pre-Ethiopoid with other similar types? You know what I'm saying? The early Amadic population probably look.
Hold on, where you said it? Where you see you breaking up, Gullah? But you didn't flip to another one. Go back.
No, he's on a call right now. He can't hear it because
Yeah. He had a phone call.
The earliest, the proto.
Hold on, go back to that other one, Gullah, the one you just flipped from, where you said it was pre-Ethiopia. Yeah, that one. Where is that?
This would have been the Basal Eurasians, the people that migrated out.
Okay, now hold on. You got another call.
Years ago, settled.
When do they come into the Levant? What date are you giving these people right here?
They took two routes. Some went into the Levant, and some went into the Ethiopian Peninsula. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, what route you saying?
They would. Some of them would have went. Some of them went through Arabian Peninsula. Because you got the Basal Eurasians branched off in two groups. You got the Caribbean component, and you got what they call the Ethio-Somali component. This would have been an Ethio-Somali component. This component would have mixed up with the Proto-Armatic component and got you what I showed you earlier with that northern Ethiopoid.
Right. So on the other spectrum,
even before the light skin shit, you know what I'm saying, came into play. But after a while, you know what I'm saying, people keep back migrating in that SLC45 shit, you know what I'm saying, with a back migrated in too, but with the same type, like the same people with the light skin shit, some of them would have carried some of the markers from these people because they got the same like haplogroup markers, like the E3B markers. But that wouldn't be coming in by themselves. They probably would have bringing in other, you know what I'm saying, indigenous Asian markers with them. You know what I'm saying? But those E3B markers, you know what I'm saying? Like them people that was like the early Natufians and people that brought grain collecting to the Middle East in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Them people would have came back, you know what I'm saying, a little lighter because they mixed with other people, you know what I'm saying, mutating over the years.
Right.
So you ain't feeling that, James?
Well, a lot of people don't want to understand that. See, you keep talking about mixture, but what can you mix with if everybody's the same?
Everybody's not the same, Jay.
I know that. But what I'm just saying, you have to, okay, like why are you being just chill, girl? We just having a conversation. Okay.
I'm just saying.
So what I'm saying is this is how I look at it.
With dark skin, that's a frequency. You got different levels of that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I got that. But listen to what I'm saying is. This is what I'm saying is. If you were to pull up a map of that little region right there, right? And then you go back from the beginning of what these people are using the DNA to say that Homo sapiens sapiens came out of Africa and populated the world. We got to start from the beginning of this whole conversation. But
yeah, people it ain't just they went out of Africa and started changing. They would change it throughout Africa too.
No, but this ain't what we're talking about. We're talking about the new information where that was the old hypothesis, right? They said that Homo sapiens sapiens came out of Africa and populated the world, and that's just what happened. And then they attributed everything else from a mutation. But now, what I be wanting to ask, and I hate to go way back to this, but the new conversation is that Homo sapiens sapiens came out and admixed with another humanoid, right? When they come out and admix with this other humanoid, what effect did that have on that outside population? Because from a DNA standpoint, they still say that the people outside of Africa, the Levant, all of those people have a significant more amount of Neanderthal DNA than what is for one.
Yeah, but you would have had that, but that wasn't happening all over. People still would have been mutated without the Neanderthal gene too. Like you ever heard of polymorphism?
You say what?
Some of the people just being human would have adapted to some of the areas that the Neanderthal, you know what I'm saying, developed in anyway. You know what I'm saying, living in certain areas and stuff. But some of them did miss. It's not a whole gang of Neanderthal DNA like that. It's not a, you know what I'm saying, that much. The people that was mixed with Neanderthal would have mixed with other people.
It's crazy that these Aboriginals and all of these people that you're talking about with the back migration, they come back in with that same stuff. But
some of it, but at the same time, you got a whole lot of factors happening at the same time, bro. It ain't just one thing. It ain't just like this one point chicken thing. You got a whole lot of components happening at the same time simultaneously.
No, what I'm saying is you have to go in and identify time periods when these people come back in I haven't seen any really, because I actually went and looked over that paper that Ngozi suggested yesterday, and it's a lot of holes off in that argument. You see what I'm saying about the Alba-Barousians? That's Wayland, Morocco. You see what I'm saying?
No, that's just what they call them, bro.
Yes, that's because that's where the cave. That's where the cave is
like,
from.
This is like Neanderthal. They found the
in a cave.
When they first found Neanderthal, they found it in Neanderthal caves in Germany. It don't mean that's where Neanderthal came from. Neanderthal all in the fucking Middle East and everything. The earliest Neanderthals in the Middle East. It's just the coin name for them for those type of cultures. Just because that's the first place where they found it. Even when you go into the ancient Egypt, prehistoric Egypt, when you look up the Carmusian people, those are Iberian Maroons.
I got these tires on hit, by the way.
Hold on, watch this.
Hey.
What you doing over there, man? Let me ask you, what you got going on?
Brother, just be truthful. Tell James that he's 99% white, please. That if we put James up with a white person, he and the white person have 99% same DNA. James, you're 99%.
Okay. Check this out, Stupies. Okay, now what about from a commercial standpoint? How are they separating my DNA commercially?
Look at this, Jane.
I see that, but hold on. Let's go to that. How are they able to separate my DNA commercially? Is that false? That's fake?
What you mean commercially?
So these commercial DNA, like 23andMe, Ancestry DNA, they separated my DNA and told me what percentage of African DNA I have, what percentage of Native American DNA I have, and what percentage of European DNA I have. Is that false?
Well, the reason why they say it's for educational purposes and all that other stuff is just to act like it ain't to be used for legal purposes to say, oh, you're a criminal in a court case, because they don't got the particular scrutiny. But I don't think that they don't got the same level of scrutiny as a forensic investigator. But I don't think that they are discrediting their findings with that statement. They simply saying, don't take this and think that you about to win a court case on it. That's what I think.
Hey, Smash, peep this. The Halfern culture are direct descendants from the Carmusian culture, right? And right here it has been suggested that the Halfern was related to the Iberian Maroosian industry in the Maghreb. The earliest Iberian Maroosian is dated to 26.0 to 22.5, BP. And it is not clear whether the Iberian Maroosian or the Halfern is more ancient. The Halfern is believed to have descended from the Carmusian culture, which depended on specialized hunting, fishing, and collecting techniques for survival. And this is an
Hold on. What that's saying about Nubia right there? Go back up. It say
Halfern industry is one of the late Epipaleolithic industries of Upper Nile Valley that seems to have appeared in northern Sudan, 22.5, 22 BP. It is one of the earliest known backbladed industries in northern Africa, dating back to 22.5 to 16 in Nubia. And that's around the same time. Remember I told you it's around the same time the Almatic motherfuckers mixing with them Iberian Maroosians who are basal Eurasians.
So you saying these Halfern people mixed with the basal Eurasians or whatever?
Yeah, they come from basal Eurasians. They just migrated early.
But do that make you think, James, that the people who consist of Nilotic people wasn't there or something? Like, I'm trying to figure out what's the matter with what he's saying.
No, I'm trying to figure out with locations, because people will say stuff. You got to know where these locations are at as well, so you can be able to get because you really have to understand that the people in North Africa, they are separated by the largest desert on the planet. It's a natural barrier.
It wasn't no desert, and then you got what you call the Saharan pump. You had different areas that was becoming desert areas at first. You had sea.
I'm talking
rain,
about hold on, Gully.
All of this shit. It wasn't just this
down.
one. Okay, this is a desert this time.
Down,
no, it's a whole lot of components to that.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm trying to be.
You had a lot of, you know what I'm saying?
But see, you're actually talking about
you got a lot of drying and wetting and drying and wetting and drying and wetting. It wasn't just green all through.
Hold on, you're talking about 22,000 years ago. It was no type of light-skinned people.
If you get a chance, just look up the Saharian pump theory.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Light skinned people, but the people that he showed wasn't light skinned people.
I know, because there wasn't no such thing. So what I'm saying is when people say that the same people that are there today, those people are light.
Yeah,
we can't get around it.
Back in ancient time, they probably been still lighter than the person that's still to the equator, but they not like the palest. They're not like when you get into the more paler people. You know what I'm saying?
Watch this. Right now, based on the geography of where those people are, they in the desert. So what was? Watch this. They right there in the middle of the Sahara Desert. So what enabled them to get lighter?
What are you talking about? It wasn't no desert then, dude.
No, bro. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about back then, it wasn't no light-skinned genes 22,000 years ago. When did the light-skinned...
You talking about SLC45. That's the paler skin.
Holy smoke.
The allele that sparked that was still active, just wasn't expressing itself in super light skin. You still had like people that was a little bit lighter than other people.
Gene come in?
You gotta when I say frequency, I mean you might have a person like the Nilo, they super dark. But when you go up north, compared to them reddish, brownish people, them people are light skinned compared to them people.
Listen, Gullah, when does the light skin gene when is it first identified?
It's like 7,000. It's an allele. The gene comes from Africa. When it became full blown SLC45, expressed itself further northern latitude region. But even when you get into North Africa, there's still lower UVR when you get to more the equator areas. So you still have people that are slightly moderately light. When I say moderate, like in the middle, you know what I'm saying? Not super light pale, but they still lighter than a damn Nigerian dude.
Wasn't that thing going back and forth?
You said what now?
Dark skin and light skin, wasn't that going like back and forth? Dark skin and light skin over
time? There was no light skin 22,000 years ago. Just stop.
You gotta be careful just saying when you say light skin, you're talking about paler.
No, I'm talking to really Gullah, because Gullah won't answer the question.
What question you asking? I asked your question.
I asked you when did the light skin gene come into existence?
Around 22,000 years ago in Asia, but it didn't migrate. It didn't migrate out of the Trans-Caucasus until about 8,000. It shit don't even show up into Anatolia until about 8,000 BC.
James, you're white. Admit it. I
said, you can't even answer my question. You said I asked you a question just a minute ago about commercial DNA, and you didn't say.
Dude don't be listening. He got. I don't know. You got some type. I don't know. You got dementia or what, man?
Okay. You a geneticist, I guess. Can answer the question. How commercial DNA companies able to separate my DNA and tell me what percentage I am? Answer that. I'm just asking a simple question. How are they able to do that?
I think they can only do that based on the amount of DNA data.
They got 100% of my
genome. But hold on, James. You asked a question. Saying that I think they can only go by that based on the amount of data they have. They get more data, then
it changed.
Mm-hmm. However, you have to understand when you say commercial DNA, you said that for a reason. It's not the same as using DNA for, let's say, to find out who somebody's daddy is, or somebody's brother is. Right. Now, reason why it's different, and it's not that different, it's the same test, but the reason why there's difference is not that you're trying to find out who somebody's close relative is. You're basically trying to find out where somebody's ancestry stems from. So that's a deeper research. It contains more data, right? So it's not basically the same exact process.
Damn. Hey, look, I started this stream.
Of like the searching.
Hold on. Let me.
You're looking for the match. Oh, you're not just trying to match to one person. You're basically trying to match to a population of people. You understand what I'm saying, bro?
So it's a deeper, more in-depth research, and that's why it's not to be used in the legal field. It's for so-called educational purposes only.
Hey,
Because
look.
it is only informing you of what you need to know about your ancestry.
Hey, I went into this stream about 7 in the morning when my daughters went to school, and they back from school. They got an hour commute to and fro, and they back, and they ready to eat. And so I'm about to get up out of here, but I want to thank y'all. I see we got Six Fingers who hasn't been in the chat yet, and I'm gonna let you go on and say what you got to say, and get ready to close this down. And I just fixed one. I just added some weight to one of the wheels on one of my RC rigs. So I'm going to go out and see if it helps me to climb really steep hills. That's what I was doing. Well, what's up, Six Fingers?
I just had a quick question for Gullah.
Go ahead.
Gullah gone.
Oh,
He's
damn.
gone?
Gullah cut. Yeah, what was you going to say anyway? He might come back. He might come
man.
back. So what was you going to say?
Because we got this Somali in the chat for the past 2 days, and he's trying to say that Somalis and Bantus are just completely unrelated. Like, we have a completely separate evolution, origin, and we're completely unrelated, pretty much like 2 separate species. So I want him to just touch on that for the guy, but if he's gone, then he's gone.
Remember, Stupid told you yesterday, it's not everybody with dark skin is black, Black is an experience. And this dude from Somalia is telling you that he's not black.
Well, if black can be an experience, can somebody that's white be black in theory?
In theory, no, because what happens is that we gain experience through interactions, right? And other people who white like him will recognize that he is not black and separate him from us.
I heard that.
No, that's fine. They can separate. I'm just talking about the evolution one.
Word up. Thank y'all for making it a good stream. I'm going to get up out of here, and thanks a lot. Peace. Yeah, it's been a while, and so tomorrow we'll be back. I'm about to go test out this rig. I put some weight in the rear tires to help me with my crawling, so hopefully I have a good... I'm about to go to this little area and go rock crawling. But y'all have a good evening. I'm going to be listening to whichever one of you go live. And always remember, you can support this channel wherever. You can hit the Cash App, Smashrock. You know what I'm saying? You can join and become a member. Or you could go get some of that good music. Or you could just like the video. All right, we up out of here. Another one.